Okay, hey team. Hermitary is here. Welcome back. Welcome in. I am going to do astrology basics. Okay, hey team. This is the basics video. So I'm going to go over some intro stuff about astrology when you're starting to learn astrology. And then this is essentially a comprehensive treatment of signs. We're going to start with an overview of signs and how that can begin to inform all parts of astrology. And then we're going to do a deeper dive into planets, houses, and aspects. We're going to put it together in a couple examples, and throughout all of this will be a smattering of how I learned astrology. This is essentially how I learned astrology. I have been learning it for 4 years. The gathering of the basics takes about 6 months before you can start to apply it. And it took me about a year to essentially gather all of these basics. So hopefully it won't take you as long because you'll have this video. And if this is not the style of astrology you want to learn, then hopefully that shows you that. Okay, so we're going to start with an overview of the signs, and then we go into planets. And then we touch base quickly on houses. And then we get into aspect theory. And then we're going to take all that information we learned and we're going to look again more comprehensively and like with some confidence at signs. We can look at signs a few different ways, both via groups of 3 elements, 3 signs per element called a triplicity, and groups of 4 signs per modality called quadruplicity. And we can look specifically at the planets and how they interact with certain signs, which is going to help us build toward chart interpretation, which will be at the end. Okay. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about before I start editing everything, and then it will take like 5 hours for that video to export, and then it will take like 5 hours for that video to upload to YouTube. So I'm gonna cook, I'm gonna have a bath, I'm gonna cut my hair, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna have a nap. So the last thing I want to talk about before all of that happens, and the first thing that will be in the video, is when you're starting astrology, the first thing you're going to come across, maybe without knowing you're coming across it, is that there are different branches and techniques and traditions in astrology. And so the most obvious one for me when I was trying to like Google, how do I read a chart? What is astrology? What do these glyphs mean? What does Mars mean? What does Capricorn mean? What does fixed mean? Is that the most obvious branch is going to be Western and Vedic. Vedic is an Indian tradition, and there's going to be a lot of Lord Jupiter, Lord Venus, Lord Saturn. You're going to have Sanskrit words like Dharma, Sanskrit, um, and like the mokshas. And I'm not a Vedic astrologer, but it's more identifiable because there's specific language. So if you want to learn Vedic, you're going to seek out sources that have that language. And if you're trying not to learn Vedic, if you're trying to start with Western and come to Vedic later when you've got a handle on this, or when you find a teacher for that, or whatever path you're taking, then you're going to figure out that your source has this type of language in it, and you're going to maybe stop reading it for now while you get a handle on like one tradition at a time. So if you're seeking out Vedic, don't watch the rest of this video because it's not Vedic. It's going to deal in Western. But that is one of the most obvious differences. There's also obvious differences in like the Chinese zodiac. And if you have any like local indigenous or oral traditions, if you're aware of them, they're probably not, that information is probably not going to be as widely available online. Online, you're really quickly going to come to sources that sound not Vedic and sound Vedic. So that's the most obvious distinction. Within these two, it's not exclusive, but really generally speaking, within these two, we have two different types of zodiac. We have the tropical and the sidereal. Sidereal zodiac says that 2,000 years ago, the spring equinox lined up with a certain star in the sky, and something called the precession of the equinoxes means that over time, the dates of these types of occurrences, equinoxes and solstices, no longer line up exactly on those specific stars, they're on different stars. And so sidereal takes the constellations and the fixed stars more into account and does a calculation every year to decide like where in the zodiac is zero Aries, where against the constellations is zero Aries. And so the sidereal zodiac is shifted against the tropical, or the tropical is shifted against the sidereal. The tropical zodiac states that when the sun is at its, we'll draw the earth. So the earth tilts on its axis, which is what gives us side lesson, which is what gives us seasons. So let's compare. If earth was straight up and down, instead of having seasons, we would have strata of ecosystems, and every day you would have the same day, and every night you would have the same night, and they would just always be the same. Because we tilt on our axis and we spin this way, what that means is when we have the bright light of the sun, it's not just the same every day. We have the bright light of the sun on this northern part during the day when the earth is on this side of the sun, and when we get to the other side of the sun, now we have a lot of light down here. So we have seasons. If we were straight up and down, then every day you would just get the same amount of light because we'd be spinning equally. But what this is right now is that if you like tip forward and swing away from like a lamp, yeah, your whole back is getting, you can turn more than half of that circle and have your whole back get a lot of light and your face get none. And then if you just turn around and face the lamp, now you can turn more than 50 degrees or more than halfway around a circle, more than 180 degrees, and have your face still be lit but your back be in shadow because of the tilt that you're at. You're not straight up and down with the lamp. You're tilting to it and then away from it because the lamp, the sun, is fixed and we're going around it. Okay, and so we're going around it. Looks like sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn during 0 degree Capricorn at the December solstice, which from the northern hemisphere means that the sun is far ass away and we're in winter, and in the southern hemisphere means that the sun is right on top of you and you are in summer. Either case, Capricorn and Aquarius, Saturn's seasons, are dangerous for everybody on the planet. In the southern hemisphere, that's too much heat and everything's on fire, and in the northern hemisphere, if you go outside, you're going to die. In both of these places, in Capricorn seasons, the environment and nature is not your friend. You need to be prepared or it will get you. Okay? And then when sun comes up into the Tropic of Cancer, now we have all this light in the northern hemisphere and the heat comes off the southern hemisphere a little bit. When sun comes up to the Tropic of Cancer, that is 0 degrees Cancer. That is the other side of the solstice. And these are going to be Cancer and Gemini and Leo. So these are the seasons around the Cancer solstice. If you go outside in either part of the world in summertime, it's probably going to be okay. It's going to be better than going out, sorry, in Cancer time. It's going to be better than going out at Capricorn time, where the environment itself is much more likely to support you. There's going to be fruit on the tree. There's fish in the river. Just grab it. Just live here in the environment. I've got you. Okay? And then when Sun is equal to our equator is when we have the equinoxes, which is an equality of light. As we talked about, or as we'll talk about later, in Capricorn, the sun sets far ass to the south. In Cancer, sun is setting as far north as it can. And in both Libra and Aries, sun is setting directly west. Right? We can switch that around, and so that's for the set, for the rise. In winter or in Capricorn Saturn seasons, the sun is going to rise really far south. It's going to rise directly east when, like, that's wrong. For the sun rising, the sun rises directly east of you. You can check it on the equinoxes, and around Cancer season will rise the very most north that it can, and you'll have light coming in your northeast windows, like light beams, not indirect light, not diffuse light, light beams coming in from the north windows, even though that doesn't happen for most of the year. And in Capricorn seasons, you're going to have the sun rising really, really far south. It's like the sun is only in the southern part of the sky in the winter. It never even goes up, much less coming north or even equal to the east-west. And then you're going to switch this in southern hemisphere, because I'm in the northern hemisphere and the sun is always south of me because I'm over the midpoint, I'm over the hump of the earth. And so sun is always going to be south for me. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, sun is always going to be north for you. And in Capricorn season, when sun is coming as north as it possibly can, that's when you're going to start to finally get some south light, even though you don't usually do that. I think that's how it works. Southern hemisphere people, let me know if I'm out to lunch on that. But anyway, that relationship with the planet and those seasonal shifts that we can see and we can track in the sky and we use to like denote our seasons, right? Like spring is the days are getting longer. Summer is they peaked at their length and now they're getting shorter. Fall is they're now getting shorter and night is longer than day. And then winter or Capricorn is we went through the longest night, the shortest day, and now the days are getting longer. Aries, now the days are becoming longer than the nights. Instead of equaling out, it's equal, and now light is overtaking dark. And this is the tropical zodiac. You break each of these cardinal shifts into threes of the beginning, the fixation or like the realness of it, the unambiguousness of it, and then the ambiguous. The beginning, the unambiguous, the ambiguous for each of those things. That is the Western zodiac. That is the tropical zodiac, as far as I understand it. So, that is the difference between those. And so, you're going to find words in Vedic that have to do with Lord, and Sanskrit words like Lord Jupiter, Lord Saturn, and then Western is like just largely not going to have that language. And then a difference you may come across is tropical or sidereal zodiac. So the tropical, generally the chart is circle, and in sidereal there's I'm not drawing this correctly, it's like a square chart with like triangles in it. It's like a more geometric thing. So those are some obvious differences. And then in Western, there's a whole bunch of different branches and traditions. So there's things like psychological and psychological and like Uranian and evolutionary. There's a whole bunch of different approaches, and depending what approach you use, depending what teacher you use and what approach they have, you're going to get different language for all the stuff in the rest of this video about houses, planets, what they mean, where they should go, how they interact with each other. And so while you're noodling around, there's going to be a lot of like fighting information, and you just hold it all loosely. You'll hold all those threads loosely until you start to figure out, the sources, the teachers, the style you want to learn, what speaks to you most, what works the best for you. You're going to learn it, and then you're going to learn other systems in the future, and you're going to drop everything you learn. You're going to learn those fresh. And that's totally fine to not try and learn every tradition and what everybody would mean across every, like, there's as many different types of astrologers as people that need an astrologer. So you can learn whatever path, and you can unlearn it, and you can relearn it, and you can keep going, and that's fine. But what that means is you're going to get a lot of contradicting information until you settle on a path and find a teacher or a source that you like. And so one of the biggest differences in Western is going to be you either use ABC or a more traditional non-ABC. This is also called the natural zodiac. So I personally use a more traditional method than ABC zodiac. So I do not equate Aries to the first house to Mars. The houses themselves are separate. So the houses are separate and the signs are ruled by planets. So I do not equate these together. And it was frustrating to only find sources that dealt in natural zodiac for a long time online. And so I wish I had known there was a difference sooner. So if you don't know, this is me letting you know. And so just like when I was learning Western and then I came across Vedic sources and I was like, well, I'm not trying to specifically learn Vedic right now. So I'm going to put that to the side until it's time to learn Vedic. And if I find a source that has this language, I'm going to say, like, that's great. Like, no hate against the source, but I'm not going to use that as a source for me right now. When I decided, okay, I'm going to do Western, that let me know that when I'm reading a source that says Scorpio is the 8th house, Capricorn is the 10th house, I'm not going to read that source right now. I'm going to put it away. The source is fine for what it's doing. I'm probably going to return to it one day and it's going to be great and I'm going to understand it, and I'm not trying to poo-poo it. It's just right now I'm trying to learn a very specific path, and I want to know what a house and a sign and a planet are without having to refer to a house or a sign or a planet. I want to just know what it is. So I'm not going to use ABC, and if when I come across that language, when I come across those themes, I'm going to put it away. Similarly, you can do traditional or modern rulership. So the modern rulers say that Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus each rule some of the signs, being Scorpio, Pisces, and Aquarius. And again, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have a more traditional approach in my studies. So when I'm finding sources to read, when I see that someone says Uranus rules Aquarius, or Pluto is the natural ruler or the secondary ruler or the higher octave ruler of Scorpio or of Mars, I'm just going to ignore that source for now. It's a fine source and I'll probably return to it in the future, but in this current path when I'm learning, I don't want to be confused about what I'm specifically seeking to learn, so I'm going to ignore that source. Maybe you are seeking out that source specifically and now you know what to look out for. What else kind of differences are there? There's a whole bunch of differences that talk about like the nodes and if they are good or bad, and if they talk about past lives or what you should be doing or what you shouldn't be doing. And that's kind of up in the air. I recommend you get as much information on the nodes across traditions as you can and you blend it, because I don't think we're all wrong, but I don't think anyone is individually correct. I like the blended idea because also just get to know the nodes as best you can. That's all my recommendation I can do. Yeah. Finally, when you're learning, it can be very frustrating to try and Google stuff because things won't come up appropriately. So what I would have you do is I'd have to do it in pairs. So we usually have 3 things. Like we have Mars in Sagittarius in the 2nd house. If you Google that, nothing's going to come up. So what you want to do is you want to do Mars in Sag, and then you want to do Mars in 2nd, and then you want to do Sag in 2nd. And then you're going to take whatever blurbs you get from your studies, from your research, and then you're going to combine them into Mars and Sag in 2nd, because this is not going to come up. You got to pay an astrologer to do that for you or hope to get lucky on a Reddit comment. Okay, I feel like that is the overview I wanted to give. When you're first learning, there's differences that you are not even aware of. Oh, it's houses, house sign system. So the other thing that I wanted to let you know that there's differences that are not obvious when you start are house system. So there's whole sign house system and there's quadrant. And all of the websites are going to default to a quadrant house system called Placidus, which means that you're going to have a chart and the signs are going to be in their regular position. And then instead of just letting the house numbers and lines line up with the signs, which is whole sign house, you're going to have some houses that are little and some that are big, and some signs that are completely engulfed in a house, and some houses that are completely engulfed in a sign, and multiple signs in some houses. And that's Placidus and that's quadrant. When I moved to a traditional whole sign, traditional rulership, traditional significations, my astrological journey skyrocketed. It took off and it was very exciting, and I was very happy I found these more traditional resources, which is the astrology podcast, the astrology podcast is not the only resource, but it is the launch point for a lot of resources, because all the guests and all the material is something you can then investigate as more sources, more teachers, more information for you. So when I found the astrology podcast and I found more traditional, more structured foundational information instead of everything is everything, everything flows together, just think about any other part of the chart and it will tell you what you want. Learning a modern Western made me think more that astrology was just like, if you look for it, you'll find it. And getting into a more traditional, more structured practice, like, let me affirm what I know about astrology. So now I can use more ABC astrology because there's also different fields of astrology. There's medical and horary, which is like, how do you find lost items or how do you answer questions? Like, will my interview be successful? Will my business be successful? These are both going to use the ABC zodiac very, very commonly, and like very well. There's also financial astrology. You can be really specific about being in the business of like relationship astrology. Some people use astrology as part of their like psychological therapy practice, like their psychoanalytical therapy practices. So not only are there different branches that are going to give you different meanings and significations, so you want to kind of narrow down what you're interested in, what speaks to you, and then find those sources, find those teachers, and drill into it. But you also maybe want to specify and like branch out into specific like roles for your astrology, which are also going to have really specific nuances to how all the information is put together. So this video is about the basics from a Hellenistic traditional viewpoint that I am mainly self-taught. I'm not coming to you as a teacher, I'm coming to you as a student, sharing my notes with you all in one go, multiple hours long, and I apologize. And my foundational source for all the other sources I've had and the other teachers I've had is the astrology podcast. I'm going to have extensive links like throughout the timestamps. So yeah, thank you and enjoy. I do want to give a note on like ignoring sources that have the language that you don't want to learn. It took me a year of study, like 6 months of getting the basics, and then I had the basics and I was working with them, and I was starting to hit a wall of working with them for like 6 to 8 months until I found these sources. And so by the time I realized and it was explained to me that there was a difference and there was a difference in sources that you could be seeking out, I had already read a lot of the ABC of the modern rulership, of the Placidus quadrant placements. And so when I came across that information, I would be like, okay, I know what you're saying. I'm already familiar with that. I'm going to put it away because I'm trying to learn something more specific than that generality which I can find online. So I'm not saying completely ignore, like, you can't know what branch you want to go into unless you do a bit of reading, you try it on, you see how it looks, you apply it to your chart, you see if it pans out. And the stuff that doesn't, you'll leave behind, and the stuff that excites you, you'll go toward. So what I want to say is learn whatever you're going to learn, like with as much intentionality, as much respect, and as much thoroughness as you can, like as is appropriate for what you want to do, how you want to spend your time. And don't feel bad about not being able to learn everything simultaneously and not being able to learn everything on the planet. It's like, it's okay to just pick something to learn and learn it. Okay. The chart of the moment is 13 Sag rising, 17 Libra MC. Where's Jupiter in this? Jupiter as the ruler of Sag. 2455 Cancer. Okay, and then for fun, Venus, the ruler of Libra, 2100 Libra. And then Moon, where's Moon always gonna be? 2013 Aquarius. This is the chart of the moment. My laptop is far from me, so I can't switch easily between this camera and looking at the screen. So I will look at the screen and you will get this. Sometimes it's easier to make the PowerPoint, and sometimes it's easier to set up the camera situation and do it by hand. There's also, I personally think, a lot to be said for like watching a hand do it, watching the notes be taken instead of just seeing the information show up on the screen. So yesterday I posted a video basically of me going through some old Canva PowerPoints I had made a while ago, talking about some of the basics you need to learn astrology, primarily when you look at a sign, how can you break that sign down into its modality and its element, and then how does the element break down, and then we need to bring in planets. So it's the only thing on my mind today, so the only way to get it out is to get it out. And yeah, let's lazily, casually learn the astrology basics. I think I'm going to try and do a one shot of it all. I have 5 pieces of paper. I have 3 pieces of paper and one side is already used. So I've got 5 sides of paper, plus my whiteboard. So we'll see where we get. Okay. Could have got all my markers out before I opened up for you guys, but whatever. Alright. If you hear this clicking, that's my headphones hitting my tripod, which is above me. Anyway, the magic of YouTube. So if we look at signs, signs are easiest for us to start with. So here's the issue with the camera, is that if I don't write big enough, you can't actually see what I'm doing because it's not a very good camera. It's more for selfies than for like text. We're gonna try our best, okay? Okay, we have Aries. Aries is considered the first sign. And then you should speed this up because I don't think I'm going to. I have so much anxiety right now that I'm doing it wrong, that I'm writing the wrong one down. On the edge of my seat, comfy in my couch. I do not like doing that kind of tea, but I'm tight on space. Okay, so this is the order of the signs over and over again They go in that order. And they can be broken up into different groups. So we have fire signs, earth signs, air signs, and water signs. And one way to look at signs and to figure out what, similarities, differences, how to break them down is you can look at the fire signs and think, okay, what's different between all of them? What's similar between all of them is they're all fire signs. Fabulous. But what's different between all of them? And what's different is called modality. What colors have I used? So we have cardinal signs, which initiate, they start things. They have starting power, not staying power. And every fourth sign, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to count the 1 in astrology, are cardinal signs. So Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn are all cardinal signs. They all begin the tropical seasons. In the northern hemisphere, spring; in the southern hemisphere, fall. So in north, spring, summer, fall, winter; and in the southern hemisphere, spring, summer, fall, winter. Yeah? So cardinal signs begin things. And so that's one way we can look at these. And I'll redraw it so that we can, we're going to look at it on the chart and compare that way. We've got cardinal signs. We have fixed signs. Fixed signs always follow a cardinal sign. So when we're talking about seasons, which is like the basis of like people learning astrology, it's just paying attention to the natural world. We've got seasons that begin, and then seasons that maintain or like establish, fix that seasonal energy into the zeitgeist. So spring begins, but like it just keeps beginning, right? There's a meme, if you're from the north and you speak English, that you may have seen, where it lists like winter 4, spring 1, winter 5, spring 2. And then there's an arrow pointed to like you are here, and it's at fool's spring, because spring just keeps starting, right? And then we'll get into proper springtime, or in the south, fall just keeps starting without it really be like, without summer giving way, and then it really is fall. And then our mutable signs don't necessarily like resolve the season. They just kind of keep you busy in the transitory period until the new season, right? So it's less about tying up all the loose ends, as some of them get tied up, some of them don't. I mean, the only place that there are real like endings and neat, tidy closures are stories, right? There is no closure in real life. Things don't, that last 10% of most projects never really gets done. We just start a new project. There's a text post that's like, stop worrying about your problems, not because things will get better, but because in 2 weeks you'll be dealing with entirely new problems. And that's kind of like the transition from mutable to cardinal. It doesn't always have to be problems, but like life is happening, right? Life will just continue to keep going forward, regardless of how tidied up anything that is left over, was. So that is one way to look at the signs. We can either look at fire signs and then what's different between a cardinal energy, a fixed energy, and a mutable energy. Earth signs and the same, and we'll get there. I guess we're doing it all. But we can rearrange them into their groups by modality: the cardinal signs, the fixed signs, and the mutable signs. So what is similar between all the cardinal signs, and then how are they going to act differently, being a fire cardinal or a water cardinal or an air cardinal or an earth cardinal? right? So there's two different groups there. All right, so these are our two camps to look at things through. We can look at similarities of element and a difference of modality, or we can look at a similarity of modality with a difference of element. Yeah? So let's use the chart to examine that. Oh, my pens are dying. Okay. What colors should I use? Okay. The signs are always going to go in clockwise order. Doesn't matter which one you start, doesn't matter where you start, they're always going to go in the same order and in clockwise order. So these are the symbols that go with these guys up here. We've got Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sag. So there's different ones for Capricorn. This one I got from Chani Nicholas, but there's also like a fancier version. And Pisces. I don't know if people are strict about how many little waves Aquarius has. I like mine. Gemini. What I need is I need a brown whiteboard marker, you know? Either side of the Libra symbol, which represents the scales and kind of like a symmetry, because that's a symmetrical symbol, we have the two M's. Okay, if you're trying to remember where these guys go, that's how I remember. Anyway, okay, so let's look at this. Similarities of element, difference of modality. What we can see when we're looking at all of the fire signs is that they become this arrangement, which when activated, if that was an aspect in the chart, you would see it as a trine. Now, trines are considered like kind of a nice thing, kind of a good deal. And so if we have a basic understanding that trines, which are represented by a triangle, we'll get into aspect theory later, but I'm sure you've come across this, even if you're just getting started with astrology. Trines are like a good deal. They have flow, they're beneficial, they're generous. Whatever we want to think about a trine, they're usually like a check mark and a good and a sunshine and yay. And so what we can take away from that is that when signs have a similarity of element, there is more in common. There's more flow, there's more camaraderie, there's more to go along with than the differences of modality would have you maybe assume. You might think that, oh, that's a lot of fire energy and they're going to compete. But what modality does is it gives everybody a role, right? So maybe the cardinal sign is the leader and the fixed sign is like the manager or the maintenance person, the person that takes this idea and works it. And then the mutable is like the busybody, or just like the little tasks that see you through until a new leader or a new initiative comes through, right? If this fire energy was to burst into a room, who would burst in? Aries. Who would get up on a table and be like, all right, everybody listen to me? Leo. And then who would be opening all the other doors and all the cupboards to be like, where does this room lead? It would be Sagittarius, right? So these modalities give everybody a role. So there isn't a lot of competition within the element. Everyone's there with the same attitude, the same energy, the same personality type. They're there with the same motivation of how they want to express through the element. So in this case, through fire. And then you are going to have some ideas about what fire means to you without learning about astrology. And then there's lots to get into about what fire means, but you can start with what you have. So, like, fire is hot and requires fuel. And we think about fire as being like passion, like passionate kisses, or like the heat of passion, or in a passionate rage, right? Like heat, hot signs, energy, emotion. And then also like spark, the spark of life, right? Inspiration. Like maybe your spirit. Like what is within you? Where's your fire? So these are some ideas we can have about fire. And there's no competition within this fire because everybody has their own role, right? They all want to show up as this, and no one is stepping on anyone's toes. Whereas, I'm going to take this away. Yeah. Well, I wish I had two, Okay, we'll do a little one in here. We'll do a baby one. Can you see that even? Yeah, you can see it pretty good. Okay. Okay, so now let's compare that to a similarity of modality and a difference of element. So a similarity of modality is going to activate Aries and Cancer and Libra and Capricorn. And now we're tempted to draw lines through the chart, and we do. That's an opposition. But it's also what we would call a grand square if all of these items were activated together, and just one alone is called a square. So we have some ideas if you've read anything about your chart, or the term like square up, right? A square and an opposition are hard. So we have, these are our hard aspects. If you were to go to an astrologer, or if you become an astrologer and someone comes to you and they're like, what is going on in my life? I need answers. They're coming to you during conjunctions, squares, and oppositions. That's kind of when like life happens. Life is happening all the time. Lots of nice things will probably happen during trines. poor things can happen during trines as well, because it's not so much a good as it is an easy flow. And so, like, the shit can flow easily sometimes. Whereas a square might have like a stop or a corner to turn, some obstacle. But these hard aspects are going to give you friction. Something's got to give, or something has to be acknowledged that it can't give. Life is going to happen during conjunction squares and oppositions, during the hard aspects. And so, what we can see from that, without knowing very much about anything, is that all signs of a similar modality have a little bit less going for them as a cohesive unit than if signs all have similar element. Having the same modality means that everybody's trying to be the same role, right? So all of these signs are trying to be the leader. And how are they trying to lead? In completely different ways. Aries is going to lead with a fiery nature, whereas Cancer wants to lead with a watery nature. Who wins? Who can lead in that role? How do they compromise? Maybe the only person that wants compromise is how Libra's going to lead. And then Capricorn's waiting for everyone to just recognize that they're the true authority and like burn themselves out on bickering and being emotional about it. And then Capricorn will lead. Like everyone's just biding their time or not, chomping at the bit to be whatever this energy is. And you can't all be it. Or if you are, I mean, it's just there's friction. And so now we have an idea of what it means to be in the same element and of a certain modality, and how that influences aspect doctrine, or how that gives us aspect doctrine, right? So my like little analogy in my mind when I think about this is that I use the analogy of like a gym. Like, we're gonna go work out at the gym, that's a dumbbell for deadlifting, I guess. I don't know. Is that correct? I don't know. So we go to the gym, and all the fire signs are at the gym. It's the fire gym, and so that's fine. One of them has been good, like going there forever. That's the fixed. That's the Leo energy. They're just there all the time. One of them is either just getting started, or they're always starting a new regime. They're always starting out some new regiment, some new approach. And then one of them comes in, does this, does that. It's less about what they're doing there than that they're there. You know, just showing up, touching all the things, being part of it. But they have a lot more flexibility. They're sometimes on the treadmill, and they're sometimes doing weights, and they're sometimes reading on the yoga mat. That's fine. They're at the gym. And so no one's getting in each other's way. Everyone's there in their own zone at the gym doing gym stuff. Everyone's okay to be there. Whereas if we have a gym that's like the cardinal gym, everyone's there because they're starting like a new chapter of their life. And then you get to know everybody, and it's like, oh, why are you, like, what are you doing here? And like, this person is becoming a new person. And this person is starting like a new emotional healing journey, and they're using the gym to like work it out. And this person just came to make friends at the gym. That's why they're there. They're starting a new like social endeavor. And this person is starting like a health initiative because they want to live a long time and they don't want to be disabled or decrepit. And so they're putting in the work now because they have this fear of like the future. So they're starting now. And sure, they could all get along, and they could all like, it's not like you can't be friends with other, if you're cardinal heavy, it's not like you can't be friends with other cardinal people. But when you're starting something, you're going to start it with a different motivation. What is your motivation? And then there's going to be maybe a clash there, right? Like maybe this person that's there to like bodybuild and like be the best they can be looks at this person who is like literally weeping on the bike and is like, what are you doing here? Like, go to a therapy room. Like, this is not the place. Like, there's just going to be some judgment between everybody here. Whereas in the same sign, there may even be judgment amongst the same element, but again, no one's kind of on each other's toes. There's just some more friction here with the same modality, because that's going to be square in opposition across the whole chart. Doesn't matter what you're in, right? Because the mutable signs are going to square each other and oppose each other. Ruining my colors here. And the fixed signs are going to oppose each other, right? Okay, so I hope that is a nice basis for signs and how you can begin to think not only of trines, but of the hard aspects and how they interplay with each other. Because as you're learning astrology, you're going to try and learn some signs, you're going to try and learn some planets, you're going to try and learn the aspects, you're going to try and learn the houses. You're going to go back through around because they all inform each other. So it's okay to like do it over and over and over and over again. That's the whole point, okay? So let's do oh my god, I'm blanking here. All right, so just like we have the order being Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. And when we write it out like that, we can group things in nice little columns by their element, which lets us then piece down each element. Like you could make, if you drew this out, you could make like fire notes, earth notes, air notes, water notes. And then if you write it out this way, where it's still in order, but now we're going, instead of going from left to right, we're going top down. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. And you can denote, if you want, the elements, just like here we circled and underlined to denote the modality. Here you can denote the elements by color coding however you want. And now you can make a whole bunch of notes off to the side saying these are all cardinal, these are all fixed, these are all mutable. So what does that mean, like in your, like to you, like what word bank are you going to put down here? Okay, so that's like the entry to signs. Okay, where do we want to go now? What do we want to do now? So that's entry to signs, entry to modality. We haven't really talked about element, so let's just do an overview of what else there is. We have signs. Signs are a modality and an element. Elements themselves are a combination, just as signs are a modality and an element. Elements are qualities, temperamental qualities of hot or cold or wet or dry. So a sign is a combination of being cardinal, fire. I guess I didn't write those down. Let's write that down. Fire, and the symbol for fire is also a triangle. I don't know what tradition these little symbols for fire, earth, air, and water are coming from, but those are the symbols I'm aware of. Okay, so go ahead and make a big note page that has these signs listed out in this way so that you have a place to create just fire notes, right? And then you can piece out cardinal, fixed, immutable separately over here, and then you're going to combine those in a word mash to describe each of these signs, each of cardinal fire, fixed fire, mutable fire. Yeah? Okay. And then separately, a lot of people will talk about um, either there being like 4 groups and life stages of the zodiac or 3. So if you're using 4, that means that um, Aries is the beginning of youth, Cancer is the beginning of, I don't know, young middle age, Libra is then as you mature, and then Capricorn would be old age. Or if you're doing groups of 4, then Aries through Cancer is youth. Leo begins a whole new cycle of like maturity, and then Sagittarius another cycle of like growth. Um, so those are, I think, common ways to look at it, and there's often like a story given. I believe one of the first stories I had about the zodiac was that Aries arrives somewhere as like the new explorer or the new energy or like the first person on the scene. At some point, you gotta contend with Aries also being like the colonizer or like that warrior that comes in to an existing group of people. It's not just empty space or empty darkness that Aries is always walking into. But anyway, I digress. Um, Alice Sparkly Cat and Decolonizing Astrology, and Demetra George, and the ideas of a lot of how we think about astrology and a lot of the information and myths and yeah, how it's taught. The tradition is rooted a lot in like solar expansion. So anyway, you can check that out. But like Aries arrives. Okay, now I haven't thought of this like astrological zodiac story in a long time. Um, it was like active in my mind for a few weeks or months when I was first starting, and then I kind of learned more, and you just keep chewing it over in your mind. So I'm going to do my best to remember. So Aries arrives on the scene as the first of whatever, the warrior, the light in the darkness. And then Taurus is like that companion, like the Sam to Frodo, or the like not to me, not if it's you kind of energy. Like the companion, here I am with you. And then you get a third space, a third member, and now we get some gossip. Now we get some conversation, maybe not even between these people, but like with themselves if they're third wheeling. And then finally, we get a Cancer energy that comes in and goes, nobody is taking care of any of you. And they come in to like nurture, right? Now that things are established, Leo will come in as kind of that mirror energy. Like, oh, I see all of this. Let me improve it. Let me make my mark on it. Virgo, following this Leo light, is going to kind of obsessively judge or analyze it. And this can bring Virgo up into like the kind of pedestalized perfectionist, but also the like nitpicky criticism, um, skeptic kind of vibe. So like Virgo's a good advisor if they're not obsessed, if they're not blinded by the light of who they're, advising, of their leader. Libra comes in under or after the effects of Virgo's analyzing to be like, okay, well, this power is out of control, or like this was crazy town, and now we need to bring some balance into it. And then Scorpio comes in with the emotional reaction to how just this really was. because somebody's probably losing, especially if we are talking about solar expansion. Like the Libra energy is less about combining voices into a harmony and more about sanitizing everything into just what looks the same. And so somebody's going to lose out, someone's going to take it real personally. And so Scorpio is going to be there to remember the emotional damage of whatever that was. And then we're moving into the third phase where we have enough history, we have enough people, we have enough knowledge to kind of decide, okay, well, that worked or didn't. How are we going to start the next thing? What's next for humanity? What's next for this population? What's next for the community? And Sagittarius is going to begin pulling back that bow of inspiration, of hope, of philosophy. And it's got to make it through all of these harsh, in the northern hemisphere, these harsh winter signs. But even if they're not winter signs, it's got to make it through Saturn signs, which is harsh whatever season you're in. And I've got a whole story for that as well. Through the waters of Pisces, which they're ruled by the same person, so I think that's pertinent. And then will release through these waters of Pisces to be the new Aries light. And then there's this idea that Aries has this such drive to survive because if it falls back into the water, the light will be snuffed. Scorpio is that ember, that coal that is got into the water, and layer by layer, that ember is calcifying into charcoal and flaking off, and yet there is still an ember burning. And how deep can you go with what core heart heat of yourself ruled by Mars without losing yourself? And then everything that you did lose, was it really you? Like that's the depth of Scorpio. So anyway, Sagittarius is like, okay, what are we going to do next time? Because this, even though Libra was doing what Libra was doing, this is probably still crazy town. And we've got hopes and ambitions and optimism for what the future can be. And then Capricorn is like, okay, that's fine, but what are we going to do here now? What in reality? It doesn't really matter all the people I can't save and all the things I can't do. I can only do what I can do. What am I going to do? And then Aquarius, again, kind of takes that a little bit personally, and where Capricorn is only doing what is possible, Aquarius is thinking more about, yeah, what should be possible. Capricorn has to face reality and work within the constraints of reality and limited resources and time, and the ideas and the structures of the time, unfortunately. Whereas Aquarius takes that into the mental space and allows those shoulds and those utopias to bloom in the mental space, in the cerebral, communication space, which then influences Pisces, who again is taking it so personally as the last sign here that like has no one cared before me in Aquarius, has like, because Scorpio took it so personally and like fixated and like really withdrew. It's almost like did no one stand up? Did no one do anything for everybody? Pisces embodies all that emotion and with it births the new generation, the new Aries. So we believe that is an appropriate summation of my original zodiac story and how things play together. Part of that was influenced because I got a puzzle, which I'm gonna interrupt to this and go get and like read to you the bits on it. Um, and we'll go through that as well. Okay. Okay, so this is a puzzle I got maybe 6 or 7 months after I started learning astrology. There's like a metaphysical shop down the road. My friend took me there for my birthday and I got this. Um, and then under each, it's very dusty. Under each constellation symbol, or around it, there's the name of the constellation or the sign, the astrology sign, and then 3 words describing that sign. So that for sure helped influence the story. So I'm going to go through that. I do want to take a moment to say that the zodiac signs are not the constellations. I will get into that, but start to unzip them from each other in your mind if you can. So we'll start over. Aries, brave, optimistic, passionate, active, energetic. Taurus, loyal, persistent, pragmatic, patient, determined. Gemini, clever, curious, energetic, lively, intellectual. Cancer, protective, sentimental, intuitive, imaginative, sympathetic. Leo, bold, courageous, passionate, enthusiastic, generous. Virgo, loyal, reliable, practical, reserved, modest. Libra, social, merciful, gracious, artistic, easygoing. Scorpio, passionate, independent, brave, imaginative, persistent. Sagittarius, funny, optimistic, generous, energetic, ambitious. Capricorn, tenacious, disciplined, independent, reserved, patient. Aquarius, progressive, original, assertive, independent, analytical. Pisces, wise, intuitive, imaginative, receptive, romantic. So when I first made this puzzle, I had to have a laugh because the first progressive was the second to the last sign, and the first wise, the first wisdom was the very last one. That's so on brand for humanity. Like, for real. Okay, so that for sure influenced my early understandings of the astrological story. There is no artist or author for this that I can see anywhere on this box. It's all just Gallison, sorry, the like the puzzle company. So if you were the artist or the person that compiled that, thank you. This was a good puzzle and was very fun to do a few times. Okay, back to the list of what we're looking at. So we have signs which are made up of themselves a modality and an element, and the element itself is made up of qualities. Those qualities are hot, cold, and wet and dry. So the modality are cardinal, fixed, mutable, and the elements are fire, earth, air, water, right? So the next thing we have to learn is the planets. Planets themselves rule signs, and then there's a whole tableau of how different planets do in different signs on a really technical level that you use to kind of inform the base condition of a planet, and then you bring in all the information. And so that table that we use to figure out how people are doing is called the table of essential dignities. So part of that is also sign rulership. So planets rule signs, and planets themselves have the temperamental qualities. So I'm just calling them qualities or temperament, which is what it's actually called. So that's what we will. Temperament. Okay? Then we have to learn houses. Houses have something very similar to modality. It's called angularity. And certain houses are affiliated with certain planets. Now at this point you may be thinking the planets rule the houses or the signs rule the houses. Not on my watch. So there's something called the ABC or natural zodiac, where the first house equals Aries equals Mars, and I don't use that. So the first house is the first house, Aries is Aries, and Aries is ruled by Mars. So if I'm looking at your chart and I'm looking at the first house, I'm not going to reference Aries or Mars whatsoever, because I don't want you to go start looking for Aries or Mars. I want you to think about the first house and whatever happens to be there. When I start talking about wherever Aries is in your chart, unless it's in the first house, I'm not going to talk about the first house. But I am going to refer to Mars. I'm going to see where Mars is, how he's doing, if he can see Aries, because Mars rules Aries. Mars has nothing to do with the first house unless he's in it, or he rules it, or he's aspected it to it in some major way. Okay, so I don't use the natural zodiac or the ABC zodiac. I did for about the first year, and it was really frustrating, and I wanted to like kind of let go of astrology. I hit a wall. And then I found out that that was optional and that you could unzip them, and I learned Hellenistic astrology, whole sign houses, and traditional rulership, and reignited and like set me like on, I guess, what I consider like my proper path for astrology. I do use ABC Natural Zodiac for medical astrology, which I'm sure we'll get there eventually. And then the last thing you're told you have to learn as a beginner before you like actually understand astrology and can start working with it are aspects. Aspects are often described by using signs and planets, just like we did earlier in this example. By looking at signs that all share an element, we're now working with trines or grand trines. That's going to tell us something about how everything works together and flows together. Or, like they're going to inform each other. So however you find a way in, you find a way in. Signs that share a modality and thus oppose and square each other are going to have more friction because everybody wants the same role and they all think that role should be embodied with a completely different energy, right? Whereas when we share the same element, everyone has their own role to express a similar energy that everyone agrees with in their own way, right? So aspects are informed by planets and signs, and you learn aspects and sign rulership from the Thema Mundi. So there's a lot of things to get a handle on. Understanding the names of the signs and their symbols is a good start. Okay? There is a separate video I made yesterday that dealt with modality more, so I'm not going to extensively go through it. It's going to come out as we go. Cardinal signs initiate, they start stuff. Fixed signs stabilize it and get into it and can get to a depth with it. Mutable signs are the transition, the contradiction, I don't know, what do you want to do until the new thing begins. Okay? In that video, I also talk about the qualities of hot, cold, wet, and dry. And then you combine those qualities, either hot and dry, or hot and wet, or cold and wet, or cold and dry, with a modality, and that gives you sign significations. Which I did not blend fully in that video because we also want to bring in the planetary ruler, right? And if you don't have a basis on the planets, where can you go? So I guess let's talk about planets. I have a separate video where I talk about the Thema Mundi. So I'll just draw it quickly here. So the Thema Mundi is considered the chart of the world, the birth chart of the world, and it begins with a Cancer rising chart. So these glyphs are going to be sideways because I drew it as an Aries rising chart, but we're just going to turn, I don't want to redraw it, we're just going to turn it over to a Cancer rising chart. And the setup of the Thema Mundi is that the moon is in the first house, ruling Cancer, followed by the sun, and then Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And then they would mirror image each other. Look at the other video to watch the whole explanation. But that gives us our sign rulership for all the signs and a whole bunch of beautiful symmetry. Watch the other video. And then we also have the planetary joys scheme, which says irrespective of which sign is where, it's not sign-based rulership. You have houses. So your houses always start with a 1 on the left and go counterclockwise. So houses and signs go in order counterclockwise. The first is always on the left. Aries doesn't have to be on the left. Aries can be anywhere, depending on the chart, right? Just theoretically, we tend to put Aries first, but as we just saw with the Thema Mundi, you can put Cancer first. The Witch's Wheel of the Year uses Samhain or a Scorpio rising chart. You can do whatever you want. The astrology police aren't going to come get you. Okay, so here's the houses, and then we have a planetary joy scheme, which not only gives a name to each house, but puts a planet having their specific joy in that place. Now, I personally am not sure. Again, coming to you student to student, not as a teacher, just sharing my notes. I have not come to a conclusion on whether the planets having their joy in a house gives more information about what that house is, or specifically highlights and, like, I don't know, uplifts that planet if they happen to be in that house. I'm not sure. More study is required. But it said that Mercury has his joy in the first, Saturn has his in the 12th, Jupiter has his in the 11th, Moon has hers in the 3rd, Venus in the 5th, Mars in the 6th, and Sun in the 9th. Okay? So these are the joys. And then there's like a name for each house. So this is the helm. Second is subterranean, because this is where things rise up from the subterranean, like from underground, as it looks to us. When something's rising up over the horizon, everything comes up in the east. Nothing comes up in the west. It's impossible, because we're tipping. We, the earth, are tipping like forward into the east, and so the east is rising above us, or that's how it looks. And then we have goddess. What is this one? I forget the names of them. Oh. Okay, so we are trying to learn the planets, and we're going to use the Thema Mundi for the basis of rulership, because what signs the planet rules influences both how you interpret the sign and the planet. And then we're going to use the names found in the houses of the planetary joy scheme to tell us more about the planet that finds their joy there. Okay? Okay. Ah? Okay. My pen is running out. So this order is called the Chaldean order. It's like the planetary order. It's also, if you're learning astrology through like the planetary spheres, this is the order of the spheres. This is the order of planetary speed. Moon moves fastest, then Mercury, then Venus, then Sun, then Mars, then Jupiter, then Saturn. So there's a bunch of different ways that we can look at the planets to learn them. One way to look at them is to look at the glyphs. So the cross, let's whiteboard it. There's the cross of matter and like the crescent. I always forget. It's like the crescent of spirit or the crescent of soul and the circle of soul or the circle of spirit. I don't ever remember. But we have, so for Saturn, we have matter, the cross of matter, over top of the crescent of spirit. So it's like when life weighs on your spirit. So that's an idea that we can get from Saturn. Whereas Jupiter is the crescent of spirit over top of the cross of matter. So it's like when your spirit is lifted above like the mundane drudgery. Mars has the circle of soul, and then we're moving with it. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on these. This is just my understanding of it. Sun is the circle of soul, so it's like your soul embodiment. Venus is soul on top of the cross of matter, so like embodied soul maybe. And then Mercury has this little crescent of spirit on top of the soul, on top of the matter, right? So like inspiration, thinking. Mars has like a physical movement, bringing the body around. Mercury's is more cerebral. It's the movement of ideas, the movement of the mind. And then our crescent of spirit is the moon herself. Okay, so that is one basis that we can use to look at the planets. They also have the names here from the planetary joy scheme. So Saturn finds his joy in the place of bad spirit. When we combine the theme of the cross of matter weighing on the crescent of spirit, and that Saturn himself finds his joy, or like a joyful expression, an easy expression, natural to him, in a place of bad spirit, well, he might be a bit of a heavy hitter. You know what I mean? Jupiter is good spirit. Mars is bad fortune. Sun is God. Venus is good fortune. Mercury is the helm. And Moon is goddess. So Mercury likes to have control and to have agency and to move around things, right? Mercury is kind of considered in between. He's not of either camp. There's a couple different camps that you can break the planets into, and Mercury is always like on the twilight zone between them because he can move easily between any camp. He's a shapeshifter. He can adopt anything he needs to get through. He's at the helm. He's navigating, right? So that's something about Mercury that we can denote. The idea that Sun has joy in the house of God, or the ninth house where Sun finds its joy, is thus called the house of God because Sun is there. And the third house where Moon finds her joy is maybe described as the house of Goddess because Moon likes it there so much. So that can denote automatically that Sun is God, Moon is Goddess, or that these things pertain to them. Bad fortune and good fortune, like once you learn more about the houses and the house significations, that helps inform. Like fifth house is about like pleasure, fun, joy, kids, sex, sport, competition, art, creativity, like the things you do to pass the time enjoyably. And Venus has her joy there. So does that, like, which one informs which one? They inform each other. Whereas Mars, the sixth house, which is the house of bad fortune, which is where Mars finds his joy, is the place of toil, routine, habit, like preventative maintenance, the thankless kind of chore stuff, the stuff you have to do every day that doesn't bring joy, but hopefully staves off misery. Like, that's the whole point of doing it, is to stave off misery. It's not about, this is a text post I saw a million years ago. It's not about goal accomplishment. It's about risk management or regret management. And so how does that inform us about Mars and about, like, he has his joy in the sixth house, which is a hidden house. We'll get to houses. But you're going to get a little bit about the planets, and then you're going to feed that into the houses. You're going to learn about the houses. You're going to feed that into the planets, okay? So those are the joys. Let's look at the qualities. Okay, so we have different temperamental qualities, which I'll break down really quickly here. So oh, we have hot, heat, expands, it goes out, it leaves a body. We people produce heat and it emanates from our bodies, right? And our waste is hot, like our breath and the things that go in the toilet. Um, we produce heat. Heat has something to share immediately and inherently. It's there. Cold absorbs heat, right? Like reptiles and cold-blooded creatures need to sit under a heat lamp or the sun in order to get the energy, in order to get, the looseness and the speed in order to speed up and start moving. Cold needs that thing to react to power it up. So there's like a threshold limit where you've got to, like, not until the glass is full can you start drinking or whatever. Like, there's a weight to it, there's a slowness to it. Whereas heat is there, it's immediate, it's fast, it's already dissipating. Dry is defined discrete, solo, individual, barren, separate. It's its own thing. You can think like a grain of sand or like a clump of dirt. Wet is like an amoeba, communal, collective. When the water adds to the dirt, now you have mud. You can't take out the clump of dirt. It's now its own new substance. Wet combines. Wet adheres. Wet creates communal, right? Individual, communal. So these are our basic qualities which influence both the elements and the planets. Just as you can look closer at the signs, you can break down a sign into modality and element. The planets aren't just what they rule and some keywords about the planets. Like, how do you get to know them? You get to know their temperament. You get to know their qualities. So Saturn is cold and dry. So he's going to act for himself and he's going to act in his own time. Jupiter is hot and wet, very fertile, very giving. There's a lot of life here. There's something to share with everyone. Mars is hot and dry. There's a lot of heat, there's a lot of energy, and he's going to go his own way. Sun is hot and dry. Sun is just freely giving its light and its heat and its life to us all the time. And it's not like Sun is down here holding our hands and making sure we're using like the light and the life appropriately. It's just shedding it because that's what sun does for itself. Venus is primarily a wet planet, so she harmonizes, she brings together, she cares about what's going on more outside herself, and she's going to bring things in. And then she's either going to be a hot or a cold planet depending if she's rising or setting. So here in the Thema Mundi, Venus, sun has risen. Is Venus in the sky yet? No. Sun is in the sky, sun is in the sky, sun is in the sky, sun is in the sky. Sun has set over in the seventh house. Venus is now visible in the night sky as a setting star. So here we would consider her cold. Why? Because if she wants to do anything, she's got to wait all day until sun or the king goes to bed, and then she can do what she wants before her bedtime. That's that's how you kind of think about it. Whereas if Venus can't ever be more than 2 signs away from the sun. So let's say Venus was instead in Gemini. Well, now she's a rising star, because if you want to see Venus in the sky, she's too close to the sun to really properly see her when the sun is in the sky. Sun has too much light. So if you want to see her, you got to wake up early, you got to look at the east where the sun is going to come up, and then you'll see her just above the horizon. She gets to do whatever she wants here in the beginning of the day before the king has woken up. She gets to have a little bit of morning time. So she'd be more hot because she wakes up and she acts. She doesn't have to spend all day in the sky until she waits until the end of the day. She gets to act right now, hot, and then that energy is gone, because now the energy in the sky is the sun's energy. And then Venus will set, and then sun will set, and so there's no chance to see her until the next morning. Okay, so that's the difference between rising and setting, and why we give rising hot and setting cold. And the only planets that have that distinction are Venus and Mercury, because they pass in front of the sun. They're just a little bit special. Mercury is a more dry planet. Mercury is just gonna go his own way and take whatever path he needs to. He's either gonna have a lot of energy being a rising, like if this was Mercury instead. Mercury could be at like 29 Gemini, and Sun, I believe, could be, I don't know. I don't know if that's too far. But anyway, bear with me. If Mercury was rising, he would be a hot planet because he gets to act right in those few moments, maybe an hour, where he has the horizon, the eastern horizon, before the sun swallows him, and the light is now just the light of day. And then if Mercury was here, then sun gets to set, and then as soon as sun is set, oh, we get a little glimpse of Mercury. He gets a little bit of action. He gets a little bit of time to shine, symbolically and like astrologically, and then he'll set. So he's got to wait all day, and then we got a little moment. So we need that patience, we need that cold, we need the heat of the whole day heating him up so that he can act at the end with the light that's left for him. And then moon is primarily cold and wet. So moon has the kind of the patience and the absorption and the like, okay, I'm just going to wait and watch and see what y'all do, that Capricorn, or that, sorry, that Saturn will have. But then as opposed to the dryness of Saturn, moon's going to have a wetness where I want to see what you all do, and then I'm going to come in and like serve or react or help or nurture or annihilate or like whatever. I'm going to come in and work with the group, whereas Saturn is going to be more like, well, I'm going to see what you all do, and then I'm going to act accordingly for me. Okay, so those are some differences that we can look at. Another way you get to learn the planets is by looking at their orbits. So we have these planets being the personal planets, and these planets on the inside of the sun are the inner planets. Okay, so moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, those are personal planets. Moon, Mercury, Venus, because they're on the inside of the sun, are the inner planets. Okay, and then that leaves, I'm always losing my brown marker. There it is. That leaves these two planets to be these are called the social planets because they deal more with like society and like the greater outside world. and Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and beyond as all superior planets. Okay? So why do we call these personal and social planets? Well, part of it has to do with their transits, their orbits. So Saturn takes roughly 30 years to go all the way around the zodiac, which means that Saturn returns happen about every 30 years. You start a whole new Saturn story, chapter, whatever, every 30 years. There's always stuff going on, but that's the largest scale. Saturn's also the farthest planet visible to the naked eye, consistently throughout the year. Uranus comes into visibility, but you pretty much need a telescope. So Saturn is considered like the limit, right? So we can also put the limit or the boundary because he was the far end. Jupiter has somewhere around a 12 to 13, I believe, year cycle. So you're going to have 2 Jupiter returns all in the time you have 1 Saturn return. So it's quite a bit faster. And then we move up to Mars, which has a 2-year orbit. So that's even faster. So if you think about like your own personal development, your preferences, or just what you're up to, if that changes about every 2 years, that's kind of normal. You're maybe just going through like different phases, you're trying different things. But the things that really only take a shift or have like a more 12-year story, like over a decade, or a 30-year story, those are more like stories of your life. That's more something that like other people might note, or it would be in like the blurb if you wrote a book, or if someone had to write something about you. It would be, those would be the story notes. That would be more public, more social. Whereas this stuff is more personal to you because it's happening so quickly, it's happening so frequently that like, is there even time to share it all with the world? It's just part of your daily life, right? The sun takes a year to go around the zodiac. What's actually happening is we are taking a year to go around the sun. We'll get into that later. So the sun is 1 year, Venus is 1 year, Mercury is 1 year, and the moon is 30 days. So this is a transit. This is their orbit. This is their orbital speed, and this is how long it takes them to go around the zodiac. Okay? Now we can immediately see that there's a similarity between these guys, and they're always together because Venus and Mercury, as being on the inside, we're going to talk about the planets now. How do we want to do it? This is going to be so annoying to edit, like all these boring parts out. I don't know how much I'll do. Okay. So the sun is in the middle of our solar system. And then we have Mercury, Venus, us, and we have like the moon going around us personally. And then we have Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Okay, so that's literally what's happening. From our perspective on Earth, what looks like is happening is that the sun, and we'll do a stylized sun here, is on a fixed path year after year. We know where the sun's going to be day after day, right? And there's a shift if you live seasonally where, okay, so let's say that this is, nope, that's wrong. So if you live seasonally, like outside my window, I face west. So if I'm looking, I'm in the north. I'm facing west. That means in Capricorn season, the sun is setting way to the south of me at Aries and Libra 0 degree. Like when the sun enters 0 degree of Aries and Libra, sun is setting directly west from me. And at the height of Cancer season, or when Cancer begins, at the very end of Gemini and the very beginning of Cancer, is when sun will set the very most north of me, and I'll get some sunlight coming in through my north windows, like sunbeams, even though the windows are to the north. So the sun is on a fixed path, and over seasons we can see that like she kind of like changes a little bit where she's going to be, but it's very regular where the sun is, and that's a fixed path that we call the ecliptic. This is actually the path that we are on, and as we go around the sun, it looks like sun is like going by us on that same fixed path, right? Even though sun is stationary because we're going around it. But because we have the perspective being here on Earth, it looks like sun is moving around us. And then every day as Earth is tipping into the east is what gives sun her daily rise, fullness, set, rise, fullness, set, rise, fullness, set. Right? So what happens is that the Earth is moving around the sun, and it makes it look like the sun and all the planets are tracking in zodiacal order through the signs in the order that they go. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. They go in this order. But because we, the Earth, are tipping to the east all the time, what happens is the sky is fixed and we're tipping this way. And so it's going to look like, if we think we're fixed, the sky is going that way, right? And so sun is going to, because we're tipping that way, but we're actually fixed, sun is going to come up every day and culminate and go down every day. Come up every day, culminate, and go down every day, which is how you get different birth times, having different planets in different houses, different charts, even though people are born on the same day. I hope that is not too much. So, this is the ecliptic. Sun is on the ecliptic. What it looks like to us is that Mercury and Venus have internal and external conjunctions with the sun, because when we are lined up, Sun, Mercury, Earth, that's when a retrograde is happening. And it looks like the planet is like going backwards and stopping, but we're just passing it at such a rate that that's how it looks. And then sometimes we will have Sun, Earth, and Mercury will still be with Sun, but like way over here, and that's a superior conjunction. So only Venus and Mercury will do that. I was talking about how these guys move together because they can't really move apart. I'm going to refer you to Gemini Brett for this a little bit beyond basic stuff about the planets, because it adds a lot, and I'm just not qualified to be giving you education on it. Let me come back to this idea and see if I can be coherent. Attempts are being made. Okay, so in reality, we have the Sun, and then Mercury, and then Venus, and then us with our moon, and then Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Okay? Okay. So this is literally the actual solar system. Okay? So if we take that down and we say that the perspective is from Earth, then what's happening is it looks like we've got, and it looks like we have the sun. It looks like we have the sun going around on a fixed path, which is actually our fixed path. Okay? So instead of seeing ourselves track around on a racetrack, on a railroad around the sun year after year, it looks like the sun is on that railroad going by us. And then we've got And then we've got these two inner planets, Mercury and Venus, which are going to just hang out like really close to the sun and kind of swing side to side around it. So Mercury can't ever be more than like one sign away, and Venus can't ever be more than like two signs away from the sun, because what's happening from our perspective is that they're just swinging around the sun, and it's because they are. Okay? We are here, they're going to go around the sun at a certain speed, and we're going to be moving as well. So sometimes we pass each other on the same side of the sun, and that is an internal conjunction, and it's when that planet has its retrograde. Sometimes they're going to be passing on the outside of the sun when we're across from it, and then that is going to be the superior conjunction, where the planet looks like it's moving really fast. It's moving faster than the sun moves every day, and it catches up and meets with and has a cazimi with the sun and then peels away. Versus when we're all lined up together on the same side of the sun, just the nature of they're going in a direction, we're going in a direction, there's a certain speed and there's a reference point. As we gain on them, it's going to look like they kind of stop. And like, this is like when you're driving on a highway. I have a video to put here. All right. There's a car on the highway. You're coming up beside them on the highway. Because of the speed they're going, the speed you're going, you're gaining on them. If you didn't know any better, you would say that they're kind of slowing down. Are they not moving? Obviously, you know they're still moving forward, but it kind of looks like they're not moving as you gain on them. And then you get to such a perspective that it kind of looks like they're moving backwards. You pass each other, and then they keep moving backwards until it looks like they're kind of stopping again. You know, logically, that they're still driving forward. It just, compared to how you're driving, It looks like they're not really moving, and then they start to move forward again from your perspective against whatever backdrop you're driving against, right? There's like a video that I tried to find that I thought I had saved that I don't have saved, of like a airplane going by another airplane, and it looks like this airplane is just like hovering and not moving over a bridge. And like obviously it's moving through the air. It can't do that. It's not a helicopter. And so that is the exact idea of retrograde. It's just a perspective trick. Everybody's still moving the way they're moving, but because we're basically lapping this planet and it's on the inside of us compared to like some monument that we can reference, for us the sun, it looks like they slow down and go backwards and slow down and come forward again. And that is the retrograde. And that is how it looks to us for these inner planets around the sun. And so they just swing around the sun over and over and over again, coming inside and going outside, and coming inside and going outside. Mercury will do this 3 times a year. Venus will end up doing it once every 2 years. So she does lap every year, but one lap will have her be going really fast and having this external conjunction where she goes faster than the sun, meets it, goes past it, and then has to slow down a little bit. And then we'll have like a year where we see her be really slow and the sun will catch up to her and she'll go through her retrograde and have the Kazemi where she's on the inside of the sun, and then she'll emerge and then she'll speed up again and start going in the normal direction for the rest of the year. The story I have about Mercury's retrograde and how they happen so often is Mercury is often considered like a child, and I consider kind of like the sun's child. And so if you think about like you're walking with your kid on the sidewalk and they speed ahead of you, and then you have to call them and be like, Mercury, slow down. Like, you're not allowed to cross the road without me. And so they stop, and you're like, okay, well, come back. Like, don't be so far ahead of me. And they have to turn around, and then they come by, and then they're walking by, and you either admonish them or you like give them like, it's okay, buddy. Like, you just can't go that far away from me. It's not safe. And then they're like, okay. And then they're like looking at a leaf or whatever, so they're behind you, and then you keep going, and now they're just as far away from you as they were the first time. So you're like, hey, come on, Mercury, you gotta, like, can't be that far away from me, buddy. We're walking, we're going for a walk, you gotta come this way. So then he turns around, he finished looking at his leaf, or he picked it up, or he's like, hey, Dad, look at this. Mom, look at this. Parent, son, look at this. And then he starts to speed up to come show you and be like, look. And then you're like, yeah, that's cool, buddy. Like, right on. And he's like, yeah, I'm excited. And then he runs ahead, and then you're like, Mercury, like, don't cross that road. We're not there yet. Like, you can't go without me. It's not safe. And then we start it again. So that, to me, is how I conceptualize the Mercury retrograde. And I want to make a note right now about retrogrades, how we usually talk about retrogrades as like normal being direct and like not normal being retrograde. And I just want to point out that if you were doing something regularly 3 times a year in a cycle, it is normal. It's normal to celebrate Christmas for people that celebrate Christmas. That happens once a year. It's not abnormal, it's special, it's something notable, but it's not like aghast abnormal. And so we talk about like normal and not normal and like uncomfortable and like unexpected in retrogrades, and they're not unexpected. It is a regular part of the pattern. Mercury has retrograde denoting because he's about communication and like technology, that like your emails or your notes or your mail or your contracts will go astray, miscommunications will abound, and that will happen during a retrograde. And I just want to say that snafus in communication is normal. And so if you can also approach retrogrades as like this is the period of time to have it be the balance of whatever it normally is, and that's a normal part of every cycle, maybe it's just a nicer way to approach it, like for your own mental health. Okay. So that's these planets, these inner planets. They just swing around the sun. Wherever sun is, they're going to be nearby, either rising or setting. So if they're rising, you're going to have to see them in the morning before the sun rises. And if they're setting, you're going to have to wait until sunsets and then look at the setting, the western horizon, to try and get a glimpse before they dip below the surface of the Earth. And then we have Mars, and Mars sets the pattern for all the rest of the planets, where he's on the outside of us. And so when we are lined up in a row like this, that is again when we are passing we're lapping Mars in our orbit. And so Mars is the first planet to set the pattern, the first far superior planet on the outside of the sun. So he's the first one to set the pattern where it's really like, we call this an opposition, and what it really means is we are with this planet. This is the closest the planet is ever going to get to us, is when they're in retrograde. And that's true for all of the planets that retrograde. When Venus and Mars are retrograding, they're between us and the sun. And when they're in their other cazimi, the superior cazimi, they're the farthest they can get from us from the sun. The actual distances might vary. I have no idea. And then Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the far planets, when we are with them, when they're as close to us as they can get, when their influence is like distantly the closest and the most prominent, and we can see the light, like we can actually see these planets in the sky when we are in opposition to them, with them from the sun, and so they're showing up at nighttime, and that's when we have the retrogrades. A planet will retrograde and then have an exact opposition and be the most visible in the middle of the retrograde. And then for all of these far planets, when they're on the far side of the sun, that is when we're still lined up in a straight line, sun, earth, whatever planet, but instead of being in opposition, now from our perspective on the earth, it's sun and then planet. So they have an external conjunction, and all of the far planets conjunctions are external. That's supposed to be Mars. And then if they're in opposition, it is retrograde. So that can also take the heat off if you've got a whole bunch of planets, far planets that are retrograde. And what does it mean? It just means they're not in the same season as the sun. They're in an opposite season as the sun. It happens every year. It's not as wildfire as you're maybe making it out to be or reading online. Okay, so that is some basics about like how it's actually working. I hope that was coherent and helpful. I'm gonna move on now. Okay. So these guys all go together. So they have something about like personal experience. And then Moon is the most personal because she changes the most often. And who does she have something similar with? Well, 30 days, 30 years. That's interesting. So these two planets play against each other. Why else do they play against each other? Because Cancer, that is ruled by the Moon, is opposed by Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn. So they also have an interplay here. So there's lots of ways to look at the planets and how they interact with each other and how they interplay with each other. And then we get to rulership and essential dignities. Now the whole table of essential dignities is a big table, so we're not going to go through all of that. We're just going to talk about rulership first. So domicile rulership, what signs do these planets rule? So Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Jupiter rules Sag and Pisces. Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. Sun rules Leo. Okay, so Sun and Moon each only rule one sign because really they're two halves of one whole idea of light. And so that whole idea of light is given two signs to rule, a solar expression and a lunar expression. And then each of the other traditional planets is also giving two signs to rule. The concept of Saturn and of limits and of no and of longevity and of time is given two concepts, two signs to rule. Nocturnal expression Capricorn and an solar expression Aquarius. Jupiter, the planet of fecundity and fertility and good spirit and generosity and abundance, has a solar expression in Sagittarius and a nocturnal expression in Pisces. Mars, the planet of bad fortune and aggression and friction and itchiness and heat and action, rules a solar expression in Aries and a nocturnal expression in Scorpio. Sun has a solar expression in Leo. Sun as God, as all, as light, has his own stage in Leo. Venus as the planet representing harmony and togetherness and socialization and beauty and the beautification of things, has a nocturnal expression in Taurus and a solar expression in Libra. Mercury, which rules details and kind of like jack of all trades, like being able to do a lot of different stuff, having a lot of self sufficiency, being able to learn and teach and kind of play all roles, has a solar expression in Gemini and a lunar expression in Virgo. And Moon has a lunar expression in Cancer. So that's one way to look at all of these. Then you're going to combine all of that. You're going to say that, okay, Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Saturn, a cold and dry planet, rules the cold, dry cardinal and the hot, wet, fixed planet. How does that influence your understanding of Capricorn and Aquarius, but also how does those influence what we know about Saturn if he has rulership there, if he's so comfortable there? We're going to look at Mercury and see that both of the signs that Mercury rules are mutable. So how does that influence our idea of Mercury, that he's so detail capable and he's so analytical, and you may really want the mercurial parts of you, or a very mercurial person, a Gemini or a Virgo, to like just focus on one thing. But it is in Mercury's nature as the ruler of both of these places and only mutable places that change is not only preferred but necessary. Change is required. Being able to bounce around between ideas, between tasks, between interests, between conversations, between people, able to navigate his own way whenever he wants, however he wants, that's integral to Mercury, integral to Gemini, integral to Virgo. So how does that all influence each other? Similarly, Jupiter is in the same boat. Jupiter rules only mutable signs. So we take that changeability and we kind of expand it away from the details and I need to do this and I need to do that, to I need to think about this, I need to hope for that, I need to learn this, I need to teach that, I need to immerse myself in different like philosophical, spiritual ideas, just a bigger scale than your own mind. It's like your soul needs that changeability, that adventure, that question mark up in the air. That's part of what Jupiter needs as well, right? So you combine all of these different ideas over and over and over, and you slowly build up like a really robust, like not even framework, like a net, like a network, a web of meaning, not just for planets, not just for signs, not just for houses, but for all of them. And then, in my opinion, all of that teaches you aspects because that's how they come together. What you see, like when you start looking at the chart and you don't just see, okay, Scorpio, Venus, and a square to something. Scorpio means so much. Venus means so much. The square means so much. And then what they're squaring means so much that you really have like almost endless things to talk about. Once you have the basics down, you can just talk and talk and talk about a chart until you're blue in the face because there's endless layers and depth to it. Okay, so these are the signs, these are the planets and the signs that they rule, and then planets also have an exaltation somewhere. So rulership is like this is their house, they have authority here, everything they own, everything in the house is theirs. They can do what they want with it. If they have a guest, they can feed them or not. They can do what they want. It's their house, it's their authority. Perfect comfort, like perfect control. We have exaltation. Exaltation is like an honored guest. Alice Sparkly Cat has good treatment on exaltation. Exaltation is like an honored guest, and so you're almost more resourced than when you are in your own home because they're not your resources, so you don't have to be like as careful with them. You don't have to think about like, these are the resources in my home. What am I doing with them now and in future? It's open season. You get to use whatever you want. Who's going to say no? You're an exalted guest. And so that can also kind of push you into, in my opinion, the role of tyrant a little bit more than domicile rulership is able to, this is just my opinion. I'm not a very practiced astrologer, so like just take it with a grain of salt. But the idea not only of like tyranny and like abuse of power, like who's going to say no? If someone comes in and let's say you have like house staff, like you have cleaners or whatever, or you have like someone working on your house, and you have a guest comes in and they tell them to do something different, do they listen to that guest or do they listen to you? Do they ignore the guest? Would that be too rude? How much honor does this guest have? How much power? Is that power checked by anybody? So also the pressure to be an exalted guest can put you up on a pedestal and really make you, strive for that perfectionism, and that higher level, that excellency. But I feel like unchecked, it can really lead to like a tyranny or an abuse of power. So anyway, that's my notes on exaltation. But all the planets have exaltation somewhere, and so Saturn's exaltation is in Libra. How does that more inform our idea of Libra and of Venus, who, like her exalted guest, when this planet comes into Libra, she rolls out the red carpet and it's Saturn. What does that tell us about themes of Libra? Justice, harmony, relationship, the balancing of the scales, all those things, moving together, all those things we think about Libra. How does that influence our idea about Saturn and how much he likes rules and influencing structure, right? Influencing both because of cardinal, influencing both because of air, and then structure, Saturn, the way things are, putting things into law. Saturn would love that. He would love to get his hands on that, right? How do they all inform each other, right? Jupiter has exaltation in Cancer. So we take the nutritive, nourishing, mothering ideas that are always tied to Cancer and Moon, and we add in this fertility, this like nutrition on steroids idea when we bring Jupiter having exaltation in Cancer as well. Mars has exaltation in Capricorn. I struggled so much with Mars as an archetype because there's the idea of like Mars as the warrior, or like Mars is like kind of the gym bro, like the muscle head. Whereas my understanding of Mars is he's got a spark, it's a flash in the pan. It's not consistent, it's not every day. How do you get that consistent everyday quality? Well, it's because Mars the warrior, Mars the soldier, Mars the one who does what he's told and follows order. That's exaltation in Capricorn, right? Saturn doesn't have all the energy and the heat that he would like to get things done in the time he wants. Mars shows up. Oh, Mars will do it. No problem. Especially Mars appreciates in certain circumstances appropriate authority, firm enough authority that Mars can't really butt its head against it and can't burn it down. Okay. Mars will go to work as Saturn's soldier in Capricorn. That helped me with the idea of Mars and the idea of like body and muscle and blah blah blah. It's not all Aries. To me, it's coming from Capricorn, the building of things, right? Sun has exaltation in Aries. Aries is about the self. Sun is about the self and the body and the soul. So, when Sun shows up into Aries, is Mars competitive? No, Mars is like, all right, a worthy equal has come in. Let me exalt you here in my house. Venus has her exaltation in Pisces, adding artistry and romance into Jupiter's sign of Pisces, which already had themes of like kind of romantic glamour with like the mist and the fluidity of Pisces and the deep emotional like kind of depth and the flow. So now we're adding like an artistic expression to Pisces because Venus is there as well, right? And a romance. Mercury has his exaltation in his own sign of Virgo, which is very self of him. So Gemini is fine, but Virgo, to me, Mercury is always kind of overlooked and kind of relegated to like the messenger and like the ideas guy. Like go, I don't know, go talk to somebody, use your words. And so Mercury having something to do, you're going to give me something to do. He loves that. I don't just want to talk about it, I want to do it. Give me something to do. Give me a little bit of responsibility. Let me perfect it, right? So that's Mercury's exaltation in Virgo, and why Virgo can also be pushed up into that limit of perfectionism, or like really taking things kind of to on almost unhealthy analytical detail. Like, lighten up a little bit. It's because that exaltation idea is doubled down for this detail oriented ruler, right? There isn't a different energy to bring in here. Not only no different energy to bring into Virgo, but no different energy to bring into Mercury, because he's just having a loop here in Virgo. So it can really become like a self-eating monster here, where it just it's like a positive feedback loop where it just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. And then Cancer has her exaltation in Taurus. So this is, you know, Taurus is, maybe we think about the earth sign. It wants to be a little bit more detached, a little less caring. Where's all the nutrition, and where's all like, we joke that Taurus is like obsessed with food. Where's that coming from? Well, the moon is in there. Moon cares about nutrition and nurturing so much that when moon moves into Taurus, the earth sign, the nighttime sign for Venus, Venus rolls out the red carpet and the chaise lounge for moon to lounge on. So moon can be exalted in Taurus and be cared and fed and cared for and all those things. Okay? Then we can look at something called detriment and fall. So detriment is going to be the opposite of where they rule. So just as you have all the resources you could possibly need in domicile rulership, you got nothing to work with in detriment. It's up to the planet that rules and having aspect to you to like give you what they can, but what they can give you, you can't readily use. So, oh, sun. So Saturn has detriment in Leo and Cancer as being the signs furthest from his domicile, opposite, in opposition to his domicile. In Capricorn, he's got the resources he needs. In Aquarius, he's got the resources he needs. In Leo and Cancer, it's a bit too personal. It's a bit too warm. It's a bit too lovey-dovey, mushy. How are you doing? I need you to take a step back. Like, as much as you want to console me and rub your hand on my back, it's actually causing like a nervous system reaction, and it's not going to work for me, right? Like, sun and moon can try and, nourish and nurture and resource Saturn in Leo and Cancer as much as they want, but like Saturn can't really take it. He can't absorb those nutrients in the way that they want, in the way that he needs. So that's detriment. Jupiter has detriment, again, in the opposite signs here. So we're going to have detriment. So these should be backwards to match this sign order. But we're going to have detriment in Gemini and Virgo. So this also is going to help influence what we understand about Jupiter and Mercury, because Jupiter having his rulership in these mutable signs, ruled by himself, and then having a detriment in Mercury signs, as we talked about earlier with the same modality of a sign having friction to it, everybody's mutable, but it's a completely different kind of mutable. So something that comes up for Jupiter and Mercury a lot is the phrase, can't see the forest for the trees, can't see the trees for the forest. Jupiter cannot see the trees for the forest. Jupiter sees the forest and wow, breathtaking, amazing, imagination is going wild. What magical things are happening in that forest? What stories is it inspiring? To individually look at each tree and be like, that's a pine, that's a cedar, that's a birch, or to look actually into the trees and be like, what's going on with that tree? That one's sick. That one has a deer under it. Like, immediately we're taken by the forest. Whereas if Jupiter is trying to get Mercury to see the forest and appreciate the grandeur, Mercury is like, we're here to count all of these trees individually. And Jupiter is like, by eaches? Like, alone? And Mercury is like, yeah, that's what we're here to do. Like, we're here about the trees. Forget about the forest. We need to focus on each individual tree. And Jupiter's like, I don't know if I have the attention span for that. What are you talking about? They can work really well together, especially if you loop in Saturn, who has the analytics of Mercury, but the breadth, the broadness, the scope of Jupiter. So Saturn can kind of make peace with Jupiter about like, okay, I'm going to come up to your level and I'm going to hammer some details at you so that keep you on focus. So they can kind of all work together. But like they could also work together if they take the time to work together, where Jupiter figures out like a certain vibe for looking at a part of the forest, and then Mercury goes and does his busy work there and understands that when Jupiter says, well, this looks full, there's like over 100 trees and over 5 species in that patch of woods. And when Jupiter is like, oh, this looks kind of lonely and sparse, that means there's under 50 trees with less than 3 species, like 3 or less species. Like they could work together with the forest and the trees if they can just have the patience to do so, and being mutable planets essentially because they both rule mutable signs. Who knows if they do have the patience to get there in the end, right? They may need somebody with patience to come in and like mediate that, or like put that team together so that all the trees in all of the forest gets counted and appreciated and saved because the work was done and no one argued and walked away from the work. That was a tangent on forestry, I guess. Mars has his detriment in Libra and Taurus. Venus can want to resource Mars as much as she is able and willing. And like, what is Mars supposed to do with the resources of everybody and of like self enjoyment instead of like self expression and adventure for myself? Like, it's just hard, right? If you have planets in detriment, it doesn't mean your life is kiboshed and that's it for you. It means you may interact with people that are represented by these populations. So like Venus in Aries is sometimes like being a nurse on like the war front, right? Like being a war nurse, or I know Venus in Scorpio, and she's a social worker, and it's in the 12th house, right? So she's bringing balance, she's bringing understanding to the underdog, which is what is represented by someone in detriment. You may not be the underdog, you may just be interfacing with that community or with that idea, okay? Sun has detriment in Aquarius. So sun is all about the self and shining for the self. And it's like if sun is shining for all the universe, at some point you have to come to terms with the universe actually being full of individual suns themselves. And so the sun is a little bit uncomfortable with that because how do you shine if you're recognizing that we all shine? Just give me my stage. Like, ugh, that's sun in detriment in Aquarius. We're all special, which makes none of us special, etc. Venus has her detriment in Scorpio and Aries. These signs are just a bit too individualistic for this very wet planet who, like, doesn't someone want to go on this journey with me? Like, no, this is your journey. Like, damn, yo. Can't wait to talk to somebody about this after, either in Pisces or Taurus or Libra, like somewhere where we can have a nice time and chat about this horrendous experience. Mercury is going to have his detriment in Sag and Pisces. Again, it's just too broad. Like, can we talk about reality, please? What are you doing up in the clouds? Join me here, please, Or like Mercury might want to talk about stuff, and then Jupiter or Sagittarius is like, let's go do it. And Gemini's like, oh, we were just talking, we were just shooting the shit. We were just talking about it. What are you talking about? I'm not going to go do all these things we talked about. Versus, on the doing side, what do you mean it was just a daydream? What do you mean it was just throwing ideas around? What do you mean it was just a beautiful dream? I'm doing it. I'm halfway done. What are you talking about? You don't even care about it anymore. What? Like, it's just exhausting for him. And then Moon has her detriment in Capricorn. Moon wants to be nourished now. Moon wants you to come in with the nurturing and the love and the mothering right now. We don't want to wait. We don't want to work for it. We don't want to delay that gratification. What do you mean? And then Saturn takes such a long time to do anything, 30 years. Moon is changing every 30 days. It's just so uncomfortable. It's just so this it's so the same. Ugh, every time. Can we add some flow into it? So she's a little uncomfortable in Capricorn. And then we can look at fall. Now fall is going to be opposite of the exaltation. Fall to me is like the idea of falling in society. So there's something called peregrine. Peregrine means none of this is happening. They don't have exaltation, they don't have domicile rulership, they don't have detriment, they don't have fall. They're just there vibing. And that's cool. No one's mad about that. Um, and so sometimes peregrine to me is like sometimes people want notoriety. And if you have detriment or if you have fall, you're still known in your community. So you think about in a small community with like a houseless person, like I grew up in a little city outside of the big metropolitan city, and we had like one homeless person and everybody knew his name and he was like the homeless guy of the town. So that had some notoriety. If he had disappeared, we'd be like, "Where'd he go?" I don't remember his name now. Sorry. It's been like 20 years. Um, and then if you have fall, like you were up somewhere and then you fell from it. So there's some notoriety there. We know you. Or if you have like characters that walk around your town, like there's someone in an old neighborhood I lived in who like always walked around with like a big like top hat, like a big Mad Hatter or like Cheshire Cat like top hat. Um, and so like that's some notoriety. We don't know how he's doing. I'm not saying that's necessarily fall, but that's what I mean. It's like you're still known in the community, in the social structure of the zodiac as something. There's something to go off of, there's something to denote. And again, it may not be that you are in fall personally, but you're dealing with people that are kind of that underdog, not really served, fell through the cracks in this sign. This is what the fall and the detriment are going to represent. People not served by these energies. So like Saturnian people, melancholic people are not really served by Leo Cancer energies of like, wake up and shine. It's a brand new day. Isn't life fun? Like we need everyone to just be quiet in the morning, that kind of thing. So the fall sign is going to be opposite of the exaltation sign. So Saturn has his fall in Aries. So Aries is a hot cardinal sign. You think so? We already know that the cardinal is going to have something at odds because Saturn rules a cardinal sign, and now he's going to be in another cardinal sign, and it's wanting something else than he can bring. It's wanting a lot more heat and fastness and action than Saturn has in him to give, and so he just can't really keep up in Aries. Aries might heat him up a little bit so he moves a little bit faster, but like he doesn't really want to move very fast. In his fast sign, the hot air sign, that's fixed. So he's not moving at all. He's just where he is. So this is kind of uncomfortable for him. Jupiter has fall. Fall is the opposite of the exaltation sign. And so Jupiter has fall in Capricorn. Things take so long there, and like Saturn's such a buzzkill. We don't love that. Mars has his fall in Cancer. So we've got a cardinal sign. Mars rules a cardinal sign. So there's going to be some friction there. But then we have two water signs, and why is there friction here? Because if Mars is going to care about something, he's going to care about it. Whereas Cancer wants to come in wave after wave of caring. We're going to care about this population, we're going to care about that thing, we're going to care about this person, we're going to care in this way. And it's too much. If Mars is going to care, he's going to get into it. Don't keep bringing new waves of stuff to care about. Sun has fall in Libra, so similar to having to like care about everybody being their own shining light and aren't we all unique and blah blah blah. In Aquarius, like Sun can't have his own ways. Sun can't shine. Sun can't be the one who shines. if we're giving space for everyone to shine, if we're trying to harmonize and have balance and have equity, it's just not as fun, right? I want to do my own thing as the sun. I don't want to care about everybody else doing their own thing. Don't harsh my vibe kind of thing. Venus is going to have her fall in Virgo. So this is like a nitpicky energy, especially compared to Taurus, which is like, oh, I'm going to languish. I'm going to enjoy myself. Virgo might come in and be like, what are you doing? Like, itemize all the things you're doing and tell me why they're worth it, or why they're worth your time, or why you're spending time on it in the first place. And like, that's a buzzkill. We don't want to do that. It's just so critical when she just wants to have a nice time, you know? It's so busy. Why do we have to do all this busy work? Can we just vibe? Mercury is then going to have his detriment in the opposite of his exaltation, which is going to double down on Pisces. So I'm recording this October 2025. We're in Mercury retrograded Sagittarius. The last two retrograde Sag and Pisces were brutal. And it's because he doesn't like it here. Okay? It's too watery. We don't like it. It's too much. Of all the mutable things, like, he's primarily a dry planet. And so he has a little bit between all the mutables. These ones he owns, he rules, he lives there, he's got power. In Sagittarius, at least is dry. At least he can do his own thing. It's a bit too philosophical. It's a bit too woo for him. But whatever, he can make do. But to have all that change and on such a broad, non-specific scale, and then to be watery, that's a lot. That's asking a lot of this little vessel to continue to show up in that, you know? And then Moon is going to have her fall in Scorpio. And I talked about this when I was talking about the signs earlier, where like you would think that Moon might have something going for it in Scorpio because she rules this water sign, Cancer. That's another water sign. Easy. And Moon and Mars, the ruler of Scorpio, they're both like night planets. Like they have something going on together. They're both personal planets. Why can't they come to an understanding here? Why is she so uncomfortable in Scorpio? Well, because she's used to so much change. The cardinal Cancer means that she's starting something, she's starting something, she's starting something, not really caring about how it maintains or what the outcome is or the last little bit. We're going to start something. We're going to care about this. We're going to start this emotion. And then Moon herself is always changing phase, shape, light, where she is, how she is, who she's looking at, who she's talking to. And so to get into Scorpio, which is, yeah, we're going to feel and we're going to keep on feeling and we're going to keep on feeling. And it just goes too deep for her. There's not enough change. There's not enough transience or shifting or newness or there's none of that happening. And so it gets just, it wears her down. It gets uncomfortable. Like it's too much of a pity party, even for the Moon, you know? Okay. So that's one way to look at the planets. We're also going to look at them using sect. Okay, so we have in the chart, if the sun is above the AC DC axis, that means it's daytime. The sun is up in the sky. If the sun is out right now when you're watching this, pause. Open up a chart from astro-seek or astro.com. Open up a chart from wherever you open your chart. If it's daytime right now, you're going to see that the sun is above your horizon if you've got your thing set up correctly. Who likes to be up with the sun, the big sky daddy? Well, the other big planets, Jupiter and Saturn. And if we go back to our planetary joy scheme, which I erased, this is the setup of the planetary joys. We've got Sun in the 9, Jupiter in 11, Saturn in the 12th. These are the big planets. They're the far planets. They're more social, like infrastructure, the way things are type planets, and they're happy in the day. So this is called the benefic of, the malefic out of, and the luminary of sect, specifically day sect. So in the daytime, the luminary, or the planet that has the most light, sun and moon, is going to be the luminary of sect, luminary of the daytime. Jupiter, being the moderate planet, or the planet that's going to like soften things for you, being in the daytime, is the benefic of sect. So if you have a day chart, Jupiter is the most positive planet in the chart. And then if you have a day chart, Saturn is the, so he's not the malefic out of sect, he's the malefic of sect. And so Saturn is like less harsh in the daytime. Why? Because Saturn is a cold and dry planet, and in the daytime he's given all this heat from the sun, so he's not as cold and slow. It's not as extreme as it would be if he didn't have that heat from the daytime. And then Jupiter is up in the daytime. There's visibility here. It's great. We're up in the social sphere. So Jupiter's doing well as well. As well, the heat from Jupiter is working well with the heat from the sun to soften up Saturn. Now in the nighttime, we have our other planets. Again, from the joy scheme, we have Moon in 3, Venus in 5, Mars in 6. And so these are our night sect. Moon is the luminary of night. Venus is the benefic of sect in a night chart. And Mars has like a little bit of moderation in the night, because the coolness and the wetness of nighttime cools and slows down Mars's heat. If he's in a really dry or really flammable sign, or with a flammable planet, maybe that's mitigated and he's still really hot. But what that means is Saturn is going to be the malefic out of sect in the nighttime, and Mars is going to be the malefic out of sect in the daytime. So what that amounts to is that in the daytime, your luminary of sect is the sun. The most beneficial planet that you have in your chart is allegedly, technically, before you get into the weeds of really assessing everybody, is allegedly Jupiter. And the harshest, most extreme planet in the chart is going to be Mars. Because if you have a day chart, your life has all this heat, all this visible, usable heat, and that's going to heat up Mars. That's going to make him, if he's combustible, it's going to make it really easy for him to combust. Whereas in the nighttime, if you have a night chart, your luminary sect is the moon. You maybe feel like a more lunar person. You go through more changes. You're less steady. You don't want to be as visible, or that itself changes. The most beneficial planet for you is going to be Venus, because she's operating in her sect. And the most dangerous or most extreme or most malefic planet is going to be Saturn, because his coldness is going to be exacerbated by the coldness of the nighttime. And so he can, if he's putting a limit on you, he can really drive that limit in and kind of make it like unending and almost unbearable. That coldness, those limits, that distance can really be prominent in a night chart with Saturn. So you can really generally break it down between like good and bad, or like helpful and like more cautionary tale between the planets based on sect. And then they kind of work together. Moon and Venus and Mars all work in the night together. They like to be in the night. If they're in the night part of a chart in the nighttime, they're happy. If they're away from the sun in a day chart, they're happy. Whereas the far planets, the big sky gas giants, they want to be up in the daytime with the daytime. If it's nighttime and they're up in the sky, depends where the moon is, but they want to work in a bigger, larger way over a larger time scale, like for a larger purpose. So we've got the moon, which is 30 days, and then these personal planets, and we have the sun, which is 365 days to make a round, and these guys, which take like multiple years, multiple cycles of all of these to make even one of these cycles. And so it's just a longer, larger, more generational, like more social, more infrastructure of society theme than the night planets. So that's another way to break them down, again coming from the Planetary Joys scheme. Okay. So that gives us planets and the signs they rule with the rest of their essential dignities and their qualities. And we can say sect and orbit, or you can look at that again as returns. Anytime a planet makes a full lap, it's called a return. And joys, right? So that's everything we looked at for the planets. We looked at the signs that they rule and have essential dignity in, fall and detriment being part of the essential dignity scheme. We looked at the qualities that each planet has: cold, hot, dry, or wet. We looked at sect and who prefers to be where, how do they operate in different environmental conditions. And we looked at their orbit, or the time frame that they move, and how does that influence the themes of the planet, the expression of the planet. And we looked at joys. Where do they each have their joy, and how does learning more about that house tell you about the planet? How does learning more about that planet tell you about the house and the name that it carries? Okay? So that is a breakdown of planets. I am going to give some keywords per planet, which we haven't really done. We've just kind of talked about the conditions surrounding them. I'm going to give some key significations for each planet. You should look into yourself. You should check out the resources listed below. You should find more resources. You should read the sources, which I have not done. And then I'm going to give you a little thought experiment specifically around Aquarius. So Saturn, this temperament here, this combination of cold and dry, this is called melancholic. So Saturn is like a depressive kind of actor. The planets are like the actual actors, the people, the expressors of energy. The signs are the flavor of expression, or like the motivation for how we want to be. And then the modality of the sign is a further refinement on that expression, a role within the expression, right? But this temperament here between signs and planets, cold and dry is melancholic, hot and wet is sanguine, hot and dry is choleric, and cold and wet is phlegmatic. So I'll go through all that. But we could say that because Aquarius is a hot and wet sign, that it's a sanguine sign, and that Aries is a choleric sign, and that Cancer is a phlegmatic sign, right? All the waters are phlegmatic, or all the waters are cold and wet. It's just different shorthand ways to say the same thing over and over again that like amalgamates into like its own meaning, its own definition, its own like cloud word bank of significations. And so you got to learn them all to like study it from every angle, you know? So Saturn is melancholic, which is depressive, and he is all about no limits, boundaries, walls, barriers, separateness. I don't know how to spell that. As well as neglect, endurance, and kind of like stoicism. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to experience it. That kind of surrender. That is Saturn. Saturn also with his 30-year time limit. He's going to rule time, time, legacy, and like foundations. The foundations, the structural foundations to support something forever. Structure. infrastructure. So also the social infrastructure, the way things are. I know this is like too small for you to see that properly, and like the camera's not even good enough to see writing clearly anyway. So we're trying our best with what we have, team. Jupiter is a sanguine, or a very fertile and fecund, generous, giving, fun. We'll say blessings, teachings. Jupiter is kind of like spirituality. What else can we put for Jupiter? Jupiter likes to give, right? And give in a good way. Mars is choleric between Mars and Sun. Mars is more dry and Sun is more hot. Mars is more about the self and Sun is more about like shedding that heat, just having the heat and giving it off. Sharing kind of thing. So Mars is about the self, individuality. I really like Rob Hand's horoscope symbols treatment of Mars, where he says that Mars cares so much about the self and identifying and preserving the self that he'll like cut apart the thing that he's a part of that sustains him just to be like, I'm separate, even though it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face, like even though that's to his detriment because he lives in that environment. So it's like, having the umbilical cord and being like, this isn't me, and then cutting it off and being like, I can't survive in this environment without that umbilical cord. I need it. And so, yeah, if you have a prominent Mars, you may notice that you kind of rail against the walls of your reality to the point where, like, you threaten the reality that has made you, like, at least safe and stable enough to realize you want to shake against it. Anyway, it becomes a loop. Again, it can get out of hand. So Mars is choleric, self, individual. He's fast. He's about action. Mars is often considered like the knife. He separates and divides. Saturn is the experience of separateness. Mars is what is dividing that, what's cutting it apart, right? Mars is the first, Mars as the ruler of Aries, is the first superior or far planet. So if we consider that we are on the Earth, and from our perspective, we've got like Mercury floating in as a star, and sometimes we've got Venus floating as a star. She's gorgeous, by the way, if you have a chance, gorgeous. And then we have the sun, and then beyond the sun, the first planet beyond the sun is Mars. So this is also the first planet who only has one type of conjunction, whereas these two have an internal and external. He only has an external conjunction. And the what would be considered the internal conjunction, we're on the inside of that. And so it becomes an opposition and is his retrograde. So he's the first planet to set that pattern for the rest of our solar system, for the rest of the far planets. So he's the first of, when we think about Mars being the first one into the darkness, he's the first one past the sun. He's the first one to break that barrier and be like, I'm going for what's out there. On his way to hit the limit of Saturn, like with the help and the gifts of Jupiter for whatever journey we're on, to realize that we do have limits, and actually that limit keeps us safe, right? Saturn is also, I was hearing, I think Adam Ellenboss talk about it recently, where Saturn is not just like the barrier and like, oh, you can't go past it, but like the cell barrier. So it's like where the interface between what is here, what is known, what is inside, what is me, and what is else. This interface is happening due to Saturn having a barrier. If that wasn't there, we would just fly away. Um, Saturn also has the rings as like an extra, like you can't come in past those rings. So that's part of we use that now as part of the symbolism for Saturn having like a boundary. Like it's, sorry, I need my personal space, that kind of thing. Mars is the first superior or far planet, and the first planet to set the opposition is a retrograde pattern. The knife, he's skilled. It doesn't really matter what he's doing, he's going to be really good at it. So he's there to show off. He's got confidence. That's probably good for Mars for now. Sun is all and light and life and everything. Sun is how we're going to also think about the idea of the aspect of a conjunction. It's all of it. When you think of a white prism getting white light and then like refracting all of the colors, the sun is that white light. And that's where it's all coming from. And that's where all of everything is coming from. Like sun became, and out of the accretion disk of dust, the solar system formed, right? Sun is where it all began. And all the life on this planet and all the ability to admire and appreciate and do any of this is coming from the sun giving us life. And in balance, having a nighttime to take the heat off because sun is straight heat. It's just hot. Hot, 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 hot. Sun shines and wants to shine and shines regardless of the environment around it. Cloudy day, sun is still shining above the clouds. You're in a bad mood, sun is still shining, don't worry about it. That kind of thing. Because sun is so integral to like the idea of like daytime and the day has started and helping us to set the eastern horizon as the eastern horizon and all these significations about the self and the sun, and then having this association with like higher learning and the place of God and that place of exaltation, that place where you have peaked and now you're coming off resting from that midheaven. You're not yet in the idle place where you're falling to the end of the day and like it's no longer going to be your day anymore. It's going to be nighttime, not your stage. So sun really likes this house of God, the joy of God, the joy of the ninth house, the place of God. I think because of the act of the work of the sun for the day is over, but he's still up there, center staged, in the limelight, getting the applause, right? We haven't moved to the stairs off the stage yet, and we're not leaving the building. We're still up there, getting the applause. So that, I think, influences both the idea of sun and Leo, like sun in Leo. When sun's in Leo, the sun's very happy to be on that stage, right? Sun in Leo in the ninth house, oh my goodness, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. Venus is harmony, right? Jupiter is like a really hot wet. Venus is like a really communal wet. We care about everybody. That she's going to bring beauty to things. She's going to harmonize and beautify what she brings anywhere. She wants it to be lovely and calm and peaceful. And so she, like, what's beautiful? Like music, art, fashion, paint, singing, lovely, beautiful things in your environment and in your life. Mercury is very cerebral. Rob Hand's horoscope symbols talk about sun being all of the information and like us not really having a way to interface with it directly. And so Mercury is the thinking about it information and talking about it, and Venus is the feeling about it. And so both of these inner planets, both of these personal planets, help you make judgments and evaluate. Mercury's going to evaluate with the information using a dry quality, and like thinking about the sun and talking about the sun, right? Working on it, making some spreadsheets, making some notebooks. And Venus is going to feel about it. She's going to get into her body. She's going to flow with it. She's going to think about it. She's going to talk to all her friends about it. She's going to see how she feels and make a decision based on like what she wants, what she desires. How does she want to feel after all of this? Venus is often described as a yes planet and Mars as a no planet and Saturn as the hell no, like end of the road, buddy kind of planet. And I have these planets talking to each other, and maybe they're not in the best expression, but that's fine. Um, in my experience, Venus is a no planet because she has to say no to curate whatever aesthetic she's going for. She can't say yes to everything unless she's a maximalist. And even then, you're not saying yes to everything. You're saying yes to what you want. So you can't say yes to everything. Like, that's like people pleasing and childhood trauma. Like, that is a coping mechanism and not like an authentic expression. You've got to say no so that you can figure out what you want and then say yes. Whereas Mars is a no planet because he's waiting for that hell yes. He's waiting for an unambiguous full body, completely turned on, completely lit up. Yep, I'm already there. You don't even have to finish your sentence. It's a yes. And so he says no to everything else because it's not that. It's not that light up, feeling. So to me, Mars is like, if you're trying to look for a nice way to look at your Mars instead of like no and separation, he's saying no to like the chaff. He's looking for the golden stalk of wheat. Whereas Venus, like, yeah, she wants to say yes, but you got to learn to say no to make that yes. You got to learn what yes you're trying to get to believe in the no's that you're already in. Okay, that is the relationship. That is one of the relationships between Venus and Mars, and yes and no, in my opinion. Back to Mercury. Cerebral thinking, communication. He also rules money, markets, mercantile, right? Mercury, coin, barter, kind of like small daily trade. Jupiter is big money, big wealth. Saturn is like large trade, I believe, and like large, like a country trading with another country or a kingdom having trade routes and like trading with ships and stuff. That's Saturn. Mercury is you're at the market bartering and exchanging coin for goods or coin for services, right? Shapeshifter, right? Because he's in that twilight realm. So we'll go navigation because he's at the helm. He prefers to navigate his own course. He's a little bit of a busybody, right? He needs to be busy. So if you don't make him busy, he's going to be busy with your stuff, right? Like, give him something to do. The cold and wet is phlegmatic. So this is like slow, sappy, emotional sometimes, reactive, clingy is possible. Like, it takes so long for that energy, that impulse to create a reaction that the reaction may seem very delayed and like you're reaching for or clinging to something that's already passed because it's just taking a while to catch up to it. That's like ideas of phlegmatic. And then Moon herself is changeable. She's always changing in both light, shape, speed, and location. You got to look at a different part of the sky every night, even at the same time every night to see the moon. She moves so fast. If you have the patience, you can almost see the moon move through the night against the backdrop of the stars, which you should do if you've got the time and the patience and the visibility and the safety to do so. Okay, so she is concerned a lot with like really tight local travel because she's doing it all the time, and so communication. So these two planets are like good for a gossip, and then also Venus as well with her Libra sign. These inner planets, good for a gossip, but particularly Mercury and Moon really are about communication and passing messages and being the messenger, the transference of information. Moon is the closest planet to us, and so the planet that we are most like to identify with as us, because again, from our perspective, like Earth isn't part of the tableau of astrology. It's not like we're in it, we are the perspective, we are the mind. And so Moon is the closest to us, and so Moon often takes on the idea of body. She's often motherhood because of the moon phases. She like clearly gets full and then wanes, so it's just one of the examples for like female pregnancy, like gestation. And nourishment and nurturing. Okay, so those are just some keywords for the planets before we move on. Just so it's nice for y'all. Okay, I actually checked a source and I was wrong. The second is not considered the subterranean, that's the fourth. It's the gate of Hades, and before you get concerned about the gate of Hades, it's because things are leaving the gate to come up to the helm. Okay, so these are the names of the houses from the planetary joy scheme. And then we have the planets finding joy in them. And when we looked at sect, we've got these three planets in the daytime and these three planets in the nighttime, and so they clearly are like on one kind of daytime or nighttime team, and they have a preference for where they want to be and who they want to be by and what's going on for them. And then Mercury is not involved in any of these because he's right on the ascendant, so he's right in that twilight realm, and he can go between both. He can operate with the daytime team if he needs to, he can operate with the nighttime team very easily. So he does not have a strict preference, which that means he also doesn't have like a strict strength, right? He's just kind of like an everyman, a jack of all trades. So how does that influence our idea about Mercury being able to like navigate different situations, different personas, different groups, different environments, right? Whereas all of these other planets are going to have a strict preference for like the way things are and being visible and having that be very clear, or having a little bit of ambiguity and some changeability and the cover of darkness and the romance of night, that kind of thing, okay? So that's the basis for the joys. That's going to help influence what we learn about the houses. And now we can learn some other things about the houses. So one thing we can learn is that we have something called angularity. Can't use blue, I'm using blue already. I don't want to use orange and red, that's confusing. Once again, where's the brown marker? Here we go. Okay. So we have angular houses. An angular house is where traditionally you're going to find the angles. Now you may have a floating MCIC that ends up pretty much in any other house but the 4 and the 10, but that doesn't take away the fact that 4 and 10, 1 and 7 are angular houses. So this is the spine of the world. This is the spine of your life. Who are you, or like what are you like? Where are you from? Where and who are you from? Who are you with? What do you do? Who are you? Your private life, your public life, how you interact with others. These are the key beats of the life. This is where things happen. If you have a transit happening on an angle, this is a big deal. If you have a natal planet conjunct or directly, exactly aspecting an angle, that's a big deal. Angular houses are big deals. It's where things happen. It's where life is happening. Then, following up to support each angle, we have succedent or succeedent houses. So they're coming up to succeed the angle. A planet that's in here in your natal chart is in a supportive position because it's going to come up and support you, the first house, right? So all of these houses are considered succedent. They are supportive. They're helping the next angle that they're rising up into. Detracting and draining from each angle, each key aspect of your life, are cadent houses. So cadent houses are tiring. That's where the maintenance of life goes thanklessly. There isn't really anything to come out of it. You just got to do it. So here you are, you're having your life, you're getting your support. There's habits and there's conditions and there's negative self-talk that is going to take away, and you just have to have that downtime. It's like you can't get away from needing sleep and needing, to fuck up sometimes. And then in your home life, in your private life, what's going on if you're with your home, with your parents, you as a parent, in the house itself, what is supporting that? The joy of children, your hobbies, the enjoyable things that you bring into your home space to make it yours. And then the cadent one pulls away from that. Well, if you are a parent, if you're dealing with parenthood, having multiple siblings in the house, you know, in childhood having multiple siblings, that's going to take away. If you're trying to be at home and be cozy, having to go out into the world, the local community, like the school, the grocery store, having to write your letters or like pay attention to your emails, that's all going to take away from the home space that you have filled with joy. And you got to run the errands, you got to talk to your neighbors. It's all just part of it. You got to do it even if it's tiring to the home space, even if you'd rather stay at home in bed. The sixth house detracts from the seventh, which is added to by the eighth. So the seventh is like partnership and how you interact one on one. The eighth is going to be the resources that a partner brings in to come help support that partnership. And then the sixth house is like what's all the stuff you have to do to maintain, like as a body, in order to like not only show up in a relationship, but like obviously that's going to take time away from it. So if we're thinking about, let's use the gym as sixth house, if you want to look a certain way and bring a certain version of yourself into your relationships, you can't spend as much time in those relationships because you're at the gym building that body that you want to bring to somebody or whatever it may be, right? So they interact with each other. And then up in the 10th house, we have our career, our public life, and then the network that we know, that we surround ourselves with at that career, the friends, aspirations, dreams, goals that lead us, that support us in that career. And then we have kind of like the philosophy, the learning that was required to get there. The upkeep, if you're a professional, like you have to keep learning, keep expanding your mind. It's just something that goes with it, and it doesn't feel as supportive. It's part of it though. So a planet that's in the angle will then move into the cadent house, to recover from the high energy environment of the angle, right? So that's one way we can look at houses. So this angularity is very similar to the modality of the signs, right? We can think of angular as being kind of cardinal. Things are happening, something is shifting. And then succident is a little bit like fixed, like we're going to come up and we're going to manage this, we're going to work with what you started. And then cadent is a little bit mutable. We're falling away from the big thing that happened, and we're just kind of biding our time in as pleasant way as possible, hopefully, as we move into whatever the next angle is going to be. Okay, so that's angularity for houses. The other thing we're going to look at is, this is going to influence aspects a little bit, is line of sight. So we consider there to be specific lines of sight between the houses which denote traditional aspects. And if they don't have traditional aspect, we say that they can't see each other. So we're going to consider everything from the first house. Why? Because just as the sun rising over the horizon denotes the start of a new day, everything comes up at the first house, and so it is the place of reference. Just as we are standing on the earth looking out into the sky and seeing everything play by around us because our perspective is from the earth. Our perspective is always from the first house. This is you. This is the beginning of this is the event chart. This is the noun that we're working with, okay? So from the first house, we have direct line of sight to the seventh house. That's an opposition. From the first house, we have direct line of sights to the other angular houses in our square. We have direct line of sight to these houses over here in trine. And then we have a direct line of sight over here to these sextile houses. And I'll get into that. Don't worry about it. Which means that from the first house, we do not have traditional aspect, and we say we cannot see, and we are unaspected, and we say it's in aversion to the first house in these houses. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we call these the adverse houses, the houses in aversion, or the blind houses. They can be known as the bad houses because they can't see the first, so they're blind spots to the first. you're not really in control of the resources you're born into or the support that you're going to get throughout your life. It's just there or it's not. You're not really in control of like all of your mental health stuff and the larger tragedies that will befall you. They just take away from you. You don't really have a handle on it. You're just there in it. You don't have any control over the things you've inherited, including your health habits and how health is going to come in and hit you. And that's why they come in at these places, because they're kind of heavy hitters. So the more heavy topics tend to be in these places as well because they kind of undo the self. They come out of nowhere. You don't have a handle on them. You don't have line of sight on them. You don't have control. You're not leading it. It's just part of the story. Okay, so now we're going to combine this information and then we'll get into generic house significations and how they all blend together. So, of the bad or blind houses, we've got 2, 6, 8, 12. 2 is a succedent, 6 is a cadent, 8 is a succedent, and 12 is a cadent. Great. That gives us something to work off of. 2 and 8 are probably more beneficial than 6 and 12. 6 and 12 are probably more tiring, being cadent houses, tiring and bad or tired and blind, stuff you just have to work at with no reward. Whereas the blind houses that are succedent is stuff that you necessarily don't have to work for. That's going to come up to support you regardless. You don't have hands on it, but it's okay. Whereas 6 and 12, you don't have hands on it, and it may be cause for concern, right? I'm not checking very well to see that we are in camera here, so my apologies. Okay, similarly, we could look at, maybe we want to look at the tiring or the cadent houses. So the cadent houses are 3, 6, 9, 12. 3 has a sextile to the first house, so that's nice. 6 is quincunx. It's not in aspect, it's averse. So that's not, we don't like that. 9 is a trine to the first house. So that's very good. And then 12 is semi-sextile. It's too close to the ascendant for the ascendant to see it. I think of this being like if you were looking at a stage and you've got two actors on the stage and they're beside each other and they're interacting. They're not really interacting. They're not looking at each other. They're looking out at you. So if you're at a comedy and one of them starts to do something funny to the other one without that other one seeing them, because like that's part of the act, then you as the audience can see it, but this guy can't, right? Because it's too close. He's right there beside him. He's not looking. They can't see it. They're together. That's how I think about that. And so from here, looking at the tiring houses, the cadent houses, like who's the best tiring house? Okay, philosophy. Maybe we don't mind spending time up in our mind thinking about the way things are and about greater meaning and learning new things and traveling abroad and learning new things from abroad. And maybe also it's a little bit okay to be tired from your daily life, from having friends and neighbors and playing with your kids or having kids play with other kids or whatever. Like maybe that's okay to put aside time every day at the end of the night to write in your journal. And yeah, it takes time and it's tiring, but like it's an okay kind of tiring. We like it. It's supportive to us. Whereas the tiring of the 6 and the 12 also being unaspected to the first house to where we can navigate from, well, we don't really like that. That's going to make it a little bit harsh. So now we are getting more information on the houses just by looking at the angularity and how that interacts with line of sight or visibility from the ascendant. And so we can kind of see why we would call the second house the best of the averse houses and the ninth house the best of the cadent houses, right? So let's see if I can make a grid here. So angular, succeedent, cadent. Mm. And the triad for the angularity is always per angle. So we don't just keep going around, we got to look at it per angle, just for angularity. And then does that give us anything to work with? One is angular and conjunct. 2 is succeedent and semisextile. 3 is cadent but sextile. 4 is angular and square. 5 is succeedent and a trine. 6 is cadent and quincunx. 7 is angular and in opposition. 8 is succeedent and quincunx. 9 is cadent and trine. 10 is angular and square. 11 is succeedent and sextile. 12 is cadent and semisextile. So can't see it, can't see it, can't see it, can't see it. And then we know that C means cadent means tired, S means succeedent means supportive. Angular means something's happening here. We haven't learned aspects yet, but we're slowly piecing them together through our study. And so really generically, we can say that conjunction, square, opposition, a bit hard. Sextile is okay. Trine is really nice. Okay? So one is angular, is life, it's happening, it's here. Here we are, we're each important, etc. Second house is supportive, but we can't see it. So, the sextile or the semisextile and the quincunx, you just don't have any hands on it, right? Unless you have a planet there. But from the perspective of the first house, we don't know. Not my circus, not my monkeys. And then you find out, oh, they are your monkeys and this was your circus. Whoops, can't be in control of everything. Third house is cadent, so that's tiring, but we have a little bit of a check mark for the sextile. We can compare that to the other cadent houses. This one we can't see, this one is really good, this one we can't see. From the succeedent houses, we've got one that's really good and one that's okay. And in the angular houses, well, they're all having something to do with the angle. You can't be all things to all people all the time. If you have a public life, that's going to take away something from your personal life. If you have a really private life, well, then no one's ever going to see you out in the world to get to know you. If you are focusing all your time on the partner, how much time are you focusing on yourself? Something's got to give. You can't have it all, that kind of thing, right? So they're all angular and they're all hard aspects. Whereas there's a combination between the succeedent and the cadent houses that gives some nuance to the rest of the chart, on top of or in addition to all of the keyword significations that you add in generically to all of the places. Okay? Okay, so this is why we may see that the house of good fortune, the fifth house, which is both succeedent and in trine to the first house, so all the good things that are here are going to flow up into the first house. And then Venus has her joy there. So does Venus have their joy there because it's a place of good fortune and it's trine to the first house? Or does Venus having her joy there denote that this is now a place of good fortune, which is so nice that that's now trining to the first house? It's up in the air. We don't know. But that's how you can begin to pull all of these ideas together. Saturn is about limits in the end and saying no and having a melancholic or a depressive kind of energy. and he can't see you, and it pulls away from you. So of course he would be called the bad spirit, right? Maybe not necessarily that he moves in here, thus he brings bad spirit energy. It's just how it comes together. It's just the way it is. Okay, I'm gonna take a break and like drink some water, maybe eat something, see where we're at, and then come in. This is already pretty busy, so like I don't know that I want to come in with significations as well. There's so many resources that I'll have linked below to look at the significations, but that's how you like bring it all together. Well, let's just do some basic significations now. So the first house is about the self, and so the seventh is going to be about the other, and this is going to establish that we're going to deal on something on this end that has more to do with the self, and then the opposite end is going to have those same themes that have to do with the other or the beyond or the far, okay? The far from you. So this is you, your body, your health, your vitality, your characteristics, your appearance, your principles, how you move through your life. This is any one-on-one. So it's not just relationships like intimate, like husband-wife. It's also if you have a long-term business partnership, any one-on-one you have, like doctor's appointments, dentist appointments, if you yourself are a doctor or a therapist or a consultant, like you are represented in here. And then open enemies. If you're in small claims court and you're standing across from someone and you can look at them and be like, you are my nemesis, that's in the seventh house. It's all one-on-ones together. The second house is money and support, maybe even skills that help support you, different supportive aspects, things that support the self. Eighth house is going to be others' money, including debt, because you probably borrowed that from somebody, an inheritance, what this person you're in relationship with brings into your relationship to share with you. Okay? Resources, others' resources. Goddess is like, third house is like local life and communication. This makes sense because Moon moves around everywhere. She wants to talk to everybody. She's changing all the time, and she's like a bit of a gossip. She's the most busybody in the whole. Forget about Mercury being a busybody, it's the Moon. And so, communication, she's always everywhere talking to someone, and it's a big deal when Moon is void, which means she's not talking to anyone for at least a day. She doesn't like that because she wants to talk to everybody. She wants to bring the gossip around. She's in the sub-lunar realm, giving us that first inspiration and romantic relationship with the Moon, right? Like, she wants to be part of everything. And then the ninth house is like foreign stuff, travel. Third house is local learning, childhood learning. If you're going to like a local school, primary school, maybe even local college. Ninth house is going to be that higher learning. If you go away to a temple, if you go study abroad, if you go do a once in a lifetime trip or pilgrimage, if you learn from someone from a different culture or from a different place, as well as like higher temple learning. So astrology can be here in the ninth house. Learning about religion, learning about spirituality can be in the ninth house. The fourth house is home, parents, primarily the father, and private life. Also ancestral work. This is also the end of the matter. The sun rises, culminates, sets, and then has to go through this crisis point before she's reborn again as the sun in a new day. And so the end of the matter, death can be in these houses and this house just because of the nature of the angles. So if the fourth house is the home and your private life, then the 10th house is your public life and your career. This is also seen because sun will come into the midheaven here and peak at the top of the sky and then start to fall. And so this is like the peak of visibility, which is gives it the denotation of career and public life. And then also parents, but primarily the mother as the visibly pregnant, the visibly bearing parent. Everyone can see that she's going to have a baby, right? Kind of have to take everyone's word for it that the father is who the father is because the father doesn't carry, right? Really generally speaking, not trying to deny anybody their lived experience. Okay, fifth house is joy, pleasure, sex, and kids. Like sex as the joyful thing that begets kids, and kids being the joyful thing that adds joy into your home life. This can be also like sports, competition, art, creativity. If you have like a creative practice, like if you write or whatever, Writing can be in the third house because it's communication and it's regular, but it can also be like an artistic expression. So there's a lot that can go in here. And so here we have the place of good fortune. These are like your small daily joys. And then up here in the 11th, we have like goals and aspirations, those bigger joys, the things that entice you out into the world to have a public life, and also your greater network. So each of these places at some point you can say are in a supportive role to the house before. And so the 11th house is also considered like kind of the second of the 10th. And so where did the support and like the money come from for your public life? From the network, from the people you rub elbows with. And then the 6th house is health, habit, routine, work, and like small pets, household pets, the stuff that needs your maintenance and you don't really get rewarded for it. You may get rewarded for this maintenance because you're building relationships with your neighbors or you've got a little column in the paper or whatever. This is just your health and if you're taking care of it or not. This overall is your health. And so up here in the 12th house, we're going to have kind of the idea of far health. So this is your local health, and then this is going to be like hospitalization. If you are like in jail or if you're interred, like if you're put in seclusion, this is more of your chronic and or maybe your mental health as something detracting privately, unseen from the self. Okay, so those are basic significations of the houses. And if you're ever getting a horoscope and you're like, how can you know that my money is going to be affected? You either have a planet activating your second house or the planet that rules your second house is being activated somewhere. So all of the topics of a horoscope come from the sign topics or the house topics, which are per house. And that is why you should read your rising sign horoscope because it's all from the perspective of the rising sign, not your sun, not your moon, not really your rising planet, but from the rising sign. That's why you need to read rising sign horoscopes and not sun signs horoscopes. Okay? So that is a breakdown on houses. So for houses, we have angularity, we have joys, we have, what else did I put in here? Joys includes sect, and then there's just basic topics that you kind of have to take everyone's word for that that's what they are. You'll start tracking transits and you'll see that they're there for a reason. It wasn't thought up and applied. It was realized and then transmitted as information. Right, like it was noticed and then taught instead of someone sitting and thinking about what they all should be and then making the planets do that year after year, life after life. Okay? Once you start tracking, you will see. Is that all we had for houses? That was a lot. Yeah, there's a lot you can get from angularity plus visibility. Here it is. Visibility slash aspect. Okay, so now we've gone through a really basic overview of some sign stuff. We've done a basic overview of some planet stuff. And we've done a basic overview of some house stuff. And now it's time to look more seriously at aspects. And then we're going to bring it all back together using our signs. Okay? We're going to look at aspects. And the traditional aspects we have are we have the conjunction, the sextile, the square, the trine, and the opposition. Aspects we don't use are the semi-sextile and the quincunx, and a whole bunch of other aspects that you can go ahead and use if you want, but I'm not going to talk about them here, that aren't just looking for things that are at the same degree in different signs. Instead, you're doing some math, and they all have different symbols. Not worried about it. Okay. Back to the Thema Mundi. Happy I didn't erase this one. Okay, so we're going to look at this in halves. So, sun to sun conjunction, sun is all. Light is all. Luminary is all. Light is itself. Sun to Venus, Venus being the planet of good fortune, a smaller planet, a nighttime planet, an inner planet, just a little bit of goodness. Sextile is a little bit of goodness. Mars being a square to the sun, Mars being about aggression and change and the self and what do you want and what are you going to go after and what's worth it to you, is going to square and have a little bit of a something's got to give. We can't have everything. We need to choose what we want kind of energy with the sun. Jupiter is trine to the sun, Jupiter being something called the greater benefic because it's a big planet and it deals with big themes up in society, bigger themes than just you or me, the whole of everybody. And so it's a big kind of good. And then Saturn being from here unable to see and from here in opposition to the sun, opposes light, is the opposite of light, is the place where light can't thrive, is tension that is still necessary. The light also, we couldn't thrive in the light if it was all light all the time. We also need that darkness. And there's something you just can't do anything about, there being a limit to everything. Of course there is. There's a tension there that you have to recognize. And so this gives us the basis of certain aspects being considered of the nature of certain planets. We'll do the same from the moon. So moon to moon itself is conjunction. A little bit of good from the planet of good fortune, a little bit of heat from the planet of individuality and bad fortune, a lot of good from the planet of greater beneficence, of great fortune, of good spirit, and a lot of tension, a lot to acknowledge and make peace with and release and surrender to with the planet of bad spirit, the planet who has his joy in a place that is both semi-sextile and cadent, as we already talked about, right? Okay. So that is a basis that we could look at for aspects. And then we can take a little peek here at Mercury. So Mercury is, we can't see Mercury here from each luminary, so a little bit of blind spot. But if you take it over to the other side, then Mercury gets the sextile. So the semi-sextile, like Mercury is not as like evil a player. He doesn't have as bad a rap as Saturn. He's not as hard, right? And the little snafus he brings, he's so quick, it's such a small daily part of life, it's over in a minute. And so it's like not super good, but it's not super bad. Mercury has a flex zone. Wonder where I was going with that. I had something else to talk about as well. Oh yeah, so that is how we get aspects from a planetary domicile and how you can say that certain aspects are of the nature of a certain planet. So let's add that in. The conjunction is like the sun, light, all, now. Sextile is like Venus, and it's like a little helpful. There can be a little bit of a no, as we talked about with Venus having to like have some boundaries and say no so that she can get what she wants. This sextile may have a little bit of a help and a little bit of a rub, but it's overall helpful. It's not as flowing and like wow as the trine. The square can be considered of Mars, friction, and I'll say choice. Something's got to give, can't have it all. The trine is of Jupiter, and I will say generous. Remember, generous flow can be that if the thing that's flowing to you is not good, you're still going to get a generous helping of it, right? So it's not, I don't want to say it's the big help or it's super helpful. It's just very generous. Maybe you don't want the helping hand, right? Maybe you don't want what's in it, but it's coming in easily, almost unavoidably. We're going to say no. It's so easy to say yes, that kind of thing. And then Saturn embodies the opposition energy of, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it's the limit. No, you can't do anything about it. Acknowledge it, deal with the tension, release what you can, and kind of surrender. So I'm going to put tension. Saturn is the pebble in your shoe forever. Okay, so that's looking at aspects from the Thema Mundi and from a planetary perspective. And now we're going to look at aspects from a sign perspective. Okay, so we've got, as we talked about before in our introduction to signs, signs of the same triplicity are in trine to each other. They have this trine relationship. And so since we have some idea about trines being generous and flowing, and elements all having the same like motivation for expression, I want to feel, I want to have heat, I want to have passion, I want to do something, I want to build something, I want to be social, I want to share ideas, I want to talk about it. We can say that like elemental similarity. That's confusing. That looks like a sextile. Elements and we'll say flow together, right? They meld together. It's one kind of expression that flows. We can look at, as we talked about, squares. So if instead of looking at all these water signs that want to flow together, or all the earth signs that want to build together, or all the fire signs that want to act and live and be spontaneous together, or all the air signs that want to talk about everybody and about the way things are and just talk about it, think about it, hash it out together. Now we have all of one kind of modality. Now modality has some friction to it, right? We don't love it because we're all here trying to fill the same role, and like only one person can be in that role. So what is going to be expressed in the end? Is it going to be emotions, or is it going to be practicality? Is it going to be me, or is it going to be you? Is it going to be you, or is it going to be my emotions? What are we talking about? You want to do stuff, or you want to feel about it? How are we going to move forward? And so we can look at squares as having something to do with modality and a bit of a challenge, right? Or like a bottleneck. When we look at let's create some space here. Okay, so there's also something called polarity, but I don't really deal separately with polarity. I just bundle it into the hot and cold quality because to me they're the same and they match up the same. So what it's usually called is like we'll use nocturnal for moon, which is also lunar, which is also sometimes called feminine, and then we'll use solar for lunar or solar. We'll use solar for the sun or the sometimes masculine or daytime expression, polarity. It's like yin or yang, right? So we have nocturnal, solar, nocturnal, solar, nocturnal, solar, nocturnal, solar, nocturnal, solar, nocturnal, solar. And now this correlates to Cancer being a cold, Leo being a hot, Virgo being a cold, Libra being a hot, Scorpio being a cold, Sag being a hot, Capricorn being a cold, Aquarius being a hot, Pisces being a cold, Aries being a hot, Taurus being a cold, and Gemini being a hot, just like we talked about when we were going over our sign qualities, our elemental qualities, right? Which I think was in the other video, and I'm recapping here now. So the other portion of the element modality, the element quality, temperament, is that Cancer is wet, Leo is dry, Virgo is dry, Libra is wet, Scorpio is wet, fire signs are dry, earth signs are dry, water signs are, or air signs are wet, water signs are wet, fire signs are dry, earth signs are dry, air signs are wet. So you can look at this in, people usually say there's polarity, so like they'll do feminine or masculine, or how I've done it here is nocturnal and solar, and then you have your qualities, so they're either hot or cold and dry or wet, and then you have the element, which is fire, air, water, or earth. And to me, because the hot cold portion of the quality matches exactly with the polarity scheme of fem mask or nocturnal solar or whatever, I just ignore that and I'm just going to deal with these two pieces of information. The cold and the hot are the ideas of solar, lunar, feminine, masculine. Like if you're going to gender it down into it, that's where it comes from. It's this like yin yang, either have the energy to give and it's out there and it's protruding and it's extruding and it's already, you can obviously see it, or it's less obvious, it needs to penetrate into the body, like heat has to soak into the earth and then it takes a while for it to dissipate from the earth, whereas the heat is just there beating on the earth into the body of the earth, right? Okay, so that is the basis of the qualities. And then we can look at these polarities, these qualities, and we can draw some conclusions from it. So if we are going to link up all of the colds, we've got cold, 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 cold. So what we have in here, we have a greater pattern of cold and wet, cold and wet, cold and wet being a trine, because cold and wet is water. All the water signs trine each other. Trines have this elemental flow to them. That's fabulous. But then what we see, if we expand out, if we leave out the wet and we just see, okay, who are all the, like the cold brethren, who's all working within the same polarity or with the same core intrinsic hot or cold. Hot or cold bring on aspects of wet or dry. So the core polarity is hot or cold. So all of the colds are either in trine to each other, and then these guys are in trine to each other, and so cold to cold to cold to cold to cold, or all the feminine signs, all the nocturnal signs, all the lunar signs are in sextile to each other, and then there's a greater, or like a meta trine pattern happening in there as well. Trines having elemental flow because all the elements are going to be together. Squares having modality friction or modal friction. Sextiles have a, I'm going to call it a polar handshake. Okay, and I just like, it's a little bit helpful because it's the nature of variably Venus, and then like a little bit Mercury can sneak in there. So it's like it's a little bit helpful. She's helpful in her way, in a local kind of way, in a small social kind of way. She does what she can with the resources she has while still prioritizing herself. And we all have something going together. We all understand what it means to receive. We all understand what it means to wait and react to whatever it is you're doing. I'm going to let you do you, and then I'm going to do me. And either I'm going to do it communally or I'm going to do it just on my own, regardless of what you're up to. So the sextile is, we can look at it both from whatever ideas you get from sextile when you read online. We can think that Venus is the planet that exemplifies sextile, or sextile is of the nature of Venus. And then we can also say that, like, what do they all have in common? Why would they all have, something to talk about at the potluck, even though they're not of the same element? Like, why are they able to vibe? It's because they all have this same kind of polarity. So for these earth and water signs, they're all cold, and for the air and fire signs, they're all hot. So they all sextile each other as well, okay? So looking at this greater idea of bringing in the qualities, you can also look at squares, what's going on with the squares, that they share modality, right? So cardinal, cardinal, but they're opposite in their other quality, right? So they have, let's break this down. So we can break this down where we have, we'll say polarity is the same. And then I'm going to put the remaining portion of the temperamental quality as just quality. So that's going to alternate or be different. It's not different, it's going to alternate. And we have modality. Now the modality of all of these cold signs are going to be cardinal, mutable, fixed, cardinal, mutable, fixed. So it's all of them. So when we talk about multiple modalities of the same modality being together in an aspect, that's friction, because there's multiple people wanting to fill the same role. And so yes, we have sextiles that are involved with all these signs, but that also includes the opposition here between Cancer and Capricorn. And so if like the chain of gossip going around the circle at the potluck involves all these people, there is going to be a little bit of friction in there because there's oppositions involved. And sure, they're cold, and sure, they're cardinal, but one is wet and one is dry. So we're not going to see eye to eye on that. That's okay. It takes all types to create a community. It's not just your friends in community, that's your friend group. Community is everybody in the community. And it can all be helpful without being super joyful, right? It can be helpful without being as easy as possible, okay? When we look at the square, if we're looking at the cardinal square, we've got a polarity of hot, hot, cold, cold. So just a square, hot to cold, cold to hot to cold, it's different, right? If we're looking at one square, not a grand square, but one square. And then the remaining quality, wet, dry, dry, wet. So from one to one, wet to dry, dry to dry, dry to wet, wet to wet. So this is going to be variable because it might be same, it might be different. So there's a little bit of a chance there. There's risk. We don't know, right? It adds a little bit of suspense to the square. What's going to happen? How much? Is it going to rub, or are we going to have something to talk about? Is that similarity actually going to hinder us? Because yes, we both agree that it's wet, we both agree on people, but I think we should wait to see what people need, and I already know what people need, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, I think that we shouldn't care too much about serving every need, but I still want to serve those needs. No, I want to serve my needs, right? So there is, even if they are together because of that modality shift, that modality friction, even if they have something to talk about, they may be too similar to talk about it properly. And then the modality is same, which we know by now is a little bit uncomfortable, right? And hopefully we're piecing together why. Okay, and then we can look at the trine. So what's going on for a trine? In a trine we have, so if you look at the water trine, we have cold, wet, cold, wet, cold, wet. So our polarity is the same. And our quality is the same. And our modality is all different, which is actually nice because it gives everybody space to fill their own role without stepping on each other's toes, right? So that's why we know that if you have a different modality than someone, it actually may be more comfortable than having the same modality, because there's going to be some criticism. There's going to be something to let go of and to take. You have to face up to something. Somebody's got to lose a little bit. Somebody's got to step down with the square if you have the same modality. And then we can look down here at the opposition, and again we can say polarity. If we look at Cancer to Capricorn, they're both cold, so that's same. So we should agree on reacting, with the cold. We're going to see, we're going to take a lay of the land, we're going to digest it, and then we're going to act accordingly. The other quality is different. So I'm going to see what needs doing for everybody. I'm going to see what needs doing for me. I'm going to put on everyone's oxygen mask first. I'm going to put on my own first. And then they're going to judge each other very harshly, very obviously, for each of those actions. Because how could you do that? I thought we cared about the same thing. No, we're just acting in the same way. We're both acting in the same time beat. And then those actions are going to be totally different. And there's going to be an acknowledgement there that they are so different, because we're acknowledging it. There's a tension here. You've got to see it. How did you not see it? It's direct line of sight. And then we can say the modality, cardinal, is the same. And so that, again, is uncomfy. The conjunction is just one. It is. It is it. It's here. It's self. Okay? It's all. It's these ideas. Again, the polarity is just what it is. The quality, there is nothing else to compare it to. The mode, you are where you are. There is no reference point. It is here. Now, the last way I want to look at aspects is through the lunar phase. This is going to add lots, I feel. So, let's begin. I feel like I should redo this, but that's okay. No, I feel like I should redo it. Where's my thing? Which one should I use? Let's draw it on the paper. How should we draw it? Let's draw it both ways. Okay, this is going to be a chart. For lunar phases, and then I'm going to do like the more stylized one you might have seen, so we can make sense of them together. Okay, so we have a new moon aside. In calendars, there's often symbols for the new moon, the first quarter, the full moon, and the last quarter. And for the longest time, I was so confused, because is this the new moon because it's black and there's no moon at nighttime when there's a new moon? And this is the full moon because it's bright and it's white, and like that's how the moon looks in the sky, it's bright? Or is this the full moon because it's colored in and like thus it's there, like the Scantron test? And this is the new moon because it's empty, there's nothing in there. And when the moon is with the sun, and thus it looks like the sun. I was so confused all the time. And then because it's a quarter either way, well, I don't know. So anyway, we're going to go through it. If you're in the northern hemisphere, your waxing moon will get bright from the right, and your waning moon will get dark from the right. So your balsamic has a little bit of light right at the end on the left. And if you are in a southern hemisphere, then your waxing crescent gets bright from the left. Your first quarter, your gibbous, full. Oh God. Okay, southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. Okay? So we have a new moon, and that is from our perspective, the Earth. We've lined up. Moon is going around the Earth all the time. Every month she's going to line up in between Sun and us, and that's going to be a new moon. The new moon is when Moon conjoins Sun. It's a conjunction. So it's a new cycle, a newness. The conjunction also, if there's ever a planetary return, that's a conjunction to a previous point it had. So if you have like natal Mars somewhere, let's say at 0 degrees Sagittarius, right away you're going to have your Mars return as Mars returns to 0 degrees Sagittarius. So returns are also about cycles and newness, right? So the conjunction, the new moon, is a new cycle. If you do lunar observances, where you're going to set some intentions. And then we're going to careen over into the first quarter, meanwhile getting that waxing crescent along the way. So we consider anything within about 18 degrees of the sun, you can't see it. So even if the moon was there, it would be still too light out when the moon was setting or rising to be able to see like a crescent of the moon. And generally, because aspects, we didn't even put the degrees here. This is 60 degrees. This is 30. This is 90. This guy's 0. This is 120. This is 150. And this is 180 degrees. So if we consider that within 30 degrees of the sun, of anything, is not within aspect, then at 30 degrees is when you consider like the new moon. But you can basically see the moon like kind of within the 15-degree mark. So it's up to you how you actually practice with the numbers and like how literal and how technical and whatever you want to be. But this is the basic technical portion of it, for your reference from me, not an expert. And then we're going to come up to the 90 degree, and then we're going to go through becoming a gibbous moon where we're almost full, and then we'll be full at the 180 degree mark. So we consider the 3 days around the full moon, the day after, the day of, the day before, the 3 days around the new moon, the day before, the day of, the day after, to be new moon, full moon. 3 is a big moon number. We've got like 3 lunar phases. We have the waxing, the waning, and then like the dark or the full. And then like 3 days around each of these portions. There's also like the 3 ideas of like mated mother crone, the 3 fates. 3 is a big number, especially when we talk about the moon. Demetra George and Shani Nicholas are good resources for this. And so we can use this to describe more about what's going on here. So the sextile it's hidden. It's like too dark or too close. The quincunx is too far, almost, and it's like too bright. You can't really see it. It's blending in with everything. This is really generically, right? Don't take those as the meanings for sextile or semi-sextile and quincunx, just adding that in there. All right, the conjunction is the new moon. So new cycles, new intentions, new phases. The sextile is our waxing and waning crescent. And all of these, except for the new and the full, are going to be waxing or waning. So the sextile is our crescent moon, so it's a little bit of light, just a little bit. I have a whole video on this where it's a little bit of light because there's just a sliver of light on the moon, but also because moon is so close to the sun, if sun is rising with the moon over here, that means moon is setting, we have a little bit of extra light in the night just at the very end or the very beginning of the day. There is no like real big moonlight to shine light on our life so that we can see at nighttime, we can travel safely. There's just a little bit of light, very romantic little bit of light, very Venusian, very romantic little bit of light at the very beginning of the day for balsamic moon, where we're ending the cycle, and at the very end of the day, at the beginning of the night for a new moon, right? So that's also very romantic, very Venusian. When it's a new moon and that romance is building, we've got a little bit of extra light at the beginning of the night to like add some romance to the sextile. So it's a little bit of help, like not only in how much help you get time wise, like how long you can get that extra help in the day, just a little bit, maybe an hour. It's really for the romance and the inspiration of seeing it than it providing any light to you, because also the amount of light it's providing is very little because it's so close to the sun. And then we get up to the square, and now we have a quarter moon. So if this is a new moon, then when sun is at noon is when moon is rising. So yeah, we've got half of the moon's face like lit up in the sky, but we can't make any kind of use of it until sun sets, and then moon is already directly overhead at the noon position, at the culmination MC position. And then we'll get a fair amount of light over the rest of the night if you're up for the last, so sun sets, moon is up here. So if you're up for the first half of the night, you may get some light from the western sky. So we get a little bit of light, we get half of the light for half of the day. And yeah, that's helpful. Or if the moon is waning and we're coming into our balsamic phase from the 3/4 phase, that means that moon rises at the midnight position. So if you have to wake up early, then you're going to wake up at around midnight, kind of eat your breakfast, moon will be risen, you'll have half of the light in the sky for half of the day, and then the sun will rise. But I mean, in order to get that, you got to wake up at midnight and start your day way before everybody wants to start their day. So there's a little bit of a friction there, and we have this like growth idea, this like you got to make a choice idea, but there is light to give. You've got to rearrange your schedule a little bit. It's a little bit less romantic, a little bit harder angle, like just wait till noon, wait till midnight. It isn't like, oh, did you catch the crescent of the moon? So romantic. Like, did you catch it today? Such a narrow window. Like, it's out there. You just got to be out there with it. So that can also help us figure out something about the square, is that this is our quarter and our 3/4 moon. And if you're wondering why the quarter moon is about action, well, because it's a square that comes from Mars, so they feed into each other. Mars will help. Mars has light to give. You're going to show up when the light is there? Come on, we've got to work together, And then we can think about the trine with Jupiter. So now we have a lot of light. It's not completely competing with the sun. It's not full light, but there's a lot of light and we love to see it. And it's there for most of the night. So if we have the sun rising, we have sun all day, sun all day, sun all day, sun all day. And then we have, so it's on the, the fifth portion, the fifth house area. So when sun sets, we have just a little bit of nighttime at the very beginning of the nighttime when it's still twilight and like it's not scary out, it's fine. And then this big, beautiful, bright moon will rise and it will be up, 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 up all day. And then before the moon even sets, there's a new sun rising, right? So we only have a little bit of darkness at the very end or beginning of the day, and there's a lot of light after that darkness. It's almost full light all the time. So it's very nice. It's very generous. We've got a lot to work with. Conversely, if we have that waning moon and we're just past the full moon, right? So that means that moon rose and then we had light all night all night there was light, and then the sun rose, and then moon set. And then it's nighttime, nighttime, or it's daytime, 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 daytime. There's sun all over. Sunsets, I got these backwards. But anyway, a little bit of light, a little bit of darkness at either end of the day instead of just a little bit of light at either end of the day. And so we have lots of light for lots of the night. Okay? This really supports the idea that Jupiter is here bringing a lot, bringing abundance, bringing almost excess, a flow, a generous flow of whatever it is we're shining a light on, right? And then we have the illumination of the full moon, which is the opposition. So we have, oh, so this is gibbous. It's gibbous if it's a waxing, and it's disseminating if it's a waning. The waxing crescent is called the crescent moon, and the waning crescent is called the balsamic. To wax is to grow in size, shape, and light, and to wane is to shed shape and light as time goes on and gain more darkness. So this is the full moon. We have illumination, and for me, release, which is supporting the ideas that like you have to acknowledge the tension that is Saturn. You have to acknowledge those barriers. You have to acknowledge the limits of your ambition and what you can do and what you accomplished. There are limits there. You got to acknowledge it and let that illuminate, and then release. Saturn is all about like, yeah, you just have to accept it. So like release the control that you thought you had, as well as in a full moon, we have the sun, which is holding all of the gravity like of the earth in, and then we have the moon kind of far away from us, and we're in the middle of sun and moon in a full moon. And so we have all the gravity of the earth pulling us down, and all of the gravity of the sun pulling the earth down, and then we have the moon above us in the night sky, fully above us and like far from us, pulling the tides, pulling the atmospheric tides, pulling everything literally not nailed down up and away from us. And so full moon may be an uncomfortable time, as all of the things, especially that moon rules, relationships, dreams, motherhood wounds, they all just want to float away. And if you're grabbing onto them because you think they're part of you, no, it's time for that to flow away and surrender it, not only to the moon but to Saturn, to the opposition. And then in the new moon, we have the earth. Oh, I didn't even write this down. We have, okay, correction one that I have to make is that I'm about to go into a whole spiel where I'm using this and I've drawn this incorrectly. This is the earth. The moon goes around the earth, right? Obviously, and not the sun. And then the sun is like fixed off in the distance, just shining light generically all the time to us while moon spins around. That's how we have to like think about the moon phase. In reality, sun is also moving through the zodiac, and or we're moving along our ecliptic, placing the sun in different places in the zodiac. The earth, right, this is showing you that the shadowed side is the side not visible to the sun. And you can practice this by like holding up a ball against the light source and moving it and seeing that you see different faces of light based on the angle of the ball compared to where you are looking. And so what that also means is that the moon is always full, just not the face that we see. So moon is tidally locked to the earth, so she is spinning around the earth, but because of her orbit, she's like spinning around the earth in such a pace, in such a timing, as we only ever see one face that's tidally locked to us. And so during a new moon, the dark side of the moon, if you see pictures online that astronauts have taken when the face of the backside of the moon that we never see because it's tidally locked away from us, when it is fully lit, it's like completely pockmarked and looks like garbage compared to our lovely side of the moon that we have romanticized and love and are familiar with, because it gets all of the space debris and space wind and solar wind and dust and comets and stuff, and it protects us by getting pitted on that side. And so in a new moon, that pitted dark side of the moon is fully lit and fully against the sun. And then we have all the gravity of the sun, all the gravity of the moon, and that acknowledgement, that acceptance of like, here you are, scars and all, the part that no one else sees, I see. That is also conjunction. There is such a closeness and a togetherness. There is a conjoining of self, solar self and lunar self. The seen self and the neglected self come together in this conjunction. And then she peels away, and we slowly see more and more and more of the face that is always facing us, more and more well lit. And then she comes around. But because of like where the earth is and where the sun is massive and where the moon is away from us, one full side of the moon is always lit. You just have to be on the other side of it to see it. And we're in a fixed perspective as moon rips around us, and that is what gives the moon her phases. I looked up moon's phases because I want the face of the moon that like we see, and then the what's considered the dark side of the moon, like the face we never see. And we're gonna try to do it visually, okay? So moon has like, I don't know, her face that we see, and then like a whole bunch more pock marks and like crater marks, and she's getting exfoliated on this side by the rest of space dust, you know? All right, and then that would be like the perimeter of what we never see, right? Okay, so first I'm going to identify the light source that I have to work with. So if I do this, it's like this half of the moon is fully lit and this half is fully dark, right? We agree? If I move it, we have light over that edge, and if I move it, we have light over the other edge. So let me okay, so my light source, my window's over there. So let that light source represent the sun. And the sun is just where the sun is. The sizes of everything, the distance of everything, is that we can be kind of like in the way of the sun and have our face turned away and be looking at nighttime, and have the moon be like in all these different places around us all the time, and still have this pattern be really consistent, because we as a ball compared to like the ball or the light source of the light bulb of the sun are so small, and the moon is so much smaller, and then just such like a coincidentally interesting distance from the earth and the sun as to like just have this pattern be working out, okay? So let this black ball be the earth, and let this orange ball be the moon, okay? And then my light source is the sun there in that symbol, okay? So here would be a new moon where the face that we are used to seeing in the night sky is shining. We can't see it because it's dark, but also we can't see it because moon is literally with the sun. And when something's with the sun, if you try to look at it, now you're looking at the sun, and you're not allowed to do that. That's bad for your eyes. Don't do that, okay? So the new moon means we have no moon at nighttime, because moon is going to move with the sun through the day, being fully lit, and then set, and then there's nothing at night because moon is with sun during the day. Moon and all planets are going to move in this direction through the zodiac and like around the earth, unless they're going retrograde, which moon and sun don't do. So as moon starts to, she's spinning, but she's spinning at a rate around the earth that to us she's just always facing us. She's spinning, she's twirling around us. So as she begins to move away, now we can see there's like a little bit of light on this side of the dotted line, which would mean that from our perspective on Earth, just a little bit of this ball is lit, and then because of the curve of the ball and it's a sphere shape, we're going to get a crescent shape in the sky. As moon continues to move around while turning around at the same rate, now we're going to have half of her face shining towards us, and then we'll still have the curved side because she is a ball. However, we get that straight line of the third quarter or the first quarter. This is the first quarter because the whole half of the moon is always lit because half of a ball is always facing the light source that it's facing or that it's near. And then that dividing line where now the ball is starting to come in so the light can't reach it anymore. So that shadow line is now this way, giving us the quarter phase. Now we have the gibbous phase, and now we have almost all of the face that she shows us be lit. And then in the full moon, she's completely turned around. She's completely twirled around us as the focal point and is now, no matter where she is, kind of around the earth. This light source is so big compared to these little tiny balls up in space that now her whole entire face that we see is fully lit in the sky. She's going to keep going around, and we get a little bit of darkness just here in this wedge, in this crescent. She'll keep turning around into the third quarter moon. Again, we have the half line. And then she'll spin around again. Now we just have this little bit of the half of the moon that is lit, just this little bit that is turned towards us that we can see because she's so close to the sun. And then she comes back to the sun and we have another new moon. Okay? That is how I look at aspects. You want to look at aspects not only with whatever ideas you have about the word square or square up or friction or trying to build something, and that takes, logic and work and whatever, and oppositions and having something in opposition to you or an opposed idea or an opponent. Trine and like just the symbol of the triangle and things flowing, and this is also the symbol for the water element, so that's got some flow. So we have the basic ideas of aspects that you may get, and then we can look at it through the idea of the Thema Mundi, which gives us the nature of aspects as a certain planet. And then we can take another look, looking at the qualities of each element. Instead of looking at planetary rulership, we can look at the elements themselves and how do they talk to each other within these aspects and how does that inform each other. And then we can look at the lunar phases and the regular pattern of the moon being like the first obvious thing that like something is going on that is tighter or closer than a year, and really regular and may have some meaning, right? Like just the romance of the moon. You could develop meaning of your own without astrology if you wanted to. And so how do we apply the ideas, the amount of light, where the light is in the night sky, and how beneficial that may or may not be to us, to the idea of aspects, and how does that feed in both to the idea of aspects and the planets and the themes, but also the idea of the lunar phases. Okay, so that gave us studying aspects both through planets and signs using the Thema Mundi, right? We looked at, right, which was, so that was rulership, but also qualities and lunar phases. So now let's put it all back together into signs. Okay, so now we're going to revisit signs and we're going to look specifically at element and then break down the signs with all the other information that we have and see what it does for us. Oh, I had a different thing to do like a while ago. I guess we'll do it here. Okay. So we know that fire is a hot sign, and we know that air is a hot sign. So all of these are going to be hot. All of these are going to be hot. We know that fire is a dry element. Sorry, I was saying sign. And earth is a dry element. Air and water are both wet or moist elements, and earth and water are both cold or receptive or slow or reactive, or whatever terms you're using for the cold polarity type elements. We can have some basic keywords about fire. So fire is life, spark, energy, passion, desire, action, right? The fire within you. Fire is really about like spirit and life and the action of life. Some keywords for earth are going to be practical, dependable, realistic, and materialistic, as in concerned with things in the material world, less concerned with ideas, emotions, the what ifs, the if onlys. What are we working with? What do we have our hands on? Earth is about building and the body and kind of doing. Action, doing. I don't know. Good luck why I have those two there. I hope the difference is obvious and I don't have to explain it, because apparently I'm not going to. Best of luck, non-English people. My condolences. Like doing, like physically getting your hands on something, where action is like the inspired, like I'm going to do it, and then you get up and you do it, or you stand up on the table, or you burst through the door. Doing is like I'm going to get to work on it. I'm going to do the chores. I'm going to put my hands on it. I'm going to sit there and put my makeup on. I'm going to do the plan. I'm going to do the homework. Fire is like the inspiration. I am going to do it. It's that feeling of I'm going to act. And then the doing is the boring, the monotonous, the drudgery of doing it. Okay, I did explain it. Good. Hopefully that explanation helped at all. Okay. Air is the first one where we kind of like air and water are a bit less straightforward, I feel like, than the like symbolism of fire and earth. Air is about the social sphere. It's about connection, communicating, talking, ideas, language. Yeah, so this is more like technology. We could even think like kind of like synapses. It is the connection happening. It's that, aha, I get it, light bulb moment. And so we care about information and communication. And then water signs are emotional, dreams. There's a flow there. And this is really about connection. So in air, it's like a cerebral connection. It's an idea or a shared idea. I get it. I understand. With water, it's a more emotional, embodied connection. You feel connected. You feel safe. You feel like you're in the flow of water. You feel like when you're in the bath or when you're in water, it's all around you with an equal pressure. It's not directionless, or it is directionless. It's just ever present. You're just there, cradled in the body of the water. So it's about connection, feelings, intuition. Really generally, we can break down those ideas, and then we can add in ideas of hot, dry, wet, and cold. So we'll add in to these ideas of fire, and you may have your own ideas, go ahead and write them down somewhere. Hot is going to be energetic and fast and sharing. Or influencing, you could say as well. And cold is going to be receptive to that energy. Like, where is it going? It's going into a colder body. And slow, and I'll say influenced, because it's like always like an action and an equal and opposite reaction. The hot is the action, the cold is the reaction, right? So we'll say I guess receptive and influenced are like kind of the same thing, but I've been doing this for a while. My throat hurts, my brain is tired. Bear with me, team. Check out yesterday's video, which has other ideas and different stories about qualities. Some of my other like mental skits and tidbits are in there as well, if you're into that kind of thing. All right. Dry is defined, barren, and separate. And then wet is collective, fertile, and one a bit formless. Air and water are both fluids. Gases and liquids are both fluids, and fluids basically will take on the shape that they're in. So a gas will just fill with a pretty even distribution, unless the different gases have different weights in them, different densities in them, will just like fill up the space it's in. So if like you fart in a room, pretty soon the whole room will smell a little bit like fart, and then it will go away, right? Whereas water will take up the form of the container it's in, and will settle into the form of the bowl. So they're both fluids. They're both going to follow like fluid dynamics. They both have this wet quality. So that's my physics intake. Addition. Okay, so now using our keywords and some ideas from our key qualities, key temperamental qualities that each of these signs in reality is, and then some of the like more cultural or like poetic like imagery or literary ideas, like archetypal ideas that we may be aware of or have developed in our own ideas about the elements, depending on our backgrounds and how much we read as kids and what we read and blah blah blah, what we've been exposed to. We can get a different idea of fire that may be more aligned with like astrological interpretation. So we have fire being like life, spark, energy, passion, desire, action, and fire really generally like the spirit or the life of something, the heart of something, the beating heart of something. And we think that fire is hot, it's energetic, it's fast, it's sharing, and it's defined, it's barren, it's separate. It's not really concerned with like the success of everybody. It's concerned with the success of its own fire. And so we can say that fire really cares a lot about the self and about life, right? The life of the self. My life, my fire. We can even put like a my in fire, right? Okay, and then we can look at earth. So we have the general ideas of like practical, dependable, realistic, materialistic, like dealing with reality, and then cold, receptive, slow, like influenced by the environment, and defined, barren, separate. So influenced by, and then it stops there. It does not keep petering out into the rest of the collective. Earth signs maybe then are more likely to internalize stuff, right? Internalize into the body, into the physical form. So we'll say form, right? Air signs, our generic kind of idea of air being about information and communication, being a social element, concerned with ideas, language, technology, synapses, like the connections happening, and then being a hot, so an energetic, a fast, a sharing, an influencing sign, or element, and a wet, a collective, a fertile, a formless. It's going to take on the form of its container type of sign. Then we can see that air really wants to like serve the dissemination of information, right? Air wants to share and is willing to take on whatever form, you know, is most expansive, would fill the room the most to get the information, to share the information with people that want to share it. Air wants to share. Okay, I don't think I've ever said that before, so that's neat. Doing this exercise at any point in your study and redoing it will give you new things that will come up, and it's just a fun way to spend some time. If you're a boring person and this is fun for you. Okay, like it's fun for me. Okay, and then water, we have emotional dreams, flow, connection, feelings, intuition, and it's a receptive, a slow, and influence, a cold sign, while being collective and fertile and formless. So water is willing to let go of its own form, its own identity, its own defined sense of self in order to receive information, intuition, cold, receptive, for and from the collective in order to serve and nourish and emotionally nurture the collective. Like it's part of the give and take and the communal nature of water. So I'm going to put communal nourishment, give and take. Okay? I don't think I've ever come up with that for water either. And if you don't agree with that, that's fine. Just ignore. I'm just talking here in my living room to myself, essentially. And to you, if you're watching now, thank you. Hopefully, it's a good time. So now we can break these down into the signs. We have an overview of the elements, and now each element gets further modified by what class? By modality, and then further flavored by the ruler of each sign. So let's put in the modalities. We have cardinal, 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 cardinal. Cardinal signs initiate, and they have starting power and like a spark. Initiate, start, plan. Initiate, start, waves. Initiate, start, speak. Here's the chart for the moment for recording day 2. Okay, before I continue on with the sign, breakdown, I wanted to go through another like zodiac story that I used to have in my mind. So when you're learning, you hear that it's like a good practice to look for different like planetary or sign like characters or situations or energies or whatever themes in like the media you watch or in the events in your day to day. And so I was thinking at the time of like, well, what's like a Mars story or like an Aries story? And I was like, they're all Mars stories. They're all about like an individual who's the first to do a thing or the best to do the thing or like has some conflict they've got to get through. Like every story is a Mars story. And then when you have like a thought like that, it's like, okay, we'll prove it. So you go through all of the signs to feel like, what could they all be? So for me, like a Taurus story is any pairing, because Taurus is following and like fixating or fixing or maintaining what Aries has started, and then we'll get to Aries after. So this is going to be any like duo if it's about two people. So again, the like Sam to Frodo type of thing. Gemini is like commentary on this, and so it's like anytime there's an informant or there's gossip or there's like a mole, there's like a third player and it has to do with communication. Cancer is something based in like the family unit, or yeah, Cancer is something based in the family unit. Leo is a conflict, it like man versus whatever, like man versus nature, man versus self, man versus world, man versus leader. Like, so you find out your boss is in on it. You're like, how could you do that? And they're like, I do what I want. I'm the leader, or whatever, right? Or you're trying to take over as the boss, or whatever. Man versus character versus leader conflict. Virgo is like man versus bureaucracy, like kind of just the all the loopholes you got to jump through, all the hoops you got to jump through, and the loopholes that you can find if you know the right person, like all the details of the world stacked up against you. Libra is like the courtroom or the other. It's someone like obviously pointing to you and going, "You did that." And then you have to be like, "Oh, I did or I didn't." It's someone saying, "Everyone's against me." Scorpio is when you have to like face what you did and either deal with it or not. So this is like being tried for war crimes and you're like, but I just followed orders. And then kind of having the internal story of like, okay, but what does that mean? Like, am I just a dog to follow orders? Do I have no internal integrity? Like it's the internal self versus self. And then Sagittarius story would be verse religion, or like the temple, or having like the higher infrastructure or establishment come in, particularly of like a temple or religious or like pious kind of um, tilt to it. Whereas Capricorn stories would be versus like the system. So whereas Leo is, it's like your boss is the villain. In a Capricorn story, you might like try and think that the boss is the villain, and then he's like my hands are tied. It's the system itself that is the conflict or the thing that you can't brush up against. That there's just it's the way things are, and you're hitting against it like a wave against the rocks. Aquarius would be like your own ideals of utopia, or like the philosophies that you had in that being what's conflicting. So either you don't fit with the current story, or like those ideas, those fixed ideas of you're doing what's good, you have to like come home to. And then Pisces stories are like man verse, just like beyond Capricorn being a wall. It's like the wallnessness, the formlessness. Like space goes on forever and nobody's coming to save you, and everything is here and everything is divine. And like, what can you do against that? So the Mars in Pisces story is like man versus the cosmos. Mars in Aries is like man versus self. So the story of like internal struggle, but it's not really, it hasn't been brought upon by like a communal shame or like someone else pointing it out. It's right at the get-go of those struggles, or trying to struggle against the self, like to win against the self. So um, like self-development stories are probably this one. So anyway, that is just a little aside about another early zodiac story that I had when I was first learning. And then we'll get back into this. My camera, my whole thing crashed, which was very scary right when I was doing this, because I guess 4 hours of recording was too much for my little laptop. But everything's fine, so it's okay. Okay, so now we are coming back to signs, having gone through all the other pieces of the basics to put them back together in a more holistic way. So I've got fire, earth, air, water. Fire signs have some blurb, breaking down hot and dry, which each have some blurb, and then does that refine my blurb, and we're just underlining or adding more context, okay? Each of the signs then get the modality or the quadruplicity, the group of 4 designation. So we have 4 cardinal signs that have initiate, start, and then I had done like specific words, but I stopped doing that for the rest because it's too tiring. It's too much brain power. And then the fixed signs all have maintained, stubborn, and depth. And the mutable signs all have change, multi, busy. Okay, so that's one basis. And now we're going to add in the planetary rulers. So Aries is ruled by Mars, who cares about the self and action. What else can we say about Mars? First. And then where else does Mars rule? He also rules Scorpio. So self, action first. So just right there, how does the themes of fire and all the words that we've gathered for that, or all the words you've gathered in your own notes, how do the themes for cardinality and initiation and starting something and having that burst of energy to start it but to not keep it going, and how do the themes of Mars within like the context of fire give you the idea of Aries without needing to like wax poetic about rams or about firstborn children or whatever? Like, how do the ideas of first, self, heat, quickness come together to Aries, right? This should support whatever idea you already have about Aries and what you read, throughout. And then we can take a look at Scorpio. And now specifically for Scorpio, Aquarius, and Pisces, you want to compare using this traditional approach to whatever you've heard about these signs using a modern approach, because I found it very like confusing and frustrating to always be directed to the far planets, and then the far planets just embody what these signs are supposed to embody. And it's like, well, then what's the point of having separate planets and signs? They should like blend together in some way. So anyway, Scorpio having the water significations of being about connection and dreams and like needing nourishment and collective, communal, being having like not being able to just draw a line and say, yeah, this is this and that is that, but kind of being almost having a compulsion or a characteristic of having everything joined together. And then we have our fixed ideas of maintenance, stubborn, and depth. And then we add in Mars's significations of self, action, and first. So how does that describe, themes of Scorpio or Scorpio people How does that help support all the generic things you hear about Scorpio being about like depth and about emotions and about vindictiveness or about like dark desires or whatever cultural twists have been put on it? Can you see the root of a lot of that here, and does this help kind of clean it up and like clear the table of all the trinkets everybody else has put on to this meaning and give you something like a base to work with, right? Okay. um Leo is ruled by the sun, and the sun is also about selves. The sun shines like as the self and shares. And like the sun shines every day. You can't it's never not happened, right? And so that helps us understand something about fixity. Is every day the sun is going to shine. It's there regardless. You can't negotiate with it. You can't fight with it. You can't delay it. You can't quicken it. And so, how does that influence our idea of Leo being like a sign characteristically that maybe has some ego and wants to shine? Well, I'm going to shine every day regardless. You can't do anything about it because that's my spark. That's my life. That is my life source. And that's how I express it. Right? Okay. Let's do Saturn's signs. So, Saturn rules Capricorn, and Saturn himself is about limits, endurance, surrender, and time. And Saturn rules Aquarius, which again, he has limits and endurance, surrender, and time. Saturn rules like reality and having to deal like with it and not necessarily being able to do something about it. It's there. How are you going to react to it in an internal way instead of bashing against it, right? So we combine our earthly, cold, dry ideas with the ability to start something with a lot of energy with Saturn, who has deals with reality, limits, endurance, when to push through, when to say I can't push through, when to just lay against that wall and be like, okay, I'm gonna have to be safe on this wall because I got nothing left. Because you're surrendering to, like, the time it took, the time it's gonna take, the time you have. How does that influence your idea about Capricorn? And can you see the like modern interpretations of Capricorns being like really business savvy and like in it for the long haul, and they have that long game, like millionaire kind of business owner energy? You see how that can come from this? We're building practicality. We have the energy to get it started because we know what it takes for things to last, right? And then for Aquarius, now you're going to compare these ideas to what you may have with Uranus ruling Aquarius, or having Uranus in Aquarius and the 11th house often like completely conflated. We're not going to talk about the 11th house. We're not going to talk about Uranus. We're just going to talk about Aquarius being an air sign. So having hot, energetic, fast sharing qualities, and a wet sign, collective, fertile, formless. Air signs being concerned with social ideas, language, technology, synapses, like the connections happening. Air signs caring about information and communication. And so air particularly wanting to share information and communication, either with people or for the information itself. A fixed air sign is going to maintain and have some stubbornness and some depth to either the social sphere or the communication sphere, the information sphere, maybe a blending of both. And then we'll add in that Saturn is about limits and endurance. So this is going to double up kind of like the fixed energy, and then surrender and time. So how does Aquarius deal with time and like the limits of time and communication while wanting to share it? They may, get into a space where they really care about the information and the integrity of the information and wanting it to disseminate, right? So Gemini is like, what are we talking about? What's the vibe? Are we all laughing? Are we crying? Are we bitching? What's happening? And then Libra's like, here with my girls. Like, it doesn't really matter what the vibe is. It matters that there is a vibe with people and that that's maintained. And then Aquarius is there looking at what is actually filling the space, the information, the vibe, and spending time with it. Okay? That's my opinion. Let's move on. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, and Jupiter is about excess, we'll say bounty. And with Jupiter's like mutability ruling mutable signs, and then having exaltation in Cancer, which itself has a steady shift in it because of the idea of waves in the ocean, right? Um, I'm going to put like shifting sands, like kind of the large shifts over time. Like it takes a while for a sand dune to like form and move. In my understanding, I have no idea about sand dunes. Jupiter rules Pisces. We could put like teaching as well. Philosophy, whatever you want. So he's about excess, bounty, teaching. And then Moon is about nurturing, cycles, phases. Mercury is about messages, navigation, and what else is Mercury about? Money. We'll say trade. All right, so we can look at Mercury ruling Virgo, which is an earth sign, cold, practical, dry, building, care about like form and internalizing stuff, like giving stuff to form in their experience. And then Virgo is the mutable sign of that, so we care about change, so like multitasking or multiplicity, and busy, so like being busy doing it, getting into it, always having something on the go. Ruled by Mercury, who has messages, navigation, and trade. So, Mercury being about trade, it's not just trade for coin, it's not just trading information. It's like understanding that if you do this, you're not going to be able to do that. And so, what are you always trading in your life? Like, there's always like a spreadsheet going for Virgo, ruled by Mercury, Earth sign. Yeah? And then in Gemini, Mercury has all the air significations, all the floating social information, wanting to share, be shared with, be in the crowd vibe. And then we still have the mutability, so we don't change, multi-busy, so like lots of conversations, lots of friend groups, lots of people, lots of moods, lots of words, lots of vocab, lots of viewpoints. For Mercury, who cares about messages, navigation, and trade. So Gemini's maybe like navigating through like language and social structure. They maybe like playing with language with you. Like it's fun for them. It's a nice little way to barter their time, right? And then Venus is about harmony, beauty, and embodied. She wants to feel it. She wants to feel good. She wants it all to be good, and she wants the good to be really nice. Not just for everybody, but for her as well. So, Venus, Taurus, fixed Earth. How does this all come together? Earth signs, practical, here in the now, trying to actually do something with the materials at hand. Fixed, maintain stubborn depth. And then Venus ruling, wanting harmony, beauty, embodied. Taurus cares about what they put in their body and feeling good in their body, and you're not going to dissuade them from that path or from those preferences. They know it works because it feels good. Leave me alone, that kind of thing. Don't argue with me about it. And then Venus in Libra, we have all the air significations of being social and wanting to share, both in the social scene, but also information and ideas. And then Venus being about harmony, beauty, embodiment, and Libra being a cardinal sign of initiating, starting, and like maybe speaking. We can see that Libra maybe wants to like set social trends and set the most like harmonic, like they want to start a trend or like set the tone in the room so that it is a wonderful time as long as everyone's getting along, right? Libra can then, thus prioritize, just let me just start the harmony now. Like, let me just input what I have to input and then I'll back off. And so, like, in order to share and have a communal space. And so she can, in this sense, kind of get stuck in a habit of like hosting or like acquiescing to stronger, louder, more disharmonious personalities because she can keep the harmony. So why not? It's easy. I'll just do it one time. But it's continuously just one time because of the cardinality, right? Okay, so that is, now you know astrology. Now you know signs and planets. And we did the other work where you know something about houses and aspects. So I'm going to go over this information. I'm going to arrange it a couple different ways because we're doing this in depth. And then I'm going to do some examples. Okay? So we're going to keep going. All right, so this is how you can look at signs through triplicity, which is groups of 3. We have the fire triplicity, we have the earth triplicity, the air triplicity, and the water triplicity. We can also examine the signs by looking at quadruplicity, which is groups of 4. We have the cardinal quadruplicity, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 items in the fixed quadruplicity, and we have 4 items in the mutable quadruplicity. Okay, so I put down notes. I'm out of the big paper. I put down notes for cardinal, initiatory, spark, starting power, force, Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, and then I color coded these for the elements because why not? Fixed, maintains, works, stubborn, depth / time, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius. Immutable, change, multitask, busy, contradictions, Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces. So this is still in order. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Now we can put just as much detail on this one as we do on the other one. So Aries is fire, hot, dry. Leo is fire, hot, dry. Sag is fire, hot, dry. Okay, so I've added in the element and qualities to all of them. All of the fire signs are fire, hot, dry. All of the water signs are water, cold, wet. All of the air signs are air, hot, wet. And all of the earth signs are earth, cold, dry. So now we can add in the planetary rulers. Okay, so I've added in all of the planetary significations, so just a couple words for each. So our mutable signs all have change and contradictions. Gemini is air, hot, wet. So hopefully you have, like in your head, air, hot, wet just comes up with some ideas, some meaning, some images, something you could work with. Ruled by Mercury, who likes to navigate and trade. Doesn't matter what it is. Actual trade of items, of information. Tip for that, it's like jack of all trades. He can do anything as long as he can slip through it, feel cool about it, and have some change now and then. Right? So this is how we can look at everything through the modality first, and then adding in those key building blocks to get foundational ideas of each sign without having to have a memorization of like what Aries means or what Leo means. You can just break it down into its parts and you can write it down each time. And if you're studying with someone, or if you're with someone that wants to know like why you're saying what you're saying, you can be like, well, like let's think about fire. What are some things that come up to mind when we say fire, especially when we're talking about like the fire in people. And then you can talk about like, so heat, does this, and dry does this, and then the sun is there, and like let's think about the sun and sun imagery, and what we think about sun if someone is like shining like the sun or rising like the sun, or you know his star is rising right now, anything like that. And then that can help you, describe Leo to someone who maybe has not found a description of Leo online or in the charts, like, or on TikTok that like resonates with them. Okay, I had another zodiac story. So I tend to think of cardinal as like a force of nature, right? The sun and the earth are in such a position, the seasons are starting. What are you going to do about it? Fixed, I consider human interaction and like cultivation of a particular natural resource. We're working with it long term. We don't really control it, we're working with it. Like that element has agreed to work with us with it if we agree to work as well. Mutable is like the human hands getting onto it and molding it and adding like that human inspiration, that human spark, human ingenuity into it. So my original comment that like sparked all this that people liked and wanted more of was Capricorn's like the mountain. What are you going to do about the mountain? You can take blocks from it to build stuff. You can build around it. You can build into it. But the mountain is there. The earthquake is there. The earth is here. Taurus is agriculture. It's farming. It's cultivating that field, having a harvest. It's regular. We learn about it over time. We build that relationship over time. Virgo is like pottery. You're taking the earth and you're remolding it. You're putting some different purpose to it so that it can serve people. And then we can get into like Virgo being so particular and perfectionistic because if you're trying to make, a whole bunch of bowls and you want them all to be like standardized, this is where we get the idea of like standardization, right? For fire signs, this is just raw fire. So people have been using fire for a really long time. And there's debate on like when we developed the ability to like spark our own fire versus, there would have been a lightning strike or like a bushfire or something like some natural occurrence of fire that our like early ancestors would have like caught and kept with them and moved around with them like as an ember wrapped in some moss or some bark, or keeping the flame alive versus Leo is a cultivated fire. This is the hearth fire. This is fire that we can start and stop anytime. And the idea is that you don't stop it because it's keeping you going. The hearth fire is what keeps you alive if you keep it alive. And then Sagittarius, if we think about fire being like that spark of life and the juice of life, Sagittarius, when you get like human hands and human inspiration mixed into it, you're no longer working with it, you're making it work for you. This is story and philosophy and imagination and hope and optimism and myths and just putting that spark of life into everything. For air signs, the cardinal air sign is the fact that we can connect, we do have language, and for the most part, like humans didn't get to be humans fighting. It was communal, it was caring, it was paying attention to the needs of other people. And like people aren't the only thing that do this, like crows with broken beaks will feed each other. And like chimps that see that each other are sick will like go get like chimp medicine and bring it to them. um, People didn't succeed into the like species that we are over millennia from being overtly cutthroat, is from being harmony. So like we started as social groups before we started as people. And so that is already there. It's extant. You can't do anything about it. Babies are going to reach out to each other and talk to each other. It's there. We can talk and we can communicate and it happens. What are you going to do about it? Well, we're going to work on language and we're going to work on meaning and we're going to work on dictionaries and we're going to work on cultural understandings of social norms and languages and how to socialize so that we can interact in some kind of structured way. And then how do you get human interaction, human inspiration? How do you get little human fingers mixed into that? Gossip, story. You can make up any word you want right now. You can start any new identity. You can meet a new friend. You can start or ruin a relationship. You can play with it as much as you want, including how language is then shared through books, through media, through movies. You can play with, you can navigate through all of it. Water signs, this is not only like the ocean wave, rainfall, like how we rely on the cycles, the water cycles of the planet to survive, but also like the birth waters. Like we come in connected, we come in physically connected via an umbilical cord and through the birth waters. And we are connected to water sources. Like people don't live away from water sources unless it's Nevada, in which case they're stealing all the water from your local water cycle and dumping it in the desert where it can't do anything. Scorpio is how do we work with it? Well, sometimes we abuse it and we dump it in Nevada. Sometimes it's like irrigation. It's like how do you work with water so it can sustain you because water can be incredibly violent, just like fire. So how do you maintain it so that it works with you? So like cisterns, water that we hold, reservoirs, dams, people working with water in order to sustain and continue to grow greater connection and greater community, right? Scorpio caring about the community and everybody, and water being like a fertile sign, the growth of that. Pisces is how do you get little human fingers and inspiration into connection, into the life waters, into life sustaining waters. This is poetry, this is art, this is dreaming, this is the like magical embodied feeling, the resonance of the philosophy and the hope began in Sagittarius, both Jupiter signs, the philosopher, the teacher, the dreamer, right? Okay. Another thing that helps me support that the mutables are all like very artistic is that Venus, yes, she rules art and the appreciation of art, but the artist making it meticulously or regularly, the artist who has the deftness of hand either musically or with the paintbrush or with the pencil or the charcoal or whatever, that's a Mercury thing, right? So that's how I add more like artistic meanings into that's why they got added to mutable. That's one of the reasons they got added to mutable. And then we can look at specifically at the planets. So Saturn, who's about limits, no, and time, rules Capricorn and Aquarius. And then you can detail all the stuff we've already detailed about Capricorn, that it's earth and some stuff about earth, and that it's cold and some stuff about cold, and that it's dry and some stuff about dry, and that it's cardinal and some stuff about cardinal. And then we're going to like focus more that this is the earth or cold or receptive or reactive, the slower space of expression for Saturn. And then we'll have all that same stuff for Aquarius. We'll have, that it's an air sign, some stuff about air, and then air is hot, so what's hot, and what's wet, and then air is fixed, so what's fixed. And then we're going to pay attention to this being that more extroverted, outgoing, I've got the energy already in me to share. How am I going to share it? Expression for Saturn. This is going to help us understand Capricorn and Aquarius, but also help us understand the full breadth of iteration for Saturn, because Saturn isn't just Capricorn. Saturn traditionally rules Aquarius, and so like he has a place there, and Aquarius has a place with the limits and the exclusion, the opposition, and the like hard done by, no, you're not served by the way things are, that's just the way things are, population, right? Okay. And then you do that for everybody. I'm I'm not going to do it for you this time, but Jupiter is like teaching, excess, and like Jupiter's the big yay. So Jupiter has a daytime extroverted ready to share expression in Sag, and a nighttime gonna wait on it, gonna react to whatever's going on expression in Pisces. How do those feed into each other? Mars has Aries and Scorpio. Sun has Leo. Venus has Taurus and Libra. Mercury has Gemini and Virgo. and Moon has Cancer. So this will lead us into dispositors, or like the chain of rulership, which you need to appropriately look at a chart. So we have all of these planets ruling certain signs, which means they're the sign ruler, and then whatever house, if you're using whole sign house system, whatever house is in this sign, it's like Mars then becomes that house ruler. And you want to look for your house rulers. You want to look for your sign rulers to tell you more about that place. And so you can follow that chain of command. So right now, Mercury is in Sagittarius, so that's ruled by Jupiter. So we can interpret that. What does that mean? And we can interpret both that placement and this placement, and can they see each other? So where is Jupiter to see or not Mercury from Sag? Jupiter's in Cancer. We can interpret a whole bunch of stuff about Jupiter being in Cancer. Where is the Moon? Because now Moon is trying to resource Jupiter, who's trying to resource Mercury, who we're interested in for whatever reason, who is in Sag. Moon is in Pisces. Okay, neat. There is a dispositor loop of mutual reception here where Moon can resource Jupiter and Jupiter can resource Moon because they're in each other's signs, as well as Jupiter kind of having some resources of his own to share from Cancer, having exaltation there, not really needing Moon's resources, but for sure having it. And then we can look at, can Jupiter see Sagittarius from Cancer? No. But Sagittarius to Pisces, where the Moon is, are in a square formation. So maybe Mercury is being resourced and soothed and supported by the Moon in Jupiter's stead, right? So that is how you would, just for the chart of this moment, today is October 31st, that is how I would track that down to figure out what's going on. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a big one together, okay? So we would, to draw that out, dispositors or dispositorship. Mercury's in Sag right now. Moon is in Pisces. Jupiter's in Cancer. This is a trine. This is a square. This is a quincunx. Sag can see Gemini in opposition and Leo by trine, and the sign in between an opposition and a trine is unaspected. It's one of our blind houses, right? So Mercury in Sagittarius is needing to be resourced by Jupiter in Cancer, and on a technicality, so like technically, maybe not in actuality, but technically, Mercury cannot be resourced by Cancer because they're quincunx. He can't see it. However, Jupiter has exaltation in Cancer. So if Jupiter could get resources to Mercury and Sag, he would have the resources to give, no problem. This Jupiter in Cancer is ruled by Moon, who is in Pisces. That's great because Moon in Pisces is ruled by Jupiter in Cancer. So this is called mutual reception. And in my opinion, it means that a planet that is looking to either of these planets for resources can look to either because they're in communication. They've got carrier pigeons flying back and forth between these two places, no problem. Your message will get through, that kind of thing. So we don't need to look anywhere else for Moon because Moon is ruled by Jupiter in Cancer, and Moon doesn't rule any other sign but Cancer, so it's just going to be here. Nobody else is in Cancer, we don't have to include them. Both of Jupiter's signs, Pisces and Sag, are here, so that's a nice loop. But let's add in some other stuff. Mercury rules Virgo, which happens to have the south node right now, and Gemini, which happens to have nobody. So that's okay. There's nothing really asking for resources from Mercury, except the south node might have a drain on his house here, and he can see that from his current place in Sag, And Mercury does not like being in Sag. He does not find the resources he wants here. Mercury might be tired at this time because he's got some tiring thing in his house. There's no planet there, so it might not be tiring until the moon comes through or until something's activating the south node because it's just a point. Your mileage may vary. And nothing's happening in Gemini at this point. Well, no, Uranus is still in Gemini. Is Uranus not? Okay, so he's trying to also resource Uranus in Gemini, which is fine. Uranus is going to do okay in Gemini. They've got something to talk about there. But this is a square, and that's the opposition. And then we're not actually getting resources from Jupiter in Cancer. We can't see that. And then Mercury doesn't really like Sagittarius anyway. It's a tiring place to be. So our mercurial aspects, or the activated Sag or Virgo or Gemini places of our lives right now, just might be a little bit tired because there's no energy coming through for Mercury in his state where he is right now. And then we can also look at who else is in Pisces. Well, Saturn and Neptune and the North Node are in Pisces. And that is talking to Jupiter, the ruler of all that, by trine. Jupiter has the resources to give. So this might be a really easy drag, like the energy is just shedding, shedding, shedding. But because Jupiter has exaltation here, it's like those resources are there to give, and it's like they're not even Jupiter's resources, they're the moon's resources. So, like, take them. You need them? Sure. I'm just handing them out, kind of thing. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Is there anybody in Capricorn right now? No. Is there anybody in Aquarius right now? Yes, Pluto's in Aquarius. So, in the end, Jupiter and by mutual reception the moon are resourcing all of the far planets, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus through Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter himself. They're all here. What's going on with the rest of the chart? Venus right now is in Libra. She owns Libra, so whatever. She doesn't need to look anywhere for that. She also owns Taurus. No one's in Taurus right now, so okay. This is its own closed section. Sun and Mars are both in Scorpio right now, which is ruled by Mars, so they're both doing okay. And then Mars's other sign, Aries, has Chiron, and we cannot see Chiron from Scorpio. And so technically, Chiron right now is not being resourced, but like we don't always mind that because when he's resourced, he's doing his wounded healer thing. You know what I mean? He might be doing it regardless. Your mileage may vary. And so this is a closed loop. If I had done this 2 days ago when Mercury was still in Scorpio, these areas would be coming over here to be resourced by Mars. And so, have you noticed in the past few days a shift in your Virgo South Node, transiting South Node, Gemini transiting Uranus, Mercury areas of your life or where that's activated in your chart? Have you noticed a shift in them from like a week ago when it was all ruled by Mars and resourced or not by Mars to now, the last couple days, where it's resourced instead by Jupiter, and by extension, depending on the day, we may be getting resources like via the moon. Ah? Okay, before we get into our example, which I will be breaking down like a chart of the moment when we get to that moment, I need to go over a bunch of different things because today is a Friday, which means it is Venus's day, which is another way you could look at the planets if you wanted to. This is Chaldean order, and like, I don't want to say all, but a lot of calendars, cultures, societies around the globe and like through history have basically all kept the same 7-day week and the days are lined up to like elements and planets, and it's very consistent across cultures. It's very cool. Anyway, today is Friday, Venus's day. And so, to like honor Venus, I will be examining Venus in the chart. And the aspect that Venus is making is to Chiron. And we haven't talked about Chiron. So I'm not going to talk about Chiron without introducing Chiron. And doing so will let me talk about myth and star and meaning and my opinion of it all. So this is all my opinion, okay? Now, a few hours ago, I mentioned that the stars are not the zodiac and that I would get back to that. So this is me getting back to that. So here we are on the surface of the earth looking out into the sky. And if the sun's not there, if it's nighttime, what we have are an array of stars as a backdrop that are incredibly consistent over your lifetime with a very, very, very minor shift. Generationally, every 72 years, you may notice a slight degree difference up in the sky. So these fixed stars, the constellations, are like the backdrop. And against those fixed stars, against that backdrop, we are able to see in one clear night, if you have the patience for it, you can see where the moon rises. And then when the moon is almost setting, you can see that moon will have moved amongst or like over or in reference to those other fixed star constellations that you're already familiar with because your Agrian ancestors have been working on the stars for generations, right? So that's how astrology is developed. And that's how there is an initial correlation between what we consider like the demarcations, the divisions of the zodiac into like clear energetic seasonal signatures set by the sun, and we name them and we think that they correlate with the stars. Now, my analogy to this is you are watching some kind of sports, and around whatever the place where the sports are played, there's like signs, there's like billboards, right? So if this is hockey, this is the billboards on the hockey rink. If it's baseball, then it's like the big banners hanging down, right? I don't know about the sports, okay? But that's just the backdrop. So to be watching the game and to be watching the players and the moves being made and to be guessing who's going to do what and what effect that's going to have, and to think that the advertisements in the back are part of the game, to me is to think that the constellations are part of like the astrological signification. That is my opinion. Okay, so that's part one. That's opinion one. The other thing I want to bring up now, I tried to look for a source for this. I could not find it. I have a diploma where I had to learn a bunch of different like physics and mechanics and stuff. So I know more than people that have never learned, but I'm not an expert and I'm not a teacher and like I'm not a professional. But what we were learning is that they were studying electricity and trying to figure out like, so what is a charge? What carries a charge? What is like the media and the thing that you measure for electricity? And we call it the charge, and that's fine. What we know now is that electrons carry negative charges and protons carry positive charges. But back in the day, what they were looking for was they wanted to see what the proton was doing. They assumed the proton was positively carrying forward like a charge or something. This is my understanding and my memory from 7 years ago when I first learned this. And so it was like, no, it's not. The thing that we originally defined it as is not that. But we were working with that name before we knew what we were working with. And now that we know what we're working with, the name has stuck because that's just the way people are. We were already calling it the charge, not the negative charge, not the anti-charge or whatever. We were already considering it as this charge, which is like a solar idea of something moving forward, whereas the electron is a negative charge, so it's like attracting, right? It's not going out, it's coming in. So like those kind of ideas, there was a focus on kind of a positivity, a solar, like in this, like that's just, I guess, how scientists in our cultures work. especially like the Western mind. Um, and so once we find out, oh, that's not what it's like, that's not actually what it is, well, the name is going to stick because it's just easy, even though now we know what we're actually dealing with. And I like, if you learn any bit of science, it's filled with this. We have no idea what we're talking about, and then we do find out what we're talking about. We're just going to keep calling it what we call it, right? Maybe you have an example from your industry or an industry you know about where, like, I'm making this up, I don't know about this part. Like maybe a retinal scan is not actually a retinal scan. It's measuring the shape of the cornea, and because of the way everything reflects in the eye, we're actually measuring the cornea, which tells us what we need to know, but it's not a retinal scan. No one's going to stop going to the eye doctor because, well, it's not really a retinal scan. Do you even know what you're talking about? Like, it doesn't even, it must not work if you are not calling it the right thing, says the person that doesn't know anything about it. That is my opinion on people saying, well, the stars have shifted, or you need to account for the shift, for the precession of the equinoxes, and how, like, the original constellations that we saw these solar events happening, equinoxes and solstices, against the backdrop of that has shifted over the last 2,000 years. It shifted over the 2,000 years before that. It's going to keep shifting. And in my opinion, it's an empty argument because we saw against the reference point of the stars, our moving stars, our solar system, our, like, astrology, before we knew what we were dealing with was a more seasonal, like a tighter knit, a local space type of thing in the solar system, and not so much cosmic waves coming through all of the galaxies, like through the solar system to hit Earth. And my support for that is that if you watch Chris Brennan's astrology podcast, History of Astrology episodes, we only, like, really super equated the constellations to the zodiac for like maybe 500 years in this tradition, and then quickly moved into like an equal house, a whole sign method. Because also the constellations aren't even, and with that, slow precession, if you have a picture of a fish and then over time it like tilts away and changes perspective, if astrology is coming through the constellations, then yeah, you would have to account for precession of the equinoxes. You would have to adjust whatever Aries was or whatever. But you would also have to slowly adjust your story of the constellations, because those dots that you're connecting to make a story of a fish, maybe it's not a fish anymore. Maybe it's obviously something else. And so that the stars aren't obviously anything leads me to the next point, which is that the planets and astrology inform the stars and the myth and the story. And the myth and the constellation and the stories do not define the planet. That is my opinion. So we have myth and we have like constellations and they have stories. And we have all this meaning, and we have names like Aphrodite and Athena and, Diana. And those are all names applied to Venus, but they don't define Venus. Venus inspired those names. Venus is the original magical point that gave us something to have myths and stories about. And so if you're learning astrology via myth and story and definition from different cultures, understand that that is just like one facet on like the entire T of like the gem or the idea or the identity or the concept of each planet. It's just one access point, and it's going to have been filtered and translated through culture and through politic and through retelling and through language and the limits of language, which is so limited, to come to some meaning that you have independently, because you also have your own associations with language and meaning and like the morality of certain actions or certain characters. And so like you've got to get a lot of different sources to start to approach the like essence of each of the parts of astrology. And it is my opinion that the myths do not define the planet defines the myth. So Venus inspires the myth of Aphrodite. Aphrodite is not Venus. She's like a portion of. She's a translation of a segment of Venus. Okay. That being said, a planet that I do rely very heavily on the myth for is Chiron. And I think that Chiron is a bit of an outlier because he's not really like a planet that we can see, not one of the traditional planets. He's like a comet or an asteroid or some other rocky type of body. In, I believe, the asteroid belt. I don't really know where this guy is. He must be between Saturn and Uranus because of his orbit, is my opinion. But I think he's in the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Saturn. I have no idea. No clue where this guy is. But I do use the myth of Chiron, which I will detail when I'm discussing Chiron, because in my limited experience, it works and it's what I'm working with right now. However, I do not denote using myths to like heavily describe and influence your understanding of any of the far planets and almost any of the traditional planets. Instead, try to go back to the foundational basics of the planet's temperament, the places it rules, the joys it has, and then look for those foundations in all of the myths that you're using, all the stories that you're coming across, and then try to find where translations and additions and changes and like societal values and ideals and control would have been peppered in to all of those myths that you're reading, is my opinion. Okay. And then I don't know if I summarized this idea, but like now that we know what the zodiac is, which is a relationship set by the sun and the earth, creating our solstices and our equinoxes, which then creates like a ring of like time or space that we can measure all the other planets prospectively through, and that can tell us something about what's going on in the world, in our lives, like with the solar weather. It all lines up if you've got the patience to look for it. And so now that we know what we're dealing with, we can unzip it from being the constellations and we know it's the zodiac. It just so happens that we are still calling the seasonal divisions of the zodiac the same name as the constellations, as they're known like for a long time in a lot of the world. And so you can instead refer to the zodiac through all the foundational bits that we know. You can, instead of saying Aquarius and then having people be like, well, you know, it's not the constellation. Yes, I do know that. I also know that it just happens to share the name of the constellation. And I know that Aquarius is a fixed air, hot, wet, ruled by Saturn, who is a cold, dry, melancholic. I can bring all of that together and be like, this is what Aquarius is. We're shorthanding it into Aquarius because that is what people do. It's just so easy. The designation was already there. And it's not like the stars don't still matter as that reference point. Like if you're building a relationship with the sky and trying to see the planets at nighttime and building a relationship with the night sky, and with astrology like physically, like interpersonally and not just informationally, you're going to have to get to know the stars and the constellations. And you're going to get to know the myth and you're going to see how they influence each other. But it's my opinion that the source is the planet. The source is the astrology, which gives us story and meaning and a way to reference things over time as like the original science, in my opinion. Okay, here is the chart of the moment. We are at 11 degrees Sag rising. Jupiter is at 24 Cancer in the 8th house. Venus rules the MC at 14 degrees Libra, and she is at 22 degrees Libra. Let me number the houses. And then we're going to break down part of this chart. Now, today is Friday, Venus's day, and right now it's Jupiter's hour. It's the 5th hour of the day. And so I'm going to break down Venus and what's going on with her, and then I'm going to break down Jupiter and what's going on with him, and that will cover both my bases. And it just so happens that Venus rules the MC and Jupiter rules the AC, and so we're going to get some information as if this was a birth chart as well. But you could apply this to any kind of delineation you want to make. So this is my example of how we put it all together into a chart reading, and my example of why it kind of takes learning about all the pieces before you start putting it in together with aspects, and how aspects really make something really dynamic, okay? So I'm going to go over this example, and then I'm going to give an example where I show a transit that's happening for me, and I'm going to tie in medical astrology, which we don't know anything about, but it's fine. It's going to be small. It's going to be good. Okay. So I want to investigate Venus. Venus in this chart is in the 11th house, which is the house of good spirit. So that's nice. And she's in Libra, which she has domicile, she rules. So that's really nice. And then we can see what else she may rule. So in that same house with her, there is the MC at 14 degrees. So like that's all right, that's prominent, and that makes her prominent and an important planet in the chart. I gave her a little crown here. And then we can see, is there anybody in Taurus, the other place that she rules? Because Libra is taken care of here. So anybody in Taurus? No, it's empty. And where is Taurus? Taurus is the 6th house of bad fortune. So that might be a little bit tiring, right? But that's okay. There's no one there to require any tiring resources for a tiring job. So that's okay. And she couldn't see it anyway because she is classically not in aspect to Taurus from Libra. It's a quincunx or 150 degrees or a verse. So it may be a neutral aspect when we're considering Venus because she can't access it anyway. And there's no one there to drain her regardless if she could, or if she had some way to get resources there. No one's asking for anything. So Venus's placement and Venus's signs that she rules. And then we can look at, what is Venus doing? Is she making any aspects? Is she talking to anybody? So she can't see anybody in Scorpio. There's nobody that she is applying to in Sagittarius, and Mercury, even if he was moving really fast, could not catch up in time to her to make a sextile, so that's fine. There's nothing there. Nobody's in Capricorn. Pluto is at 1 degrees Aquarius, so she's long past having a trine to him. In Pisces, we can't see Pisces. Pisces and Taurus are either side of the oppositional side Aries, and so we can't see them. So everything going on in Pisces, which is the sign of her exaltation, she can't resource that anyway. She doesn't have a way to bring a helping hand to them. And then we can look at Aries. Yes, we have Aries. Who's in Aries? Chiron. At what degree? 25. And so they are applying to each other. They're also applying mutually to each other because Chiron is retrograde. Again, all the far planets, when they're in opposition to the sun, are just naturally going to be retrograde. And so she's moving forward toward the 25th degree, and Chiron is moving backwards toward the 25th and the 24th and the 22nd degree. So they are going to meet, and they're mutually applying. So she has an opposition, which we can detail, to Chiron in Aries, which in this chart is the 5th chart, or the 5th house. And Aries also has the lot of fortune and the IC at 14, the lot of fortune at 6. So I want to delineate all of this information to get an idea of Venus, because Venus has what's going on for her here and possibly what's going on for her here in the other place that she rules because she's responsible for it. She's invested in what's going on here. And then an aspect that she makes is going to have the information about that aspect as its own thing that it has going on. And then we have to combine it through the aspect they're making, which is an opposition. And so it's like, how far down the rabbit hole do you go? Because what's going on with Chiron? Chiron doesn't rule anything, so we don't have to think about the houses that he's in. We can think about his ruler, Mars. And where is Mars? Mars is in Scorpio in the 12th house in this chart and can't see Chiron, so like not giving him any resources anyway. If we can't see the ruler of our house to give us resources, we look for the exalted ruler, which is the sun. Sun is also in Scorpio. And so Chiron isn't getting the resources it would need to do Chironic type things. Or the Chironic type things it's doing under resourced. And so if they could be easier, they might be harder. But it might be that like the action is starved. It's going to be different for everybody all the time. And then what kind of aspects is Chiron making? So Chiron can't see anybody in Pisces. There's nothing happening in Taurus. Can't see anybody in Virgo. Can't see anybody in Scorpio. Chiron is not going to make any aspect to Mercury. They're too far apart, even though they're in a trine. Like that's over 20 degrees away. He moves too slowly. And while Mercury, regularly might be able to make this distance up in a week or two, right now is slowing down into his retrograde station. So they're not going to meet. There's nobody square from Capricorn. The sextile to Aquarius, unless to Pluto, is way too wide. They both move way too slowly to have that be a meeting. They're more likely to meet in a square from when Chiron moves into Taurus than to meet in this kind of sextile. And then we can't see anybody here. We're past any kind of talking to bisextile with Uranus. We have to wait because Uranus is going to come back and then come back into Taurus and then go back into Gemini. Chiron is going to be making little retrogrades through. They're probably going to meet in Gemini or Cancer or Leo, depending on how fast they're each moving. Like we have to wait until they lap. They're not actually having a conversation by aspect, only really broadly by sign. And then that leaves us with Jupiter. So is Chiron making any kind of aspect to Jupiter? Yes. Jupiter is moving forward towards the 25th degree because Jupiter is almost about to move into a more oppositional phase with the Sun and is about to station retrograde. So Jupiter is slowing right now, as is Mercury. They're slowing into their retrograde stations. So they are applying by what? Cancer to Aries by square. So Chiron is having a square to Jupiter in Cancer in the 8th house. Do we include what's going on in Sag? And do we include what's going on in Pisces for what's going on with Jupiter? And if Jupiter can see them, no and yes. Do we include what's going on with Jupiter's ruler, Moon, in 4th house Pisces, and the fact that they have trine and mutual reception, and that this is also Jupiter's exaltation, as like how Jupiter is doing? And then, because there's planets in Jupiter's signs, do we include as a full picture of how Jupiter's doing the fact that in one of his signs that he cannot access because it's in a quincunx position, we do have a retrograding or a soon to be retrograding Mercury, who is also in his detriment in the 1st house? And do we include that in Pisces, which we can see by trine, we have the Moon, which brings our mutual reception loop. Sometimes I'll write it like that. and Saturn and Neptune. And wouldn't you know it, Jupiter is also applying by trine to Saturn. So that would be its own trine to Saturn. And then we can delineate Saturn as being in the fourth house of Pisces, trine ruler Jupiter, which is great, and co-present with the moon and being applied to by the moon, who is the like in a resource loop with Jupiter, so like Saturn can be considered very well resourced. And then Saturn's signs themselves of Capricorn, which is empty, and sextile, so like it's okay. He can see his house and nobody wants anything from him. Perfect. And then Aquarius, which is too close, it's semi-sextile, so he couldn't really help them even if they wanted to. Like he just left the door, they're gonna have to figure it out until he can get to a place where he can like make a call or like help them in some way. He's just too close to it right now. Which has Pluto and like whatever, doesn't Pluto's gonna find the resources Pluto needs. Doesn't really need Saturn's permission. It's a hierarchical thing. Our like Saturn to us is Pluto to Saturn, in my opinion. So all of this can inform what's going on with Saturn and the aspects that Saturn is making. Saturn can't see Chiron, is receiving a trine from Jupiter, can't see Venus, just had a trine with Mars. So like how does that influence Saturn? Saturn's condition and if the fact that he's needing resources for all of what's going on for him needs to come from Jupiter or the moon. And then Jupiter being something that's squaring Chiron, so that's going to give us information about what's going on with Chiron, which is opposing Venus, which is the planet we're trying to investigate. So Venus as well, she is applying to a square with Jupiter, right? So it sometimes doesn't make any sense to be like, I'm going to look at this planet and like list it all out individually. You just got to like go through the whole chart holistically and then cobble it all together. But there's lots of ways you can do it. So let's do one of those methods. So let's start with like an itemization, a detail of Venus specifically, and then we'll do like a quick shorthand of all the influences that may be affecting like how she's being talked to and aspected, and then pull it together. And then we'll do a more holistic but briefer, like not as in depth for everybody, but for everybody. And I'll do that as a transit chart, okay? So if we wanted to break down Venus, we would say that Venus, who is a planet of harmony, and in this chart here, is Venus rising or is Venus setting? When the sun sets, Venus is already underground. Before the sun rises, if you got up early and looked towards the east, towards the coming sunrise, you may be able to see Venus in the sky. So Venus is a rising star right now, which means she is primarily hot and wet. She acts communally. She's acting for a feeling of connection, right? These are ideas. Act for connection. These are ideas of Venus, okay? So that's just really basic. Now Venus is in Libra, so domicile, resourced, confident. Libra is an air sign, so she's social, and itself is a hot and wet sign. So Venus is in a hot, wet sign in her hot, wet expression. So there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of influence here. So we can say energy and influence. Then we can look at what's going on with Libra. Libra in this chart also hosts the MC, which is public life, parents, leadership, and the MC can sometimes take the place of like the sun as a signification for like where you shine, like where you have some prominence, where you are highly visible in what you do. So I'm just going to put shine in brackets. And Libra is the 11th house, which we know is called the place of good spirit. So it's like a nice place to be. The 11th house sextiles the ascendant, and so it's helpful towards the self or whatever event this chart is for. And the 11th house is about our goals, aspirations, networks, and like wider friend groups. So this is a very friendly place for Venus to be, planet of harmony, who wants connection and sharing, in a sign of connection and sharing, which she rules, so she's very confident here. It has the MC, which is a place of public and prominence, so she wants to be seen sharing, in the 11th house of sharing with the community in like a very communal sharing, helpful with the sextile to the AC type of environment. So this is a very giving, harmonious, very lovely space for Venus to be in. We can take a little look over at Taurus as the other sign that Venus rules and know that Taurus is her other domicile. If Venus or Mars are in either of their domiciles, they cannot have any access to the other one. Like you can't have it all. If you're very blessed to have one of the passionate personal planets be in domicile, yeah, you have to give up kind of the other side of the coin. You can't have it all, man. So Venus can't see and thus can't technically resource Taurus, which happens to be in the 6th house of bad fortune. And there's nothing in Taurus right now, so we don't have to worry about adding more notes here. So Taurus is our earth, dry, cold. So we can say that it's embodied, personal, patient, or like we'll ignore patient because I know some Tauruses, and we'll say able to receive. Okay? Libra may have a harder time receiving the harmony, whereas Taurus can soak it up. As an earth sign, no problem. The 6th house is the house of bad fortune and is about health, habit, routine, and pets. And so how does that influence what we know about Venus? So if we were describing somebody in their Venusian aspects, we may just come from this image of Venus right here without going into bigger aspects and what is influencing her, just her own information, Venus, Libra, Taurus, and she happens to be in one of those, so we could just stop there. And what else is in those signs and where are those signs house-wise? We can say that this Venus, and if this represented a Venus in someone's life who had this chart, that this Venus could represent her friends, right? So whoever this person is, maybe her friends and her wider groups have this kind of Venusian quality. We can say that maybe she receives the good things in life a little too well, and so we might have some bad fortune from that, and so we want to, put some healthy limits into our habit, into our routines, so that we don't just keep on soaking up the good parts of life to our detriment, right? Whereas we might be really social and giving for others, it may be harder to receive. And we feel like we always have to be in service to someone. Sixth house can be about service. So maybe that's how we talk about this Venus person. Maybe in this chart, if someone's struggling with, like, I don't really know what I want, I don't know who I want to spend time with, you could recommend, like, can you do something like really social, and you don't have to commit to, like, this is your new group, your new hobby forever. Try a whole bunch of different stuff, like try a smattering of different things. Just get started, just get your foot in the door. Do a weekend pottery class, do a weekend, I don't know, yoga circle or whatever, like one of those workshops or like woo things. Just one social thing at a time. You don't have to commit, just get to know not only the people in the 11th house, but the different things it may inspire you to go after in the 11th house, aspirations and goals. And then for your 6th house, natal Venus isn't really aspected to this, so you may struggle with your 6th house, your health routines, like the maintenance of life, the chores of life. You may rely a lot on the pets that you have to like be steadying influences in this house. Or if you're like a business owner up in the 11th house, if you have greater networks, you maybe rely on like steadfast employees who like really make your life organized, and so you want to appreciate them. You want to make sure they feel appreciated. And if you are struggling with your health, with Taurus in 6th house kind of unaspected to Venus in the 11th house, maybe rely on your friend groups to get you into health habits. And Taurus health habits, it's like really steady, regular, practical stuff. So like walking, like going to the gym might not be something you enjoy, because what is it doing? You may prefer to literally build a house instead of picking stuff up and putting stuff down and like moving your arm as if you're swinging a hammer, but it's a dumbbell. Like, go swing a hammer. You might want to actually build something and be active in what you create, like have a more physical, like kind of hobby or something, that you can go to as your regulatory, as your habit, as your health forming thing that you do. Get into the body and make it feel good in the body. So if you're bored, or if you're like, what is the point of this? It's probably not going to work. And if you can't kind of get yourself going, lean on your friends in the 11th house to like create that accountability network. That makes it fun and interesting as well. Okay? So that's how I would break down just Venus. We haven't added in anything else. And hopefully that would give someone, even with these aspects, and they might change her flavor, hopefully that would give someone with Venus in the 11th in Libra and an empty Taurus 6, it would give them something, right? So now let's keep going. The two main planets I want to look at to investigate are going to be Chiron, which Venus is coming into an opposition with, and Jupiter, which Venus is coming into a square with. First, it's going to be square Jupiter, then oppose Chiron. So we might note that as a turning point, square in sweetness, because Jupiter and Venus together are quite sweet, and then opposition or an acknowledgement, some tension that you must contend with a pain point, which Chiron can often be. So it's like the end of maybe a sweet chapter, and then it becomes bittersweet as you're ready to let it go, but you're ready to let it go, which is also a theme of Chiron. So we'll start with Jupiter because she's making that aspect first, and then we'll get into Chiron. So for Jupiter is, we have all this information down here. So Jupiter is our planet of expanse. Jupiter is a hot and wet planet. So he's about growth and fertility. Jupiter right now is in Cancer, which is his exaltation. So he's like freely resourced. Instead of fully resourced in the domicile, he's freely resourced in exaltation, which again can have like, it can go too far. So we have his exaltation. So we'll say freely resourced. And then and so how does that make him feel? Because Libra, Venus felt confident in her own health in Libra. So Jupiter feels how exalted, like as an honored guest in Cancer. So we'll say that Jupiter feels nourished. And Cancer is a cold, wet sign. And so the coldness can be absorbing. Jupiter's soaking up this nourishment, and wet collecting and like bringing in resources for later or for some kind of project that Jupiter has. What else is in Cancer right now? Nothing, so we don't have to write anything down there. And then what house is Cancer right now? It is the 8th house. This is called the idle house or inactive. This is the house where you're going to see like all those beautiful colors of sunset come up. So where we have a culmination at the top of the sky, and then the planet just gets a fall through the 9th house and like easy does it. And then they come into the 8th house where like we're going to be setting soon. So like the end of the day for whatever planet this is, the end of their time in the sky is showing up. So the 8th house has all these connotations, as we know, about debt, death, and the resources of the other. It's a supportive place for relationships where we meet the horizon. A planet comes back down into the earth and it's a joining of planet and earth, or of planetary signification and human body, right? So when those resources come in, what is that going to do for us? Hopefully a lot, because Jupiter's soaking up all these resources until he falls. But this is, at the best of times, a kind of like ho hum, when is it going to happen place, and at the worst times there's a lot of tension because you don't know what's going to happen, and you fear the worst, right? And being unaspected to the first house, the worst is possible. So one way we want to see is that mitigated or not is, does Jupiter have any oversight? Can Jupiter see his houses of Sagittarius? No. Or of Pisces? Yes, by trine. And that is one way that you can hope that planets in bad places or in poor conditions will kind of like act right, or like smarten their act up, is that if they have to care for somebody in their own house, and if they're able to, if they have line of sight, if they have someone doing the checks and balances on them and witnessing them, then they likely will show up and resource those planets. They likely, you know, will be a little bit more benevolent to their own places and the planets in them. And then we can also look at the moon to see, does moon have any oversight of this exalted guest in her house that's just using all her resources and soaking them up? Does moon have oversight to be like, are you doing that nicely, or are you being a glutton? Which is, with the excess and the expanse of Jupiter, Jupiter can just keep on soaking up the resources and moon will just keep giving them. So yes, we can see moon with a trine as well. Now the trine, as we know, being an aspect of Jupiter, can either mean that a whole lot of oversight is freely flowing and everyone feels witnessed, and so no one has to act weird in the dark shadows and act tyrannical. But it can also mean that these resources and the dreamy state, and they're like, oh, it's fine for now. That dreamy state of Jupiter not having the the long-term goals and like fears of Saturn, maybe it is flowing into like too much excess, right? Like, so both significations are possible, and they're possible simultaneously. So this being the 8th house talking to the 4th house, maybe you go into like house debt really easily and you become house poor. But this being the 8th house and the 4th house, maybe you then inherit a lot of money from your parents that makes it all okay, right? Things can be happening all the time at the same time. Or maybe you get a business partner that was like a childhood friend, and then you end up being okay. So we can't see Sagittarius. Is there anybody in Sagittarius? Yes, it is Mercury and the ascendant. And Mercury is in detriment and is slowing down into a retrograde, while Jupiter is also slowing into a retrograde. And so Jupiter can't see Sagittarius, but that doesn't mean that it's not a drain, knowing that Mercury is there, needing resources that Jupiter can't really offer appropriately, and that might be experienced as a drain, right? So maybe 8th house Jupiter can't see 1st house. Maybe you don't, if this was a birth chart, maybe you don't get the resources from inheritance, and whatever you're dealing with it, you're navigating it as Mercury does. But the Jupiter parts of you, which ruling the 1st house and the 4th house, maybe your parents feel really bad about it. Maybe it's a big drain that they couldn't give it to you, that they don't have a way to hand you anything, even if they have something to hand you. So even though Jupiter can't see and can't resource Mercury, I don't think that means that this doesn't come into effect for Jupiter at all. The fact that he can't resource a planet that couldn't take the resources appropriately anyway, like that might, Jupiter's in a feeling sign right now. That might feel really bad for Jupiter. And then we can look at Pisces, which is both the sign that Jupiter rules and the sign that Jupiter's ruler currently happens to be in. So Moon is broadly applying to Jupiter. It'll take over a day, but that's there. So we may not have oversight and good limits or good resources today. That might peak over the next couple days, or if this was a birth chart within the next year or two of the person's life using progressions. And so we can break down Pisces. Pisces is our 4th house. Pisces is water, wet, cold. So we're going to port these water symbols over. And then Pisces has mutable, so shifting. And what's in Pisces is we have Moon, Saturn, Neptune. So Neptune we can say is like dreams. Saturn is limits and time. And Moon is cycles and phases. So with Jupiter being in the 8th house, which is a place of knowing that you're setting and you're coming into, there's different places that can represent like death, or like you're just going to bed, like the day is done, the cycle is over. We're in the sign of cycles, ruled by the planet of cycles, which is in the sign that we rule, that we can clearly see that that energy is flowing straight to us. Not only because of the trine, but because Moon is there being like, yeah, that's my house. Send the mail there, send the message there. And then in this place, we have the planet of cycles and phases, the planet of limits in time, and the planet of dreams and like illusions and disillusionment. And so all of this coming together with a square applying to Venus, we may see that the chart of this moment and or the chart of this person may say that we're coming to the end of a phase or a cycle. Endings in the 8th house, phases in Cancer and Moon, limits in time and dreams with Saturn and Neptune. And then this is squaring Venus, which, as we talked about, is kind of like something's got to give. You can't have it all. And not like the you can't have it all of a quincunx, you don't have hands on it. You can't have it all, you have to choose. You either want the thing enough to put the energy in, which means you can't be sitting and just hoping it'll happen. You either want your energy more than the chance that the thing you're doing will pay off, so you'd rather sit than put the energy in. Something's got to give in the shifting, the ending of cycles and dreams. That doesn't mean that they're ending. It means we're starting new cycles and new phases. So it's overall a very optimistic, with Jupiter and Venus being in the mix. Moon is here. All the best planets are talking to each other. A square is involved, shifts are involved, endings are involved, limits are involved. How can you celebrate the end of cycles and shifts to usher in new cycles? Like every ending is a new beginning. Might be a really optimistic opinion that a person with this chart might have. Every ending is a beautiful new beginning, or a chance for a beautiful new beginning, right? So that's how we might treat Jupiter in the chart. And with this being a Sag rising chart and Jupiter being the ruling planet, maybe that's like a philosophy of this person as they navigate, as tired as they may be, through all their life experiences, Mercury being in the 1st house in detriment. Maybe every ending is a beautiful new beginning is like this person's mantra, right? So here's the Here's the Jupiter notes. And then we can get into Chiron. So Chiron is in the 5th house of joy, which is a good fortune. Chiron, we're just going to write pain point, 5th house of joy and creativity. Good fortune is a place of pleasantness. And then we also have in here our IC, which is our private life, and our lot of fortune, which is a place that can describe fate, but also one of the places that can describe the body. The ascendant, the moon, and the lot of fortune are all body significators, as well as the ruling planet. So in this chart, the ruling planet is Jupiter, because Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Sagittarius is on the ascendant. And then other places we could denote the body would be sun, as this is a day chart and the sun is up in the sky. So the sect, the luminary sect, or the sect light would be the sun. So the sun can represent the body. The moon can always represent the body as the closest planet to the earth. Lot of fortune can represent the body as the moon's lot. And yeah, those are the places we can use for like body or self significations. And then this is in opposition. So tension, acknowledgement, and surrender. And then we'll get some keywords about Chiron. So here's the Chiron myth. Chiron was a, let's draw it. Chiron was a centaur, a half man, half horse. I believe he was also lame in some way, but what this meant is that all the regular centaurs in this myth were like, "You're a traitor. Why are you working like with the gods and with the people and teaching them stuff?" Because he had this gift of like a beautiful, wonderful intellect, and he was immortal, so there was no way for him to die. So he lived forever as like the teacher of the teachers we consider for like medicine and science, like Asclepius, and I don't know all the details of the myth. You can look it up, and you should. But the censors were all like, "We aren't your friend. You're not welcome here anymore." And then all the people, as anybody who has been ostracized know, were just, as people freaking are, like, "You are not one of us, obviously, and so you'll never really be one of us." So he had this wonderful position in like comfort and notoriety and immortality, which is like a gift that anybody would be jealous to have and fight to have, and go on adventures to have. But he was completely ostracized and totally alone. So even though he had this high, prominent position, his people didn't accept him, and then the people that he helped and lived amidst and served, they didn't really accept him either. And then what happens is he gets wounded. He gets wounded and he can't die because he's immortal. So he's just in pain all the time. And this gift, which has always been a gift, but has always ostracized him a little bit, is now keeping him in eternal suffering. And so the idea of Chiron is the idea that you have a gift. Everybody around, even your haters, are like, "Wow, you are different." That is, call it a gift if you want, but you certainly have it. And it makes you very isolated. It gives you some kind of pain point. And then the very essence of this gift throughout your life, because of life events, keeps you in immense perpetual suffering. And you have to decide, in order to end your suffering, and the overall isolation of having the gift in the first place, are you going to give up the gift? Which even your haters and the people that didn't accept you for having it are aghast that you would give. What do you mean you're going to give up your immortality? How is that? How is anything worth that? Don't you know what gift you have? But you cannot continue with the suffering. You have to give it up. And then in the myth, he gives up his immortality to somebody else who then becomes immortal, and he saves them from whatever fate the gods were enacting against them. And he moves up into a constellation and into the stars, not to be personally petitioned for his gifts and for his knowledge and for his teaching and for his service, but to be more esoterically petitioned and admired and studied, and like as an inspiration, like, oh, Chiron, help me on my medical exam, instead of, hey, like, study with me right now. So Chiron gives up the gift, which always kind of hurt and was always a little bit of a pain point, even gift as it was, because it turned into perpetual, unrelenting, unending suffering that had no other way to end than giving up the gift. And giving up the gift removes him from being in the thick of having to use it and puts him up into a farther, more inspirational space of like, remember that gift? Wasn't that great? And then he gets to have peace, not only from being in it, but being ostracized. Now he just gets to have one interesting mythological, memorial and memorable role, but also he doesn't have to suffer anymore. So his suffering and his isolation is over if only he can give this up, this pain point, this gift. He just has to release it, and then he'll find this ease. But everybody is against the giving up of the gift, because what? So anyway, that is my summary of Chiron, and leaning on the Chiron myth to understand the pain point of the wounded healer, because he's wounded and he's the healer, and then by giving up something that made him a healer, he heals someone else, and he releases his wound, he heals his wound, and that creates like an emotional wound, because how are you going to leave? And it's just the cycle of wounds and healing. And what do you do as the healer when you're wounded? You have to give up sometime. Like you've got to give in sometime. Okay? Okay. So with that idea of Chiron, we can say that it's pain point. You got to give up, in quotations, the gifts that hurt or punish you. Okay, so here are the notes about Chiron, and there's an acknowledgement here. So Venus is in the 11th house, sharing some stuff with the network. She's about to square Jupiter from the 8th house, saying, that was fun. It's time for it to end. Don't be too scared. New phases and cycles are going to begin. And then we oppose Chiron, who says that now assess that cycle, that phase that has ended, and figure out the pain points and what they were tied to of you actually using your gifts, and how can you give up kind of both, even though you do it really well. You don't have to keep doing it if it's causing this kind of pain or if it's punishing you in some way to share it. Okay? So that was all very pertinent because I'm now going to do the transit chart. And I was already thinking of doing this transit chart before I thought about Jupiter being squared and Chiron being opposed. And it's just how the astrology works that it's working now. So I will show you. Okay, so the planets are where the planets are, in the signs that they are, and in a transit chart, they're going to be somewhere for me. So I have a Scorpio rising chart, and what I wanted to talk about bringing in medical astrology is I wanted to talk about Mercury being in the 2nd house. So in my chart, let me draw it. Okay, I'm going to go through the whole chart using like 2 words per thing and pull it together, and then I'm going to add into certain places the medical astrology lens, which is like the ABC natural zodiac and how I personally choose to blend them together. Okay, so Scorpio is going to be about deep feeling, first house, self. And in my first house, I have Pluto, which is going to be about revealing and power. So revealing power. Pisces is my fifth house. It's empty. I don't have anything in Pisces. So Pisces is going to be creative. My fifth house, flow. Cancer is my ninth house. And so I'm going to have flow of inspiration as like the house of learning and information. And I have Jupiter here. So it's going to be very fertile because Jupiter is a fertile planet in a wet sign, which is a fertile type of sign. And I have Chiron here, which is pain point. And I have some other points that aren't as important. And then I can add in, where is Mars? Mars is in my second house. We have Uranus, Mercury, Neptune, Saturn, Venus, Sun, North Node, IC, MC, South Node, Jupiter. Spirit, Fortune. Okay, so I have Mars in the second in Sag, and I'm a night chart because the sun for me is underneath the horizon when I was born. And so I'm a night chart, so the the luminary I want to look to for my sect light is the moon. So I am also going to look for the moon as my other ruling planet. My ruling planet is the ruler of my rising sign, which is Scorpio, so that's Mars. And then my other ruling planet is your sect light, so for me that's the moon. And both of these are in second house Sagittarius. Now the method is that you look at the ruling planet and your sect light, and wherever they are, those are going to have more key prominent themes in how you navigate through your life. And so both of these planets are highlighted in the second house, and so I'm going to have big themes of like money, resources, and support, including the talents and things I use to support myself, right? I'm here primarily to support myself because both of my ruling planets are in the house of self support, things that support the self. They're both rising up. They can't see the second house, which means they can't really resource me in my endeavors, but that doesn't mean that they're not there supporting me all the time. And then Moon is going to rule Cancer. Like, this is how you bring it all in together. It makes it very messy. Moon rules Cancer, 9 house of philosophy. Mars rules first house Scorpio and 6th house Aries. So like the work I do is the work I do. I don't know. Those themes are going to be tied together all within themes of the second house. So they're going to express in second house themes of money, resources, support, self-support, talent, skills, that kind of thing. Okay. In my third house of communication, I have Uranus, which is like Eureka. I have Mercury, which is about messages. I have Neptune, which is about dreams. I have Saturn, which is about limits and time. And I have Venus, which is about harmony, right? In my third house of communication, ruled by Saturn, who is here co-president and co-rules the fourth house of private life, which has my sun, so it's where I want to shine at home, doing my own thing, like being weird and Aquarius and isolated and alone, right? Alone with my thoughts and my ideas, alone with the information, because the sun is all alone in this sign. North Node, that's maybe part of what I'm here to do, but it can really overtake my life if I let it. And the IC, this is really where I have a home space and where I come like into like a sense of settled foundation. And so who is my voice, or whose voice has a message to share in my chart? Saturn. And then I have the ability to share it with Mercury, to like in a harmonious way with Venus. And then the far planets are just kind of separate, so I don't always tie them right into delineation. Okay, so we're going around like this. And then as a transit chart, what I wanted to look at was Mercury in the second house. Because in medical astrology, or in ABC astrology, we would also include into my ideas of Sagittarius, second house, all the planets I have in there. We would also tie in that the second house is naturally, or ABCally, Taurus. And Taurus in ABC Natural Medical is the voice or the throat. And then we would add in the medical significations for Sagittarius, which is like the bum and the thighs and the legs, kind of like your haunches. You think about Sagittarius also being a censure. It's your flanks, okay? There's a lot of legs with Sagittarius, so something to do with the legs or your hips or the way that legs work. So we're going to combine the ideas of Taurus being the second house naturally or medically, and Sagittarius being here for me natally. So we're going to tie in that we may be having like throat, voice, something going on, and then hips, thighs, legs. Feet is lower down, it's Pisces, ankles is Aquarius, and calves is Aquarius. And then Capricorn is like your bones and your connective tissue and like the internal structures. And then who is here in natal configurations? The moon. Moon is going to be nourishment and food, and moon rules Cancer, which is the tummy and breasts, and Cancer is in the 9th house, which is going to associate with Sag, which is going to be another bum and legs, and Cancer is associated to the 4th house, which is going to be another tummy and like food. And then I have also in here Mars, who is heat and inflammation and action and sweat and rashes and red things. And he is going to rule Scorpio, which is the bowel and anything exiting the body, which is in the 1st house, which is the face and overall health and vitality. And then he also rules Aries, which is the face, which is also in the 6th house, which rules our digestive, like my guts, the intestines. And finally, transiting here, I have Fortune here, so it's just another for the body, for health, for vitality. This is an important place for me for overall how I feel supported. And then transiting here, we have Mercury. And Mercury is going to be communication and the messages in the body. So like hormones, synapses, anything communication within the body system. Mercury rules Virgo, which is the guts or the intestines or the digestive tract, which in my chart is the 11th house, which is going to be the synapses, like how things connect. So Mercury is the messages, Aquarius is the pathways they take. So I'm going to say network. And the 11th house, is associated with Aquarius, which is why it's given that signification, because it's naturally Aquarius, which is again an air communication, how it flows, but rigid structure, right, with the fixed. And then Mercury also rules Gemini, which has natural significations of the 3rd house of communication. And in my chart is in the 8th house, which is going to have a natural signification with Scorpio, which is the bowel. So giving a snapshot of that right now, I am sharing my gifts and my voice. Natal Mercury is in 3rd house of communication and is the communicator. And Mercury is tired in his detriment in Sagittarius and is slowing down in the medical place of the throat. And my voice is getting tired. I'm sharing my voice and it's time for that to end. And if we tie that into the bigger idea of, yeah, it was fun and it was nice to share all of that, but now we have to understand, kind of acknowledge the pain that gave and make a new plan for next time. So that is how you can tie in that I sat here and communicated, and so like my feet fell asleep, my hips are sore because I've been sitting here for 3 days now making videos and then editing videos, etc., etc. And also how right now my natal significations of work and what I do and philosophy and how I flow through it being tied to the skills that I use to support myself, and how over these last 2 days I cooked in my kitchen. I ate. And so all of the Mercury guts being 6th house digestive Virgo things being activated right now. I've been eating lentils and chickpeas for real. It's a whole new leaf for me, whole new microbiome in my tummy. And then the voice is activated because it's tiring. But also, I have all these planets in my 2nd house, so I meant to use my voice. I have a loaded 3rd house of communication. I meant to share what does Saturn care about, a whole bunch of structured information. Um, what else do we have here? And so my natal significations of self-support and the work I do and the philosophy I have is being activated by transit by a planet of communication who is in my house of communication. And even though he's tired, it's okay because he's not as tired as he was last year when his ruler Jupiter was in Gemini and they had nothing to give each other. This way, Mercury at least knows that if Jupiter had the goods to give, he would give it, and we may be getting it through the associations with the moon. I don't think I have any more in me. I hope that made sense. Okay, take care. Okay, if you made it this far, you either fell asleep, or this is on autoplay, or you left, or you really liked my video, in which case, thank you. So I did that video because I wanted to, and now my voice is sore, but I'm happy I did it. And I didn't do it to make money, but if you want to support me, I am receiving, I am accepting, I am open. So right now it is October 31st. I have paid rent for November and I'm okay to get into November. And that's it. I've got nothing and I've got no plan. I soft quit my job. I can't go back, team. I'm just here. And I can be here doing this kind of video, whatever you like. Any kind of reading, you want to have a study session, contact me. Let me know what you want. But if you want to financially support me, yes, I am accepting. Thank you so much. Earth Angel, thank you. So what I need, by about November 20th is the next time I have any kind of bills coming through. And then, before the end of November, I'm going to need essentially $1,300 to pay bills. And then I'm going to need a little bit of money for food and groceries, a few $100. And then as you saw from this video, I'm out of the big paper. My markers are all gone or they're all dying. And if you've tuned into like some other videos I have, I'm out of a whole bunch of other art supplies. So your contributions can help me stay housed, help me stay fed, and then also help me restock my art supplies so that I can make more kind of videos like this. That's all thinking small. On the big end, I have better equipment and a better mic and better lighting, and like better technology and a computer that doesn't crash when I'm trying to record things. So anyway, this is our starting point. Again, thanks for watching the video. No pressure. If you want to help, I'm accepting. If you just like the video, give it a like. Okay, I hope that helps your astrological studies. Thanks very much for staying to the end. I appreciate you. Bye bye.